This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 561, Golden Fire Seed Wonder, Shao-Chi. If I remember correctly, you are only a little over 400 years old now. In just 10 years, he successfully completed the breakthrough of the 6th level guidance technique and officially became a true fearless captain. This is undoubtedly good news worth celebrating. However, in Song Xiuan's view, the biggest good news is not this, but that Shang-Chi is a little too young. Less than 500 years old, compared to the lifespan of the 6th Order Dreadnought Captain, Shang-Chi has unlimited potential in the future. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it can be said that there is a great chance that he can become a Star Destroyer captain. Shang-Chi nodded and replied softly, "Yes. Ancestor, my grandson just turned 420 years old." While chatting, another person walked into the hall. Under the powerful power of the double pupil, Shang-Chi saw the person clearly at the first time, and the smile on his face became even wider. "Congratulations, big brother, for officially entering the 6th Order life of the Star Sea." Hearing his voice, before the person arrived, a faint smile came from the chaotic mist. "Congratulations." The person who came was Song Yin. Following Shang-Chi, he also broke through the 6th level guidance technique. And Shang-Chi also noticed a little difference. The shadow of the double pupils that also appeared in the eyes of his elder brother seemed to have a little suppression on him. "Brother, Chongwang, did you also break through the 6th level?" "Ha ha ha, I knew I couldn't hide it from you." Passing through the chaotic mist, Song Yin, who also exuded a strong 6th level life breath, appeared in front of Shang-Chi and the others. Beside him, Song Xiuan's admiration in his eyes became stronger. As one of the twin stars of the Song family, Song Yin is not much older than Shang-Chi. Now he is only about 450 years old, and his potential is equally terrifying. Compared to Song Xiuan, Shang-Chi's gaze towards his elder brother Song Yin is more focused on his eyes that condense the shadow of the substantial double pupil. At the beginning, he brought out 2 Chongming divine birds, one large and one small, from the Spirit Bee's secret realm. The adult one was bound by Song Wujiang, and the smaller one was given to Song Yin, who finally named it Chongwang. After more than 200 years, Chongwang actually broke through to the 6th level before Chengyu. Although it was a little unexpected, Shang-Chi did not have many other thoughts in his mind. Chengyu had already reached the peak of the 5th level, and it would not take long for him to break through to the 6th level. Moreover, Chengyu had his own advantages. He did not comprehend the laws of the secret realm, and his potential was fully retained. However, Chongwang and his ancestor, Chongying, were locked at the 6th level, and there was no possibility of breaking through to the 7th level in their lifetime. Regarding this, the ancestor had actually long wanted to breed offspring for the 3 double-ming divine birds. But unfortunately, he had never heard of the existence of other double-ming divine birds. "Shao-Chi, go on." His thoughts raced. And at this moment, he heard Song Yin call him. And then he saw Song Yin throwing something at him. This was a crystal stone with a red glow, and the temperature of the crystal stone surface was not low. Even with Shang-Chi's current 6th level physique, he felt a burning sensation when holding it. Without him asking, Song Yan's explanation sounded quickly. This crystal is called Flame God Fire Crystal, which contains extremely strong fire life energy. Giving it to Chengyu should promote his breakthrough. Hearing this, Shang-Chi was delighted. "Thank you, big brother." He did not refuse and accepted this Flame God Fire Crystal. Whether Chengyu can break through the 6th level is also related to whether he can obtain the blessing of the 6th level, Chongtong, in a short time. This is crucial. He had just experienced the 6th life sublimation. Although he did not have the same law amplitude as when he broke through from the 3rd level to the 4th level, he still had a small law perception acceleration period in the next 10 years. If he could have the blessing of the 6th level double pupil at this time, it would be of great help for him to comprehend the 3 laws in the future. After the 3 of them talked carefully for a while, Song Xiuan suddenly said, "Okay, if the ancestor wants to break through, it will probably take another 20 to 30 years. Before that, don't waste this law perception acceleration period. Go back, or enter the Dragon Ridge secret realm to comprehend the law." Shang-Chi and the others had no objection to the original ancestor's arrangement. After saying goodbye, they walked out of the hall together. Before leaving the hall, Shang-Chi asked Song Yin again, "Brother, what exactly did the ancestor say before?" Is it related to the place full of extreme fire energy that you mentioned before? When he was in the Red Star continent before, Song Yan asked him about the restrictions on entering and leaving the market, wanting to see if he could explore the ruins of civilization that even ordinary 7th-level masters could hardly enter through the market. He felt that what the ancestor said before was related to this. Sure enough, after hearing him mention this, Song Yan nodded gently. Yes, that flame ruins is part of the civilization heritage that I obtained back then. Speaking of this, he paused, and finally did not explain in detail, but only said that it was related to a special strange object, and it was this sentence that shocked Song Chi greatly. As for the specific situation of the ruins here, you will know it later. I can only tell you that outside the flame ruins, I saw the existence of the golden fire strange object. Hearing the words golden fire seed wonder, Song Chi's eyes were as bright as lightning. After all, if it was really a golden fire seed wonder, and could be transformed into a fire source for upgrading the Xinhua warship, it would be comparable to the black ultimate parts within the Xinhua human civilization. The key point was that he really needed a golden fire source for upgrading. However, this impulse did not last long, and Song Chi soon returned to calm. Let's not talk about whether they can go deep into the flame ruins to get the golden fire seed wonder. Even if they get it, it is hard to say whether it can be transformed into Xinhua seed upgrade fire source. Besides, he is not the only one who needs the golden fire source. The ancestor and Song Yan all need it. After regaining their composure, the two separated quickly. Before returning to Qingwen Manor, Song Chi first sent Cheng Yu to a 6th-level floating land origin eruption in Longji continent. In such a place with rich floating land origin, Cheng Yu, as chance of breakthrough will be greater. He gave the Flame God Fire Crystal to Cheng Yu and summoned a 6-star ancient monster to guard it. Then he returned to Qingwen Manor. Zhutian Market, above the sky. The 160,000-meter-long Tianxu Sanqiong quietly floats. In the battleship's main control room, the illusory golden throne gathers. Song Chi sits on it with the enlightenment cushion fake. His eyes show the shadow of double pupils, and he stares quietly at a trace of the law of time in front of the battleship. With multiple blessings, plus the 440% comprehension bonus of the law of time due to the time chessboard inside the battleship, Song Chi's comprehension of the law of time is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 years later, Song Chi, who had not moved, had bursts of extreme brilliance in his eyes, and at the same time, the shadow of his double pupils became more and more solid. Xiong Yu has broken through. The 6th level, double pupils, is indeed more powerful. Although his body did not move, Song Chi immediately understood the reason in his heart. Without thinking too much, he continued to comprehend the law. In the 3rd year, his understanding of the law of time officially broke through 50%. In the 7th year, his understanding of the law of time reached 52%. It was also in this year that he stopped comprehending the law of time and switched to the law of space. In the 8th year, the law of space, which was already close to perfection, officially broke through 70%. Halfway through the 10th year, the law of space reached 71%. After that, he turned the last 6 months to the law of light. In the end, the degree of comprehension of the law of light remained at 69.99%. For some reason, he was unable to reach perfection. Because of this, in the last month of the accelerated period of law comprehension, Song Chi went to the Yugwang Star Tower. He used the opportunity to comprehend the Yugwang Chaos Monument that he had just obtained. With this, he successfully made his own law of light enter the ranks of great success. At this point, the 10-year retreat mission was basically completed. Zhutian Market, Tianxu Sanqiong main control room. Song Chi immediately strengthened the newly installed Mythical Giant Python's Eternal Shelter Scale component to level 70. After that, he also loaded the Golden Blood Battle Monument and Skyfrost Crown components onto the battleship. But the latter two were not strengthened. Before that, he still needed to test them. Theoretically, the eternal scales of the mythical python is enough to resist the pursuit of the Shang family. But theory is theory after all, and the real situation still depends on the actual test results. Taking a deep breath, Song Chi put the Tianxu Sanqiong into the Xinhua Zuqiao, and then left the market. Of course, he did not return to Longji continent, but went to the holy light city of Red Star continent. He was not that stupid. If he really returned to Longji continent for testing, once he failed, the Song family might be directly exposed to the eyes of the Shang family. Now that they have just entered the immortal family, they really can't afford to provoke the Shang family, a behemoth that has been passed down for more than 200,000 years. City of Holy Light Tai-Bai Shop. Underground battleship summoning room. 5 years have passed since he came to the Red Star continent before the acceleration period of law perception ended. During these 5 years, the Shang family did not investigate, so Song-Chi could only wait with peace of mind. On this day, as usual, Song-Chi was about to enter the market to practice, but before he left the battleship, a subtle space fluctuation suddenly came from above his head. Looking up, through the holographic exterior of the battleship, he saw a mirror light chain shot out from the void, surrounded by ancient runes on the chain, and its target was directly aimed at the Tianxu Sanqiong, so fast that people had no time to react. Fortunately, the preloaded, mythical python scales of eternal protection parts were faster. When this mirror light chain was about to penetrate the 3 layers of the battleship's energy shield and tightly linked to the battleship's hull, the surface of the mythical python scales of eternal protection parts glowed with golden light. Under the blessing of this golden light, an illusory giant python's phantom seemed to appear on the surface of the Tianxu Sanqing ship's hull. After the mirror light chain touched the giant python's phantom, it was instantly melted away and could not touch the battleship's hull at all. It's done! Seeing this, Song-Chi knew that this was the mythical python's eternal scale component that successfully blocked the Shang family's tracking. However, he did not think that this was enough. He put the warship back into the Xinhua Zuqiu and disappeared into the underground warship summoning room. Jutian Market. Song-Chi once again left the market. This time he still did not return to the Dragon Ridge continent, but went to the space anchor point he left in the Silver Plate Floating Land. Silver Plate Floating Land. Silver Plate City. Tai-Bai Shop. In the same underground battleship summoning room, Song-Chi continued the previous operation in Red Star Continent, summoning battleships, and waiting for the next long-distance search from the Shang family. Although he successfully isolated the Shang family from tracking in Holy Light City, Red Star Continent, where Holy Light City is located, is more than 120 billion light-years away from the territory of Xinhua human civilization. During this period, the Shang family's mythical tracking method may have suffered considerable damage, and the results may not be accurate. That's why Song-Chi wanted to conduct a second test. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait too long this time, and the next tracking of the Shang family came soon. Inside the Tianxu Sanqiong, the eternal scales of the mythical python was still triggered immediately, and the phantom of the giant python appeared on the surface of the warship again. In the main control room of the warship, Song-Chi watched all this nervously through the ethereal body left behind, and he was praying in his heart. It can be seen that the phantom of the giant python on the surface of the warship was obviously dimmed a lot this time, because it consumed a lot of energy in the process of fighting against the mirror light chain. But this is not important. What is important is that mythical python's scale of eternal protection finally held on. This also means that as long as the mythical tracking components of the Shang family do not change too much, he will be able to freely load the 2 golden components of Blood Battle Monument and Sky Frost Crown in the future. I hope the Shang family will not suddenly strengthen that mirror component. Muttering, Song-Chi narrowed his eyes. Although this is a hidden danger, if he can first strengthen mythical python's scale of eternal protection to the 8th level, then all this will not be a problem. The figure reappeared in the battleship's main control room, and Song-Chi's eyes fell on the 2 new golden parts. Finally, he spent a lot of titanium crystals and related resources, including 2 master spirits, to strengthen the 2 parts to level 70. After the 7th level, the properties of the 2 parts changed a lot. The previous mythical python's eternal scale had only one unique characteristic, so the properties basically did not change. But these 2 parts were different. First of all, the properties of the golden Blood Battle Monument had significant changes in several characteristics. Bloody Carnival. For every blood of a unit of the same level that the loaded warship bathes in, the warship's firepower will be constantly increased by 30%, lasting for 30 minutes, and can be stacked up to 20 times. War Inspiration. Consumes 200,000 psionic points, allows the designated unit to enter a state of boiling fighting spirit, temporarily increases combat power by 300%, lasts for 60 minutes, and has a cooling time of 36 hours. As for the Sky Frost Crown, there is no need to say much about the bonus of ice, law perception, and ice resistance. Song-Chi is mainly concerned about its Frost Confinement. Features. Frost Imprisonment. Consumes 200,000 psionic points, The Skyfrost Crown activates the power of frost, freezes the designated target for 9 seconds, and the cooling time is 6 hours. Its single imprisonment can control the enemy unit for up to 9 seconds. Although it is not as powerful as the Zen Seal Outer Time Stop feature, its cooling time is short, 6 hours. If you take into account the 70% cooling reduction of Time Chessboard, it is only less than 2 hours of cooling, which is too good. Chapter 562, Earth Spirit Ginseng. After strengthening the two components, Song-Chi returned to the Dragon Spine continent. In recent years, there have been a lot of things happening in the clan. Warships have been passing through the space wormhole of the Falling Fire Plane, continuously traveling back and forth between the Dragon Spine continent and multiple floating lands. Among them, the most frequent ones are the Jiexing floating land, the Yaoan floating land, and the Silver Plate floating land. These 3 floating lands are all level 7 floating lands, with the largest flow of people, and are also the largest dumping points for the Song family to sell war resources to the outside world. That's right, the Song family had already stopped purchasing war resources from outside, and started preparing to sell them to outsiders. In the past 50 years, the Song family used up a small part of the floating land origins left in the secret vault, and took advantage of the low price to purchase a large number of war resources. What was their purpose in doing this? Is it just for the upcoming civilization war? Of course not. The various war materials accumulated on the Dragon Ridge continent now are enough for the entire family to sustain a civilization war that lasts for tens of thousands of years, and they can't be used up at all. The Song family's original purpose was to make a profit by buying low and selling high. 4 years ago, the 4 empires of the Shinhoi human race officially issued a notice to launch a full-scale war against the 8-armed Snake Demon River System community 50 years later. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused a shock to the entire Shinhoi Human River System community. Not only the Shinhoi Human River System community, but also the 8-armed Snake Demon River System community was also undercurrent. Under this rolling undercurrent, the first thing to be affected was war materials. In just 4 years, the prices of various war materials have risen dozens of times. Well, because of this, the Song family has started to prepare for the sale of war resources. The reason why the sale has not officially started is that the top leaders of the Song family have not issued any instructions. Longji Mountain, the ancestral hall of the family. Surrounded by hundreds of family elders, the hall is loudly discussing the sale of war resources. According to the detailed statistical information just received, the war resources acquired in the past 50 years are enough to support the family to fight a war lasting 80,000 years. How much do you think should be kept and how much should be sold to the outside world? Although the next battle is going to be a tough one, I don't think it will last too long. After all, there is more than one 8-armed snake demon civilization around our Shinhoi human river community. 3,000 years is the best. Dai Jiang, you underestimate the war between the two river communities. Let alone 3,000 years. I'm afraid it won't last 5,000 years. 10,000 years. Leave enough resources to support the war for 10,000 years. And sell the rest at a high price. In order to improve the overall strength of the family recently, most of the resources accumulated by the family for thousands of years have been consumed. We must take advantage of this opportunity to recover blood. 10,000 years is quite suitable. While everyone was talking, Song-Chi, who had just returned to Longji continent, walked in. At the head of the hall, Song Xuan looked at Song-Chi. Xiao-Chi came at the right time. How much war supplies do you think should be left behind? Song-Chi had heard what happened from afar, so he answered quickly, I personally think that, except for combat robots, Hellfire mechas, Moro flying mechas, which are core military equipment that can assist in combat, there is no need to keep too many of the others. 1,000 years is enough. Hearing his words, the elders in the hall all frowned, obviously not agreeing. Oh, tell me your reasons. Song Xuan knew Song-Chi's character very well, and did not rush to refute, but wanted to listen to the explanation first. It's very simple. We control the huge trading channel of the Red Star continent. During the Civilization War, we can fully synchronize the acquisition of war resources. With the assistance of Dimensional Space Stone, I can bring the materials acquired from the Red Star continent back to the front line at any time. Moreover, I can also continue to acquire materials in the Jutian market. So we basically will not lack those ordinary war materials. Instead of doing that, it would be better to sell all these war resources at a high price, so that the family can recover a lot of money, and buy the good things that may appear on the market later. After listening to his explanation, the elders who originally disagreed suddenly understood. And then their attitudes changed. They all felt that Song Qi was right. At the head of the hall, Song Qiuan smiled and nodded. Xiao Qi is right. We control 2 special trading channels, and we will not lack ordinary war resources. The war of civilizations is imminent. This is a full-scale war that all the captains of the Xinhua Human River community need to participate in. In this case, many small and medium-sized forces that are not well prepared will take out some of their hidden resources in exchange for a large amount of war materials. This is a great opportunity for us to acquire these top-quality parts, or high-level spiritual objects, special resources. Once you miss this opportunity, it will be hard to come by again. At this point, the whole plan has actually been finalized. Only enough resources to support the 1,000-year war will be left, and more than 95% of the other war materials will be sold at high prices. However, there is a new problem here. Now the price of war materials in the outside world has risen 13 times. When is it more appropriate to start selling? This question is obviously extremely important. If they sell too early, they will not make as much money. But if they sell too late, will they still be able to buy the good things on the market? They have already been taken by other forces. Based on this question, the elders discussed it for nearly half an hour. And finally they set a time. 10 years. In 10 years, the family will sell on the 3 floating lands of Jiexing, Yaoan, and Yipan. After the discussion, the elders left one after another, and only Song Qi, Song Qiuan, Song Shishing, Song Yin, and others were left in the ancestral hall again. Song Qiuan's face was not very good, and his voice was a little heavy. The breakthrough of the ancestor was not smooth, and the 80,000-year-old nirvana body tempering fruit was still too much. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank. For the family, this was definitely very bad news. But everyone could only look at each other, and could not help much. It is extremely difficult to impact the 7th level of the guiding technique. And not just any spiritual object can be effective. Yaguang Xingling Group Chat. Number 32. Jingjia, who has a spiritual object that can help break through the 7th level guidance technique. Number 3. Corpse Dog, just used it up. Number 32. Jingjia, Uncle Corpse Dog. Did you succeed? Number 3. Corpse Dog, Lucky. Number 32. Jingjia, congratulations. Number 19. Zhuiyang, warm congratulations. Number 22. Red Fox, congratulations. Song Qi was unwilling to ask around in the Xingling group chat, unfortunately. In the end, he only got Corpse Dog. The news of the successful promotion to the captain of the Star Destroyer. The members do not have such high-level spiritual objects in their hands for the time being. According to the energy behind the members of the Star Tower, this is obviously unreasonable. But thinking about the upcoming civilization war, all the Xinhua captains basically want to take advantage of this last time to try to be promoted. It is not surprising. After all, the stronger the strength, the greater the chance of surviving in the subsequent giant civilization war. 2 years later, Song Qi received the news from the original ancestor. When he and Song Yin arrived at the ancestral temple one after another, the two received a message from the original ancestor. A 100,000-year-old Earth Spirit Ginseng appeared on the silver plate floating land. Earth Spirit Ginseng is a high-level spiritual object, and it has a great auxiliary effect in impacting the 7th level guidance technique. Song Qiuan's intention is to let the two of them go and bring back this Earth Spirit Ginseng as much as possible. The space wormhole opened by the family in the Silver Plate River system is not inside the Silver Plate floating land, but is located in a small debris belt thousands of light years away from the Silver Plate floating land. The Silver Plate floating land is different from the Jiexing floating land. It is the ancestral land of the Tuoba royal family. The monitoring strength is much stronger than that of the Jiexing floating land without a Star Destroyer captain, even with the shielding of a large combined illusion. It is not foolproof. So the Song family did not dare to place the space wormhole directly on the bottom of the Silver Plate floating land. Because of this, Song Qi, who felt it was too troublesome, took Song Yin to the Silver Plate floating land with a market as a transfer. It just so happened that the place where the Earth Spirit Ginseng appeared was also the Silver Plate City, which was very convenient. After arriving at Silver Plate City, Song Qi and the others rushed to the target shop as soon as possible. Silver Plate City, Tianyin Shop. As a direct shop under the jurisdiction of Tianyin Chamber of Commerce, the scale of Tianyin Shop can be ranked in the top 20 in this Silver Plate city. Tianjin Chamber of Commerce is one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in the Silver Plate Kingdom. It ranks among the top 3 among the top 10 chambers of commerce. It has an extreme dreadnought ship. Whether in terms of financial resources or scale, it is not comparable to the Annan Consortium that troubled the Pan family. Walking into the Tianjin store, perhaps sensing the hidden 6th level life pressure on the two people, the maid took Song Qi and Song Yin directly to the top floor. Two dreadnought captains. I am the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce, Deacon Ji Min. I wonder what you two adults want to buy. Song and Qi looked at each other. And finally Song Yin spoke, Deacon Ji. I heard that your store recently purchased a 100,000-year-old Earth Spirit ginseng. I wonder if the news is true. Hearing that the two people's target was the Earth Spirit ginseng, Ji Min frowned. He quickly shook his head. My lords, I'm really sorry. The news about Earth Spirit ginseng is correct. But we have no intention of buying it. Hearing this, Song and Qi were not disappointed. Because from the other party's tone, it was obvious that there was still room for negotiation. Chapter 563 3 Strands of Golden Fire Rare Items. Deacon Ji, give me a definite answer. What do you want in exchange? Song Yin did not like this kind of cryptic communication, so he got straight to the point. On the other side, Ji Min's eyes turned, but he did not reply. Song Qi and the others thought for a while, and finally took out a small porcelain bottle. After checking the contents of the porcelain bottle, Ji Min's eyes lit up. But is it the 6th level Moon Spring? Deacon Ji has a good eye. It is indeed the 6th level Moon Spring. Recently, there are many dreadnought captains who have attacked the Star Destroyer, and more than 90% of them have failed. Now the price of a 6th level Moon Spring has increased several times. How about exchanging it for the Earth Spirit Ginseng? After saying that, Song Qi and the other person stared at Ji Min in front of them. This 6th level Moon Spring was exactly what Song Wujiang had in his hand before. Ding Hai Longxiang was upgraded to a Star Destroyer at one time, and it was no longer needed. So it was sent back to Song Qi now for the Earth Spirit Ginseng. It had to be taken out. The 100,000-year-old Earth Spirit Ginseng. Coupled with the current situation, its value has also increased many times. Ordinary resources and floating land origins are obviously impossible to impress the other party. In order to ensure that the ancestors' guidance technique can break through, Song Qi can't care too much. As the highest manager of the Tianjin Chamber of Commerce in Yipan City, Ji Min has met many big shots. So even when facing the gazes of the two fearless captains, he seemed very calm. After thinking for a moment, he looked embarrassed. The 100,000-year-old Earth Spirit Ginseng is a spiritual object for impacting the 7th level guidance technique, and it is very valuable. Although the 6th level Moon Spring is equally precious, it is still inferior to the Earth Spirit Ginseng. At this point, he stopped, but Song Qi and the others had already understood the meaning of his words. Without hesitation, Song Qi took out the second porcelain bottle again, plus this 5th level Moon Spring. Deal. Confirming that the 5th level Moon Spring was real, Ji Min smiled brightly and agreed directly. He himself was a senior battleship captain with an age of over 3,000. Otherwise, he would not have been able to win the position of managing the Yipan City branch in the fiercely competitive Tianjin Chamber of Commerce. However, precisely because of his age, Ji Min still had a strong desire to challenge the fearless captain. In addition, the civilization war is imminent. If he really waits for the war to start, the battle will probably not end until his life is almost over. If he does not try to advance before the war starts, he is afraid that he will hardly have a chance in the future. So after Song Qi took out a 5th level Moon Spring, he agreed without hesitation. The two sides reached a deal, and soon each got what they wanted. At the door of Tianjin shop, Song Qi and the other person stepped out, with a slight exclamation in their hearts. The two glanced at the three figures who just passed by. Although these three people tried their best to restrain their aura, it was not a secret in front of Chong Tong. Two of them had the 6th level guiding technique, and one had the peak of the 5th level. Of course, for them, this was just a small episode, and they quickly forgot about it after a brief accident. Yipan Fulu is the capital of the entire Yipan River system, and it is also connected to the capitals of many surrounding river systems. Yipan City is also the leading trading city in the Fulu open area. It is normal for such a strong man to appear. Tianjin shop, still on the top floor. What a coincidence, the things you three are looking for have been bought by someone. Hearing this, the middle-aged man in the middle of the three hurriedly asked, "When did it happen?" Knowing that the identities of the three people were not simple, Ji-min would naturally not hide it. "Just now, maybe you have met before." Hearing this, the three people looked at each other instantly. The two people who just came in. After saying that, without waiting for Ji-min to say anything more, the three people stood up together. The dark energy around them surged. In order to save time, they flew straight out of the windowsill on the top floor of the shop. A few minutes later. "Two friends, please wait a moment." Song Chi and Song Yin heard the call from behind, and they turned around, and saw the three people they met at the entrance of Tianyin store chasing them. They were not too worried, but more curious. This, Silver Plate City, was built by several major forces, and there are not many 6th level fearless captains who dare to cause trouble here. "I wonder if you two just bought the Earth Spirit Ginseng from Tianyin store?" Song Chi and the other two suddenly realized that they came for the Earth Spirit Ginseng. After figuring this out, they were no longer interested and turned around. "We have a use for this thing, and we won't sell it." This direct sentence completely blocked the three people who had just caught up with them from continuing to talk. Seeing Song Chi and Song Yin turn around without hesitation, another fearless captain among the three said anxiously, "We are from the Zhao royal family of the Yunpan River system next door. Can you two give us some face? We are willing to pay a high price." Song Chi and Song Yin raised their eyebrows slightly, but they were not too surprised. Two fearless captains plus a peak battleship captain. There are not many forces with such strength. The Yunpan River system is located on the east side of the Yunpan River system, and is completely opposite to the Tianpan River system. The ruler of the river system is the Yusong Kingdom. As the royal family of Yusong, the Zhao royal family is similar in strength to the Tuoba royal family. It is easy for them to send two fearless captains. Although they were a little surprised, the two did not stop. The Zhao family's fearless captain wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the middle-aged fearless captain. "Forget it. They are determined. And there must be someone in the clan who is also trying to break through the 7th level guidance technique. They will not give up." After a small episode, Song Chi and the others returned to Longji continent through the market again. Seeing that they successfully took back the 100,000-year-old Earth Spirit Ginseng, Song Xiuan was overjoyed. And the Earth Spirit Ginseng was immediately sent to the Dinghai Longxiang. After that, all they had to do was wait. Time passed, and another 14 years passed. There were only 30 years left before the four great empires of Xinhua humanity officially launched a full-scale war against the 8-armed snake demon civilization. 6 years ago, the family began to sell off the war supplies they had hoarded, and the price of the war supplies at that time had risen to 40 times the initial purchase price. Under this huge price difference, the Song family not only refilled the family vault early in the past 6 years, but also purchased a lot of rare resources and top-quality items from the market. In the market of the heavens, the Tianqiu Songqiong hangs high in the sky, and the 8th level dominance power gathers in the secret realm. Under the warship, the corpse of the 7th level, Black Devouring King Beast, is quietly suspended, and the 8th level dominance power acts on it, refining the flesh and blood and the dominance true spirit in the corpse at a very fast speed. Half a year later, the corpse of the Black Devouring King Beast has completely lost its value. On the other hand, Song Chi has an extra drop of the 7th level Star Beast Source blood in his hand, and 35 dominance true spirits. Including these 35, I have accumulated 54 master spirits. He frowned as he muttered, "It looks like a lot, but it's not much. Master, the communication bracelet has received new information, and the one who sent the message is original ancestor." Suddenly, the voice of the Abyss Devil outside rang in his mind, and Song Chi hurriedly left the market. Song Xiuan's information is still very important. Qingwen Manor. Song Chi stared at the light screen projected by the quantum communication bracelet in front of him. The ancestor has come out of retreat. After reading the information on the screen, Tianqiu Songqiong was summoned immediately, and then rushed straight into the sky. Longji Divine Mountain, Ancestral Temple. When Song Chi arrived, Song Wujiang was already standing at the head of the hall. 7th level life pressure, the guidance technique has been successfully broken through. Feeling the pressure emanating from the hall, Song Chi and Song Yin, who had taken a step ahead of him, looked at each other, and both of them had joy in their eyes. The guidance technique has successfully broken through the 7th level, which means that the ancestor has become a true Star Destroyer captain, and this is extraordinary. Let alone the improvement in strength. The fact that they would no longer be looked at differently by the captains of the same level star destroyers would have a huge impact. At least in the upcoming civilization war. Their Song family would no longer be used as cannon fodder, which was crucial. At the head of the hall, Song Wujiang looked over. When their eyes met, Song Qi had never felt like this before. He only felt that the old ancestor's eyes were extremely bright, as if they were an eternal star hanging high above his head, which made him feel humble instinctively. But he quickly came back to his senses, knowing that this was because of the huge gap in status between the 6th order life and the 7th order life. Just like the 4th order life in the stars he compared to the 3rd order. The gap between the 7th order life and the 6th order life is the same, or even greater. As if he had seen through their thoughts, Song Wujiang smiled and explained. The breakthrough time is too short, and the control of the inner energy is still a little awkward. Don't worry about it. After that, he continued, thanks to that, Earth Spirit Ginseng, I completed the breakthrough of the 7th order guidance technique 10 years ago. Using this second law amplitude period, my space law has successfully entered perfection. Explaining, Song Wujiang waved his hand gently, and the next second a large number of space laws rose in the whole hall. Under the influence of these perfect space laws, Song Qi, Song Xiuan, and Song Yin in the hall slowly rose into the air. Of course, it was not just that. After Song Wujiang's perception of space laws exceeded 80%, he was also able to achieve this level. The key point was that Song Qi and the other two could not resist at all at this moment, even though their perception of the laws had already reached perfection. This is the domineering nature of the perfect level of law. After taking back the power of these laws, Song Wujiang went straight to the point. Since we have successfully broken through, there are only the last 30 years left before the start of the civilization war. We should not delay any longer and go directly to the ruins. Are you ready? The sky of the Dragon Ridge continent, deep in the clouds. 3 warships are hovering quietly. In the Warship Magnetic Wave Communication Group chat, Song Yin turned his head and glanced at Song Wujiang and Song Qi. Seeing the two nodded one after another, he did not hesitate any longer and directly activated the warship to launch in the alien star domain. Following the flame-boiling sea, Dinghai Longxiang and Tianxiu Sangxiong also activated the alien star domain launch function one after another. Below the floating land, Song Xiuan, standing on the hillside of Longji Mountain, looked up at the sky until a violent space fluctuation swept by. He retracted his gaze again. Song Xingru is now in charge of Jeffing floating land, and Song Shishing is on the Silver Plate continent. Although Lingji continent is already a level 7 floating land, it is always protected by a level 7 floating land shield. But it is still safer to have a level 6 dreadnought to guard it. So he did not follow Song Qi and the other two. Unknown star field, silent starry sky. After the violent space fluctuations, 3 warships, 1 large and 2 small, appeared out of thin air. Flame-boiling sea. In the main control room, Song Yin controlled the interlocking parts on the warship to retract the interlocking light bands, and soon, the 3 warships separated one by one. Xiao Yin, do you have a star map? In the fast-connected magnetic wave communication group chat, Song Wujiang's questioning voice sounded. Song Yin shook his head. There is no need for a star map. The ruins of civilization are over there. Following the direction Song Yin pointed, Song Qi only saw a void of starry sky. He originally thought that it was still some distance away, but Song Yan's next move was somewhat surprising. The flame-boiling sea only moved in that direction for a few seconds, and then suddenly disappeared from the two people's sight. Knowing that there was a special space light curtain, the 2 warships followed closely. Buzz buzz buzz, passing through the transparent space curtain that could not be captured by the naked eye or radar. Song Qi suddenly felt as if he appeared in a dream star field, like the space where the corpses of the Blood Battle clan were placed in the Blood Battle secret realm. Behind the transparent space curtain was a closed star field of a small area. A small star was suspended on each side, and the starlight emitted by the 2 made the starry sky particularly bright. In the middle of the starry sky surrounded by the 2 stars, there were 2 parallel space wormholes. Through Song Yan's introduction, Song Qi and his companions knew that the end of the twin wormholes was the inheritance place of the advanced civilization he had obtained. But he had already explored the wormhole on the left and obtained all the remaining inheritances in it. At the end of the right wormhole is the flame world, which he had explored before. But after only halfway through, the flame-boiling sea could not withstand the terrifying high temperature and had to return the same way. Song Qi was eager to try this explanation. He had great confidence in the current Tianxu Sangqiong. The 3-layer golden sanctuary level energy shield alone gave him great confidence. However, Song Yan was obviously aware of the horror of the flame world, and was not optimistic about it. Finally, Song Qi still wanted to give it a try. Buzz buzz buzz. The warship engine roared, pushing the Tianxu Sangqiong all the way to the entrance of the space wormhole. And the Dinghai Longxiang and Lian Juhai followed closely behind. Please note that the external fire attribute energy is extremely rich and is eroding the frost shield. As soon as it rushed into the wormhole entrance, the prompt sound of the Qiongtian intelligent brain sounded immediately. Song Qi ignored it and controlled the Tianxu Sangqiong to continue to rush into the wormhole corridor. A few hours later, the 3 layers of energy shields of Tianxu Sangqiong were all overloaded, and the last blessing component had been activated once. Seeing this, Song Qi controlled the warship to stop. Through the warship display, he could see the red in front of him. The extremely distorted void burned by the infinite heat wave. At a certain moment, the shadow of his double pupils caught 3 golden lights in the depths of space. They were 3 golden flames. Although it was a little blurry, he believed in his own 6th-level double pupils. 3 strands of golden holy-level fire seed wonders. After confirming this, although he was excited, Song Qi's hands did not slow down, controlling the Tianxu Sangqiong to quickly turn the ship around. Without the energy shield, the terrifying flame energy from the outside world was continuously eroding the black hole evolution layer on the surface of the ship's armor. In this case, the battleship could no longer move forward and had to leave. Chapter 564 Gold Upgraded Fire Source. Not long after, the 3 warships returned to the outside of the wormhole entrance. After witnessing the horror of the flame world, the 3 began to discuss carefully. The first thing to be determined was to recall the 2 dreadnoughts first, and let the Dinghai Longxiang, which had been promoted to a Star Destroyer, try it out. Compared to the dreadnought, the Star Destroyer not only has a higher basic component blessing, but also can make greater use of the silver and above components. Of course, this is not enough. The black hole armor on my warship is of the highest quality black, which can be used to derive double-layer armor. In addition, there is also a gold quality, Flame God Overlord skull, on the Flame Boiling Sea. Song Yan was the first to speak, and he sent out the attribute panels of the 2 parts one after another. Black Hole Armor LV70 quality, Black features, Double-layer armor feature 2, Real defense feature 3, Protection value increased by 380% feature 4, Black Hole Furnace feature 5, Black Hole Storm feature 6, Black Hole Fission. Flame God Overlord Skull LV70 quality, Gold features. The firepower of the loaded warship is increased by 350% feature 2. The speed of perceiving the law of fire inside the loaded warship is increased by 450% feature 3. Fire resistance plus 8200 feature 4. Flame shield feature 5. Flame God Overlord True Spirit Guardian consumption. 1800/S effect. When the loaded warship is attacked by external flame energy, it will automatically weaken its power by 65%. These 2 parts are obviously of great help in resisting the flame energy in the future. Song Qi thought about it, and then took out 3 parts. They are the golden quality, Angel Kingship Wings, the silver, Final Blessing, and the black quality, Black Hole Evolution Layer. Needless to say, the effects of these 3 parts also have a good increase in the defense of the warship. As for the Skyfrost Crown, the same Xinhua warship can only carry 2 special parts of the same kind, Flame God Domination Skull, and Angel Kingship Wings, are of the same kind, Skyfrost Crown, cannot be used even if it is taken out. Looking at the parts brought out by his 2 juniors, even though they had been upgraded to Star Destroyers, Song Wujiang was still a little shocked. You have to know that he has been exploring the Star Sea for more than 3,000 years. But he has only obtained 1 black wonder so far. And it is a black wonder that cannot be transformed into a shipborne part. It is simply incomparable with Song Qi and Song Yin. Of course, he automatically ignored the fact that Dragon Whale Hull was a damaged wonder, and it was very likely to be a colorful mythical wonder when it was intact. After calming down, Song Wujiang quickly thought of something. Xiaoyan, can your black hole armor be uninstalled without loss? And Xiaoqi, if not, then don't uninstall it. The cost is too high. Let's try the 3-layer golden energy shield first to see if it works. But he obviously thought too much. Song and Qi answered quickly. Don't worry, Ancestor. It's not a big problem. This is me too. Hearing this, a trace of helplessness appeared in Song Wujiang's deep eyes. After discussing the follow-up action plan, the three of them began to wait quietly. The previous test caused many parts to cool down, and they had to wait until they were all buffered before they could officially take action. 3 months later, the Dinghai Longxiang, which had made all preparations, activated its own engine. With a roar, the warship slowly sank into the space wormhole entrance on the right. In the warship's main control room, Song Wujiang stood in the middle, and behind him, Song Qi and Song Yin stood on both sides. The three of them all had a heavy look in their eyes, because the result of this time was directly related to the strength of the Song family's peak combat power in the future civilization battlefield. The silver Xinhua ship body and the golden Xinhua ship body. There is an essential difference between the two. As the Dinghai Longxiang slowly approached, it can be seen that the distortion of the surrounding space is gradually increasing, which means that the surrounding flame energy is slowly increasing. However, the Dinghai Longxiang is a star destroyer after all, and the speed at which the second and third layers of energy shields given by the two components, Angel Kingship Wings and Flame God Domination Head, are damaged has greatly slowed down. In addition to the flame resistance provided by the head of the Flame God, and the weakening of flame energy, when the Dinghai Longxiang reached the limit of the Tianshu Sanqiong, the 3 layers of energy shields of the warship were barely wiped out. Here, the 3 people could already see the 3 golden fire wonders that Song Qi had captured before. With joy, the warship continued to move forward. After dozens of minutes, the Dinghai Longxiang was not far from the first golden fire wonder. A little further to the left. Stop! 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 As the 3 spoke one after another, Dinghai Longxiang, suddenly a powerful traction beam shot out from the hull. At a certain moment, the golden fire was accurately captured, and gradually retracted towards the warship under the effect of the traction beam. Soon, the first golden fire was pulled into the warship. Star Lotus Fire can be transformed into a seed of fire and upgraded to a fire source. Seeing the properties of the fire, Song Qi and the others quickly informed the ancestor of the good news. Rare item, Star Lotus Fire. Quality, gold. Transformable, fire source upgraded from Seed of Inheritance. Note: a special fire seed created after the death of an 8th level peak flame god of the Flame God clan. After a long period of evolution, it became a special Star Seed rare item. After getting this strand of Star Lotus Fire, the 3 members of the Song family were in a good mood. Not to mention anything else, getting this first strand of golden upgraded fire source means that even if they can't get the next 2 strands, they can return to the outside world first, wait for the ancestor to complete the upgrade of the Seed of Inheritance, and strengthen the warship components, then return for a second exploration. Once the golden fire seed is obtained, the parts on the Dinghai Longxiang can be strengthened to the 8th level, and the difficulty of exploration will be greatly reduced. The warship continued to advance, and nearly 10 minutes later, the second golden fire was also pulled back to the warship in the same way. At the same time, the high-energy particle energy shield, repaired by the last blessing, parts was overloaded again, and the external flame energy began to erode the outer black hole evolution layer of the black hole armor. However, bad things come in pairs. Song Qi and the others soon discovered that the second ray of fire could not be transformed into an upgraded fire source, and was just an ordinary golden fire. After receiving this news, Song Wujiang did not react much, and continued to control the Dinghai Longxiang to fly towards the third ray of golden fire in front. However, the third ray of fire was obviously far away, and now it was about to reach the center of this flame world. The surrounding flame energy became more and more violent, and with every step forward, the flame erosion suffered by the warship became more and more serious. Sensing the situation of the warship, Song Wujiang timely activated the Angel King True Spirit Protection feature of Song Qi's Angel King's Wings. As the shadow of the 8th level Angel King's True Spirit descended, the erosion suffered by Dinghai Longxiang was greatly weakened. At this moment, Song Yin behind Song Wujiang suddenly spoke. "Look at that." Looking in the direction he pointed, Song Qi quickly caught a special item. "Is it a bracelet?" This object looks like a bracelet, and its surface also emits a trace of golden light. But the golden light it emits is a little faint, and surrounded by fire. The 3 people have not noticed its existence. This golden bracelet is not far from the current position of Dinghai Longxiang. So Song Wujiang quickly made a decision. and the warship turned around and approached the bracelet. With the protection of the Angel King's true spirit, the speed of this advance was very fast, and it arrived at the location of the golden bracelet in a short while. The tractor beam shot out again. Perhaps because the Angel King's true spirit shadow was too big, the area eroded by the surrounding flame energy was also larger. In short, the true spirit shadow, that could have lasted for quite a while, soon fell into darkness. Before the golden bracelet was put into the warship, the true spirit shadow completely dissipated. Zzz. On the surface of the warship, the black hole evolution layer was constantly being eroded, and the scorching sound of the flames was clearly audible. Not long after, the second dominant shadow appeared again above the warship. This is an 8th level master's true spirit phantom covered with flames, from an 8th level master of the Flame God clan long ago. Unlike the true spirit phantom of the Angel King, this 8th level Flame God clan master's true spirit phantom is obviously more solid, or the surrounding flame environment has a certain increase in it. The phantom's diffusion speed is much slower than the previous Angel King's true spirit phantom. Time passed. Finally, the bracelet emitting a light golden glow was taken into the warship. Song Chi and the others immediately focused their attention on the bracelet, but what puzzled them was that this golden bracelet was not a rare item in the Star Sea, and there was no attribute panel at all. After a careful inspection, the two felt that this thing was more like a special storage device. The slight spatial fluctuations that occasionally pass through the surface of the bracelet further prove this point. Hearing the two speculations, Song Wujiang's eyes also flashed with a strange color. If this is true, then the value of this bracelet is worth talking about. The world of fire under his feet, if nothing unexpected happens, is likely to be derived from the death of the 8th level Peak Flame God clan, who left behind the inheritance. In this way, several people had to guess whether this bracelet was related to the 8th level Peak Flame God clan master. If this is true, the value of a storage device left by an 8th level Peak Flame God clan master can be imagined. Thinking of this, the Dinghai Longxiang suddenly stopped moving forward. Song Wujiang thought for a moment, and then turned the ship directly towards the exit of the space wormhole without any hesitation. The location of the third golden fire seed is too far away. According to his judgment, even with the protection of the Flame God Master's true spirit phantom, it is not certain that he can get it. Besides, this flame space is not just about these 3 golden fires. There are also many silver and red fires around it. Besides, the battleship is only at the center of the flame space, and it is still far from its deepest point. Song Wujiang's idea is to return and fuse the golden fire source first, and take a look at the bracelet that is suspected to be the 8th level storage device of the Flame God clan. When the components such as High Energy Particle Energy Shield, Flame God Domination Skull, Angel Kingship Wings are strengthened to the 8th level, it will not be too late to explore in depth then. Soon, Dinghai Longxiang returned to the entrance of the space wormhole in the battleship's main control room. Without the influence of flame energy, Song Wujiang could safely observe the bracelet emitting a faint golden light. After looking at it for a few minutes, he finally confirmed yes, it is indeed a special space storage device. As he said this, the psionic energy in his body surged wildly, and the 7th level psionic energy flowed along his fingertips and began to continuously inject into the golden bracelet. Chapter 565 Amazing Harvest. Originally, Song Wujiang thought that it might be troublesome to open the storage bracelet, but the result was surprisingly simple. With the continuous injection of psionic energy, he could clearly sense that the repulsive energy inside the bracelet was being consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a little thought, Song Wujiang understood the reason. According to the information disclosed by the Xinhua human civilization, the Yenshin clan flourished 1,000,000 years ago, and was destroyed hundreds of thousands of years ago, and the civilization was completely cut off. In other words, the 8th level Peak Flame God Lord who left this relic was at least an ancient existence from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even if the sealing power in his storage bracelet was strong, it was only in the past. Now, after hundreds of thousands of years, it has almost disappeared. This process lasted for several hours. At a certain moment, there was a loud crash, and then a large number of items appeared out of thin air, almost filling the entire battleship's main control room. After dozens of minutes of careful counting, the 3 finally counted all the items that were poured out of the storage bracelet. As expected of a storage device for an 8th level peak creature, there are so many good things. The same thought came to the minds of the 3 people. Even a rich man like Song Qi, his eyelids were twitching slightly. After a detailed inventory by the three people, they finally determined that among the items in front of them, the most valuable ones were 2 black supreme treasures. In addition, there were 5 golden holy treasures, more than 30 silver legendary treasures, not to mention red and orange ones. This was just the Star Sea treasure. There were also 120 Master True Spirits, 35 strands of Chaos Energy, 2 7th level Master level King Insect Corpses, and 900 standard units of Eternal Stone bricks. Finally, there are the Fire Crystals, Fire Copper, and other rare resources. The 2 black artifacts are the Flame God Annihilation Cannon and the Divine Mind Chapter. Both can be transformed into shipborne parts. The first is the Flame God Annihilation Cannon, which is a black quality star-destroying cannon with amazing power. Flame God Annihilation Cannon LV0 quality, black. Features: Annihilation Power Feature 2, True Armor Break. Feature 3, Power increased by 270%. Feature 4, this main gun has a 35% chance to trigger a double damage critical hit each time it attacks. Feature 5, Super Energy Storage. Feature 6, Annihilation Star Crusher Consumption, 10,000/shot, Psionic Points, Attack, 500 Charging, 300s. Buffer, 30 minutes upgrade required, 100 Wisps of Floating Land Origin, Level 0, 10,000 Psionic Points, 1 Fire Crystal, Annihilation Power. The attack from the Star Destroyer comes with a strong annihilation power, will cause continuous erosion damage to the hit unit, and is extremely difficult to clear. True Armor Break, omitted. Super Energy Storage. Consumes 100,000 psionic energy points, starts energy storage for the Star Destroyer 5 times longer than the normal charging time. After completing the energy storage, the power of the Star Destroyer's next attack will increase by 300%, and the cooling time is constant at 240 hours. Annihilation Star Shattering Strike. Consumes 200,000 psionic energy points, gathers infinite annihilation energy, so that the next attack of the Star Destroyer will have the power to annihilate high-level stars, and the cooling time is 10 years. The second piece, Chapter of Divine Mind, is a component that can be recalled remotely across the starry sky. Chapter of Divine Thoughts LV0 quality, black. Unique feature, Divine Thought Binding Effect. Activate Divine Thought Mark. Both bound parties can freely recall across the starry sky. No need to charge and buffer. Upgrade required. 100 Wisps of Floating Land Origin, 0 Order, 10,000 Psionic Points, Divine Thought Binding. After loading, the warship itself is the first binder, can consume 200,000 psionic points. Designate the second binder. After completing the binding, both binders can recall in both directions. Compared to the first Star Destroyer, Song Qi values the second, Chapter of Divine Thoughts, more. This component is the interstellar recall component he has been searching for a long time. As long as he gets this component, if he really encounters an invincible enemy in the future, he can not only escape to the market at any time, but also call back Tianxu Sanqiong across the starry sky, without having to watch the battleship being sunk. In addition, its two-way recall effect can also save him from a space anchor point. In the past, there had to be an anchor mark inside the Tianxu Sanqiong, so that he could freely travel between the battleship, the market, and the Dragon Ridge continent. However, this also made the already limited space anchor points even more insufficient. If he could get this component, the space anchor point that had always been left in the battleship would be completely unnecessary. Without thinking any more, the three turned their attention to the other 5 golden parts. 2 of the 5 golden parts could not be transformed into shipboard parts, namely, Fireglass Armor and Flame God Sword. The last 3 were the key. These 3 strange objects that could transform shipboard parts were a golden energy shield, a golden ship armor, and a special golden contract type part. Red Sunfire Energy Shield LV0 quality, gold features, Real Shield Feature 2, shield value increased by 140%. Feature 3, protection value increased by 140%. Feature 4, Red Sun Damage Reduction. Flame Star Ship Armor LV0 quality, gold features, Real Defense Feature 2, Flame Star Fission Feature 3, 3% of the damaged ship and ship armor can be restored every 30 seconds. Song Qi and Song Yan were not very interested in the first 2 golden parts, but the last one attracted their attention. This is a scroll-shaped wonderful item, Scroll of Fire. Quality, gold. Transformable, Secret of Flame. Note, The ancient scroll that the Flame God clan used to write their oaths has been transformed into a golden sacred wonder after being baptized by the pure flame energy for hundreds of thousands of years. Secret of Flame LV0 quality, gold. Features. Secret of Flame Feature 2, fire resistance increased by 1000. Feature 3, contract authority increased by 1 level. Feature 4, scroll of Son of Fire. Feature 5, the slot occupied by the component is constant at 1 consumption, 50/S, psionic points, effect. The concentration of flame energy inside the loaded warship is increased by 100%, increases the captain's sensitivity to fire energy, perceives the law of fire, increases the comprehension of fire secrets by 20%. No need to charge or buffer. Upgrade requirements. 50 strands of floating land origin, 0 level, 5,000 psionic points, 1 crystal of fire, flame covenant. Consumes 100,000 psionic points. Sign a special contract with the designated creature that both parties agree to. This contract has a priority of black, only black and above quality. And the strengthening level of the contract breaking parts that are not lower than this contract can cancel this contract. Contract content. The captain draws up by himself. Contract time. The captain draws up by himself the maximum number of people in a single contract. 0/100. The number of contracts. A maximum of 1 contract can exist at the same time. Fire Sun Scroll. Fixed, weak speed, defense, attack 5-word oath mantra scroll. Consume a specific scroll and 100,000 psionic points. Apply the corresponding effect to the designated unit. Fixed scroll. Freeze the target unit for 2 seconds. Weak scroll. Weaken the target unit's combat power by 10% within 10 minutes. Speed scroll. Increase the target unit's speed by 20% within 10 minutes. Defense scroll. Increase the target unit's defense by 20% within 10 minutes. Attack scroll. Increase the target unit's damage by 20% within 10 minutes. Note: each scroll needs 24 hours to recover after use. Although this component is a confidentiality agreement component, it not only has a special amplification effect on fire attribute energy, the Fire Sun Scroll. The characteristics can even bring out 5 different abilities, which can be said to be the best of the best characteristics. However, after a careful look, Song-Chi still retracted his gaze. Although this component is not bad, it is obviously more suitable for his elder brother Song-Yen. It is extremely beneficial for Captain Shinhua, who is a master of the law of fire, to load it together with a Flame God Domination Skull. The key is that he still has to fight for the Divine Mind chapter. It is impossible to have both. Right? After looking at the properties of the 7 key wonders, the 3 looked at each other and quickly said what they wanted. Song Wujiang, Flame God Annihilation Cannon. Flame God Starship Armor, Song Yin, Flame Covenant. Flame God Sword, Song Chi, Chapter of Divine Thoughts. Advanced Lightning Attribute Law Crystal. Flame Roaring Engine. It's true, this distribution is just right, and there is no conflict. As for the last piece of Red Sunfire Energy Shield, the 3-man ship of Song Chi is currently equipped with golden energy shields. This Red Sunfire Energy Shield can just be taken back to Song Shiwan. In addition to the distribution of these rare items, the 3 of them also receive 30 portions of the Master's True Spirit, 200 standard units of Eternal Stone bricks, and the extra ones would be stored in the family's secret vault as the family's heritage. As for the chaotic energy, it was needed to repair the Dragon Whale Hull. After completing all the distributions, Song Wujiang began to absorb the golden upgraded fire source after the recovery of the ghost energy in Song Chi and the other 2. Tianshu Sanqiong, main control room. Song Chi was holding 3 components in his hand. 1 black and 2 silver. The black one is the Divine Thought chapter. This part needs no further explanation. It is directly loaded. It is confirmed that it is set as the second binder. Then the part is strengthened to level 70. One of the 2 silver objects is a Crystal of Thunder Attribute Law, which Song Chi carefully put away. The Crystal of Thunder Attribute Law is a consumable required by the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon, 9-layered Purple Sky World-Destroying Tribulation Thunder. Characteristic: the higher the quality of the Crystal of Law, the more Purple Sky World-Destroying Tribulation Thunder it summons. The stronger it is, this silver-quality high-level Thunder Attribute Crystal is enough to serve as another killer weapon on the Tianshu Sanqiong. The last one is the Silver Engine, Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine. After evolving to the Black Ultimate quality, it has an additional Dual Engine feature, which allows the warship to carry a second engine. The gold engine is hard to find, so when I saw an engine part in the Silver Wonder, I could only use this part first. After strengthening this Flame Roaring Engine to level 70, the speed of the Tianqiu Songqiong became more and more amazing. It was obviously not an easy task to fuse the golden upgraded fire source. Time passed, and more than half a year had passed before the airtight hatch of the Dinghai Longxiang was reopened. When Song Qi and the other two who had recalled the battleship re-entered the Dinghai Longxiang, Song Wujiang's faint smile followed and entered their ears. Obviously, the ancestor seed of fire had been successfully upgraded to gold. When the two entered the battleship's main control room, Song Wujiang was already strengthening several battleship parts. Under the golden light, several parts such as high-energy particle energy shield, flame god dominant skull, angel kingship wings, were strengthened to the 8th level one after another. In the past few hundred years, the dominant true spirits obtained by the family were basically in Song Wujiang's hands. Strengthening a few golden parts was still possible, but as compensation, Song Qi and Song Yan each took out 20 copies of the dominant true spirit and gave them to the ancestor. Song Yan had a golden lossless unloading part similar to the three-eyed soul-fixing ring, which could later unload the black hole armor, black hole evolution layer, flame god dominant skull, angel kingship wings, and other parts that had been strengthened to the 8th level without loss. Of course, the number of components that can be used at a time by this unloading component is only 4. But the component level is higher, and the advantage over the three-eyed soul-securing ring is not that great. After the strengthening was completed, the Dinghai Longxiang, which was once again fully prepared, rushed into the space wormhole without hesitation. A few hours later, the Dinghai Longxiang, which was blessed with multiple 8th level components, easily arrived near the 3rd golden fire. The tractor beam took less than 2 minutes to absorb the 3rd golden fire into the battleship. The moment the fire appeared in the cabin, Song Qi focused his eyes on it as quickly as possible. 10 seconds later, the attribute information of the 3rd golden fire appeared in front of him. Wonderful item, Sea Heart Flame. Quality, gold. Transformable, fire seed upgraded fire source. Note, a golden fire wonder bred in the special environment of the star sea. It has a special function. Surprisingly, this 3rd golden fire can be transformed into an upgraded fire source. After calming down, Song Qi turned his gaze to Song Yan beside him. Brother, this civilization relic was discovered by you. I have already taken a black component. You can take this upgraded fire source. Although he said it lightly, only he knew what was in his heart. After all, it was a golden upgraded fire source, which was comparable to the black ultimate component in the Xinhua Captain Circle. However, what Song Yan said next made him stunned. Thank you, 7th brother, but I can't use it. So you can take it? Catching the doubt on his face, Song Yan's phantom energy surged. Then Song Qi saw a flash of golden flame in his eyes. He understood instantly. Song Yan had already been promoted to the golden flame seed, but he still had doubts in his heart. If it was the golden flame seed, then why were the enhancement levels of the 2 parts of Flame God Overlord Skull and Black Hole Armor only LV70? Seeing his thoughts, Song Yan continued to explain, I am poor, and I don't have the true spirit of the Overlord. Song Qi was slightly surprised, but he did not ask any more questions. After thinking for a while, he said to the ancestor, Ancestor, I will give my share of the master spirits extracted from the 2 master-level king insect corpses to compensate my elder brother. Song Wujiang naturally did not object to this request and quickly agreed. Song Yan did not refuse either. He was indeed in urgent need of master spirits at the moment. These extra 30 or so could improve the combat power of Flame Boiling Sea. After carefully collecting this strand of Sea Heart Flame, Song Qi looked at Dinghai Longxiang again. Under the control of the ancestor, the warship was constantly wandering in this flame space, collecting the remaining silver, red, orange and other fire-related wonders with all its strength. Each golden fire seed wonder can produce 3 copies, and the lower level ones will obviously be more. After a while, there were nearly 100 fire seed wonders in the Dinghai Longxiang ancestor. A total of 88 fire seed wonders were collected, including 6 silver, 22 red, and 60 orange, except for 1 silver fire seed, for red fire seeds, and 10 orange fire seeds. The rest can all be converted into upgraded fire sources. The 3 of them were very satisfied with this statistical data. This large number of upgraded fire sources was enough to greatly enhance the family's strength before the civilization war began. We have collected almost all the fire-generating objects in the middle and outer layers. Next, we will continue to move towards the depths of this flame space. After all the fire-generating objects were collected, Song Wujiang also began to take further actions. Ding Hai Longxiang slowly moved towards the depths of the flame space. As time passed, Ding Hai Longxiang, which had been able to handle the middle and outer layers with ease, was hit again. Please note that the battleship's energy shield has been completely overloaded due to the impact of the extreme flame energy from the outside world. Shortly after entering the depths of the flame space, the high-energy particle energy shield that had been strengthened to the 8th level was completely overloaded. Chapter 566, A Glimpse, and the Golden Flame. Song Wujiang did not respond to the semi-automatic shipborne intelligent prompt sound, and continued to control the warship to move forward. After a few minutes, the black hole evolution layer outside the ship's armor was completely shattered, and the double-layer armor given by the black hole armor began to directly contact the violent flame energy outside. Behind Song Wujiang, Song Qi and the others stared at the outside world. The increasingly terrifying flame energy had distorted the surrounding space to the extreme, as if it could be torn apart by the flame at any time. The intensity of the flames outside at this moment should have reached the 8th level. Hearing Song Qi's muttering, Song Yin on the other side looked solemn, and said, to be more precise, "It is not far from the late 8th level." He followed the law of fire, and was more sensitive to the energy of flames. After more than 10 minutes, the double-layer armor given by black hole armor was completely broken. Until this time, Song Wujiang, who had not made any move, finally activated the last blessing of Last Blessing. Features: silver light flashed, the battleship's energy shield, hull armor, including the hull itself, all recovered instantly. The energy shield and the battleship hull were fine, but the black hole armor was not completely repaired. Last Blessing was only a silver component after all, and could not fully exert its effect on the black quality, black hole armor. Moreover, although the energy shield recovered, the holy light shield and the flame shield could not be repaired, so the high-energy particle energy shield did not last long, and soon became overloaded again. In the next few dozen minutes, Song Wujiang activated the 2 features of Angel King's True Spirit Shadow and Flame God Lord's True Spirit Guardian one after another, just to allow the Ding Hai Longxiang to reach deeper into the flame space. Please note that the hull armor has been completely overloaded. The current hull is damaged by 68%. Please repair it as soon as possible. Not long after the Flame God Lord's True Spirit Shadow dissipated, the black hole armor was also completely overloaded. It seemed that the battleship would soon be grounded because the hull was damaged by more than 80%. At this time, Ding Hai Longxiang suddenly turned into a miniature black hole. After turning into a black hole, the infinite flame energy around it was devoured crazily, and it could no longer pose much threat to Ding Hai Longxiang in a short time. Inside the miniature black hole, through the warship projection display, Song Qi and the other 2 saw a wisp of black fire floating quietly in the deepest part of the flame space in front of them. Even if it was just a glimpse, the 3 of them made a judgment immediately. Black fire wonder. Amidst the low cries, the 3 of them were calmer than ever before. The value of the black fire seed was indeed unimaginable, comparable to the color grade components. But in the current situation, once the duration of the black hole fission was over, there was only one way waiting for them. Buried here with the Ding Hai Longxiang, the psionic energy in his body was sealed, and Song Qi could not even enter the market at the moment, and could only wait to die. It was precisely because of the urgency of the situation that the 3 of them were extremely calm. In the end, it was Song Wujiang, who had more experience, who made the decision first. Under his control, the Ding Hai Longxiang, in the form of a miniature black hole, flew backwards at a high speed, without a trace of nostalgia. The black fire seed wonder is indeed extremely rare, but compared to their lives, it is still far less valuable. Moreover, as long as this flame space does not collapse, the black fire seed wonder will not be able to escape. Rather than risking his life, it is far better to wait until he is strong enough to come and take it in the future. Outside the twin wormholes, Ding Hai Longxiang, Lai Yan Juhai, and Tianxu Sangqiong stand side by side. It has been a day since they came out of the flame space deep in the wormhole, and Song Qi and the others have already recovered their psionic energy. In the magnetic wave communication group chat created by the Star Destroyer, the 3 people are constantly communicating. Forget it. Market projection order. Although there are 8 pieces of silver wonders that cannot be converted into shipboard parts. They are silver wonders after all, and they still have to be used at critical moments. The intensity of the flames in the deepest part of the flame space is likely to have reached the peak of the 8th level, and the quasi-8th level dominance power is a bit uncertain. As he said that, Song Wujiang changed the subject and asked tentatively, Xiaoqi, can you leave a coordinate here, so that you can go back and forth freely in the future? It is naturally impossible to leave a black fire wonder here without worrying about it. Even if the exit of the ruins is covered by a special space curtain, it cannot ensure that it is foolproof. What if? So he thought about whether he could let Song Qi leave a space coordinate, so that he could come and check it at any time, which would be much safer. Yes, Song Qi responded quickly. He knew the status of the Zhutian market very well. Although the level of the Yenshin clan civilization ruins was good, it was impossible to block the Zhutian market. Soon, one of the 5 space anchors was set here. After trying to enter the market several times, and making sure there were no problems, Song Qi summoned a 5th level Jishin clan from the battleship and asked it to guard the ruins. In this way, if an accident happened, he would be the first to know. After doing all this, the 3 warships showed no intention of turning around. Only Dinghai Longxiang and Lian Juhai were recalled one after another, and then the 2 quickly rushed to Qinshu Sanqiong. After putting the 2 into the dimensional space stone, Song Qi did not recall Tianshu Sanqiong, but went directly into the market. He wanted to try the effect of the Divine Mind Chapter component he had just acquired. In the market, Song Qi did not summon the 8th level dominant power he had blessed, but chose to activate the Divine Mind binding mark deep in the ancestral orifice in the most ordinary way. The next second, a dazzling dark light began to flash between his eyebrows. Outside, the space of the Yenshin clan civilization ruins, the Tianshu Sanqiong, quietly suspended here, began to emit a large amount of dark energy. Wrapped in this dark energy, the warship suddenly turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky, and soon disappeared into the space of the ruins. In the Zhutian market, a ray of light swept in from the void space outside. With the control of him, the lord of the market did not prevent the entry of this ray of light. Success? But this is not the end. A single test cannot allow Song Qi to fully understand the effect of Divine Thoughts Chapter. Later, he went back and forth between the ruined space, the market, the Dragon Ridge continent, and the Red Star continent. After many tests, he finally figured out the detailed effect of Divine Thoughts Chapter. First of all, it is said that it ignores the distance and can be recalled across the starry sky, but Divine Thoughts Chapter is only of black quality after all. If the distance is far enough, it can also be recalled, but the speed will be frighteningly slow. For example, the recall speed of Red Star Continent and Dragon Spine Continent is unbearable to watch. If he uses the power of the 8th level master to recall in the market, no matter where the warship is left in the outside world, the recall speed is extremely fast, almost in an instant. Song Qi estimated that when he uses the power of the market master to bless the recall, it will be difficult to be blocked by other high-level creatures. And if it is an ordinary recall, it will be very easy to be intercepted. After figuring this out, Song Qi was quite satisfied. At least compared to the cross-space conversion of the battleship transposition device component, it is much more reliable. This red component is also said to ignore the distance. But as long as the distance is too far, the strength of the battleship it is converted to will be greatly reduced, which is very tricky. On the Dragon Ridge continent, Song Wujiang and Song Yin walked out of the dimensional space stone. Both of them looked a little confused. This time, Song Qi obviously took a long time. Just tested the Divine Mind Chapter. After hearing the explanation, Song Wujiang quickly said, "The civilization war is imminent. Let's improve the strength of the warships. As for the 2 Overlord insect corpses, if we use the Dinghai Longxiang to refine them, it may take a long time. Xiaoqi, do you have any ideas?" Song Qi had already told the Lord of the Market in the Zhutian market that he was a great existence of the 8th level. If he was willing to take action, it would obviously be countless times faster. It should be no problem. In the following period, a large number of people in the Song family began to improve their own strength. As for Song Qi, he spent every day in the Zhutian market, while refining the 2 Jun and insect corpses with the power of the 8th level master, while adjusting his own state as much as possible, preparing for absorbing the golden upgrade fire source later. A year and a half later, Song Qi handed over 66 Jun and true spirits, and 2 drops of Zerd Jun and source blood to the ancestor. Song Yin finally got 33 Jun and true spirits. Zhutian Market. After completing the refining of the Jun and insect corpses, Song Qi entered the all-attribute training room. Half a month later, feeling that he had reached his best condition, he took out the strand of Sea Heart Flame. As this strand of golden upgraded fire source was absorbed into the fire ancestral aperture, the chaotic space of the ancestral aperture was instantly illuminated. Zizizizi. The silver fire ancestral seed and the golden upgraded fire source were blending violently. This process was very long. The golden upgraded fire source was different from the others. The energy contained in it was extremely huge. It was not possible for the silver fire ancestral seed to completely devour it in a short time. 1 year later, it was still the all-attribute training room. Song Qi, who had his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Shwa shwa. In the 2 pupils, a golden flame flashed. Finally succeeded, golden fire seed. That's right, just now, the silver fire seed completely completed the swallowing and fusion of the Sea Heart Flame, and thus transformed into gold. Walking out of the all-attribute training room, Song Qi summoned the Tianqiu Sangqiong. Inside the battleship, looking at the words, Golden Fire Ship Body LV-60, on the battleship attribute panel in front of him, Song Qi was completely sure that he was indeed the Golden Fire Seed. Look at the bottom of the battleship attribute panel. The number of special component slots has increased from 170 to 194, which also completely matches the number of slots given by the Golden Fire Seed. The Golden Fire Seed, every time the battleship is upgraded by 5 levels, 16 special slots will be added, 16 times 12 plus 2, exactly 194. After confirming this, his eyes began to shift to the various components loaded on the battleship. As the Fire Seed was promoted to gold, the gold and above components on the Tianqiu Sangqiong can already be upgraded to the 8th level. Chapter 567 8th level components. Promoted to the Golden Flame Seed, Song Qi naturally wanted to strengthen the 8th level components. So, his sight only fell on the gold, black and colored components on the battleship. Colored, time chessboard, black, antimatter energy evolution engine. Black hole evolution layer. MTC projection Emperor's tomb. Chapter of Divine Mind, gold, purple sky divine thunder cannon. Blood spear. Neutron star core armor. Yin Yang counterattack annihilation shield. Eye of heaven. Poshazin seal. Heavenly power control ring. Angel king power wings. Skyfrost crown. Blood battle monument. Mythical giant python's eternal shelter scale. Heavenly destiny compass plate. The above 17 components are all he is concerned about. Among them, black hole evolution layer and angel kingship wings were directly excluded. They had been strengthened to level 80 by the ancestor before. For this reason, he and Song Yin each gave 20 copies of the Master's True Spirit to the ancestor. Now the Master's True Spirit he has left is not much. Only 72 copies. After careful calculation, it is only enough to strengthen 7 parts to the 8th level, plus the Heavenly Power Control Ring, which has now reached level 79. At most 8 pieces. 15 parts. But only 8 of them can be strengthened, which naturally requires careful consideration. The first one to be determined is the Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine part. Many parts need to be strengthened to the 8th level, and it is not possible without sufficient energy supply. 10 parts of the Master's True Spirit plus dozens of strands of the 7th level Floating Land Origin plus 1 strand of the 8th level Floating Land Origin plus some titanium crystals. Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine was successfully strengthened to LV80. Several characteristics have all undergone significant changes. Energy supply efficiency increased from 320% to 350%. Engine thrust increased from 320% to 350%. All the loading parts of the warship that are lower than or equal to the quality of this part. Energy consumption is reduced by 60% to 65%. Energy supply efficiency increased from 14W/S to 17.5W/S. Finally, its psionic pool, which was still 10 million in LV70, has now directly increased to 15 million. In addition, after LV80, if you want to continue to strengthen, if you still use the Lord's True Spirit of the 7th level Lord, you have to consume 10 parts each time. Only the Lord's True Spirit of the 8th level Lord of the same level only needs 1 part. Song Qi shook his head. After the engine, the second part to be strengthened is the Eternal Scale of the Mythical Python. With its strengthening to the 8th level, there is no need to worry about the various remote searches, and positioning methods of the Shang family. After that, he strengthened 4 parts in succession, namely Time Chessboard, Blood Battle Monument, Blood Spear, and Poshazin Seal. Time Chessboard LV80 quality, color/higher features, reduce the cooling time of all parts of the loaded warship by 75%. Feature 2, time resistance increased by 25,000. Feature 7, the efficiency of understanding the time law inside the loaded warship is increased by 470%. Feature 8, 9 life and death chess. In addition, the duration and time speed of the time chessboard feature have also been improved. The chessboard field constructed with a minimum of 36 time chess pieces has a speed of 50 times. 72 pieces is 100 times. And so on. The duration has been increased to 50 minutes. And the cooling time is only 120 hours. The cooldown time of the time chess game feature has been reduced to 60 years. And the duration has been increased to 3.5 hours. The Blood Battle Monument component has raised its control-free buff to a higher level. As for the Blood Spear, after being strengthened to level 8, the damage of this golden super main gun has become more and more terrible. The last, Poshazin Seal component, after level 8, the cooldown time of the Pajua Time Realm Time Domain feature has only been reduced to 2 years. Looking away from these 4 parts, Song-Chi glanced at the Master Spirit in his hand. There were still 12 parts left, and there were not many 4 strands of the 8th level Floating Land Origin and titanium crystals left. At this point, he could still strengthen the last part. Song-Chi was a little entangled. He wanted to strengthen the Neutron Star Core Armor, Yin Yang Counterattack Annihilation Shield, and Eye of Heaven. In the end, he chose the Yin Yang Counterattack Annihilation Shield. The Black Hole Evolution Layer, strengthened by the ancestor before, was a temporary replacement for the reinforcement of the hull armor. As a general, stable, the captain who has these 2 words engraved in his bones, Song-Chi naturally prefers to strengthen the Yin Yang Shield. Yin Yang Shield LV80 quality, gold characteristic, Yin Yang damage reduction characteristic 2, real shield characteristic 3, energy shield value increased by 320% characteristic 4, shield protection value increased by 320% characteristic 5, Yin Yang mutual generation consumption, 5200/S, phantom energy points, protection, 525 billion shield value, 110 trillion/110 trillion charging, 10s buffering after overload, 30 minutes. Yin Yang damage reduction. Energy shield has the ability to balance Yin and Yang. And when attacked by all external energy, it will automatically weaken by 70%. Real shield. Energy shield has real defense attributes, ignoring ordinary shield breaking, armor breaking and other effects, and reducing the power of real shield breaking, rail armor breaking and other damage to a certain extent. Yin Yang mutual growth. Energy shield is balanced by the 2 properties of Yin and Yang. When the shield value of the energy shield is damaged, it will automatically recover, recovering 2% of the shield value per second. Looking at the Yin Yang Counterattack Annihilation Shield component that has been strengthened to LV80, Song-Chi is very satisfied. Not to mention its damage reduction attribute of up to 70%, the last one. Yin Yang mutual growth. The characteristics are also very good. Although the proportion of 2% is small, the key is that it recovers 2% per second. Taking the shield value of the current LV80, Yin Yang Hedging Annihilation Shield, it can recover 2.2 trillion shield points per second. This may not be too intuitive. Let's compare it with the LV70, All Souls Destruction Bow, the silver super main gun. Its current attack is 120.5 billion. Even if the powerful attack characteristic of Living Annihilation Arrow is activated, the damage that can be caused in a single shot is at most 10 trillion, including Liang Yi damage reduction, 70% damage reduction, and the defense of real shield. The Yin Yang shield can be restored in a few seconds. This is not counting the recovery effect of the Neutron Star Pulse feature of Neutron Star Core Armor. From this perspective, the defensive ability of the 8th level Yin Yang shield is obvious. After the 6 parts were strengthened, there were only 2 Master Spirits left in his hand, and only 3 strands of the 8th level Floating Land Origin. Song-Chi thought about it, and still spent 1 Master Spirit and 1 strand of the 8th level Floating Land Origin to strengthen the Heavenly Power Control Ring to LV80. At this point, the resources he had accumulated in the past were basically used up. However, he did not regret it. After this enhancement, The combat power of the Tianqiu Sangqiang was greatly improved, and he even had the urge to face the master of living beings. Of course, this was just a fleeting thought in his mind. Or it could be an illusion after the battleship was enhanced. The specific situation would depend on the actual combat later. In the Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain. In the Dragon Whale Hall surrounded by chaotic fog. Many figures gathered here. Among them were Song Wujiang, Song Yin, Song Qi, who were standing in the center of the hall, and Song Xiuan, Song Shishing, Song Xingru, who were projected. Grandfather, did something big happen in the clan again? It hadn't been long since the last time the Dragon Whale Hall was used to summon the projections of the core members of the clan. Now it was summoned again so quickly. Song Xingru instinctively thought that something might have happened on the Dragon Ridge continent. But Song Wujiang shook his head gently. It's true that it's a big thing, but it's not that the family is in crisis, but I want to ask for your opinions. What? Do you remember the Zerg Queen's nest that Xiaoqi mentioned before? Hearing this, everyone nodded. They all had a deep impression of this matter, after all. The Star Dragon Shark was enslaved in that star field. What does the ancestor mean? You want to take action against the dominant Zerg Queen. Song Xiuan, who had successfully installed the golden, red Sunfire energy shield component a year ago and then went to Yaoan floating land to take charge. Roughly guessed Song Wujiang's idea. That's right. Ding Hai Longxiang has been promoted to a Star Destroyer and has been promoted to a Golden Spark, together with Xiaoyan and Xiaoqi, including you who are also Silver Sparks. The entire family is now in urgent need of a master spirit. If we can solve that insect nest, it will definitely greatly alleviate this problem. Having said this, the hall fell silent, and several people carefully considered the feasibility of this matter. It is true that the family is in urgent need of a master spirit, but the insect nest of the ancient queen is not a good place, so it must be considered carefully. A few minutes later, Song Shishing asked, Xiaoqi, Xiaoyin, what do you two think of the combat power of your own ships? Below the hall, the two people standing beside the old ancestor looked at each other, and the next second Song Yin took the lead in replying to Xingzu, my grandson is confident that he can hold back a dominant king insect. Following Song Yin, Song Qi gave the same answer. Replying to Xingzu, I feel the same way. Hearing their assurances, the eyes of Song Xiuan and the other two, who were still a little hesitant, lit up. The dominant class ancient queen is guarded by 4 dominant king bugs. If Song Qi and Song Yin can hold one each, together with the Star Dragon Shark and the 3 of them, it will be enough for Song Wujiang to deal with the Zerg Queen without any worries. Seeing that everyone's eyes were turned to him, Song Wujiang hesitated for a moment, and then gave a positive answer. Ding Hai Longxiang has been upgraded to a golden fire hull, and many parts on the warship have been strengthened to the 8th level. In addition to the newly installed Black Star Destroyer, it is not difficult to deal with a Zerg Queen of the same level. As soon as this was said, the result was obvious. In this case, with the projection of the master that Xiaoqi can summon at any time, it is indeed worth a try. During the discussion, the action plan was completely finalized. In short, 1 month later, we will officially go to the starfield of the ancient queen's nest. During this period, several fearless captains of the Song family returned one after another. With the connection of the space wormhole, it is 10 times or 100 times more convenient to go back and forth. As for Song Qi, he once again left a market projection order in Lansha City and Longji continent to prevent unexpected situations. Time passed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Tianqiu Sangqiang was hovering alone in the sky of the Dragon Ridge continent. Buzz! After a series of spatial fluctuations, the Tianqiu Sangqiang, which was 160,000 meters long, disappeared out of thin air in the alien star field, outside the floating land that enslaved the starry sky dragon shark. A giant warship emerged from the space vortex in the warship's main control room. After confirming that there was no danger in the surrounding starry sky, Song Qi threw the dimensional space stone in his hand to the Abyss Devil behind him. Under his command, the 6th level Abyss Devil flew out of the warship, and then the chaotic energy in its body surged, and Song Wujiang and the other 5 in the dimensional space stone were quickly released. After a while, 6 steel giant ships with a minimum length of more than 120,000 meters hovered side by side. Ding Hai Longxiang Magnetic Wave Communication Group Chat. Song Wujiang, Xiaoqi. Can you determine the location of the Zerg Queen? Song Qi, yes. But the other party seems to have moved the Zerg nest. In the main control room of Tianxu Songqiong, Song Qi's eyes were fixed on the Death Tracking Seal component. On this component, a special tracking coordinate was clearly displayed at this moment. A special coordinate more than 10,000 light-years away from the current position of the Tianxu Songqiong. This tracking coordinate comes from the death hunting order that was issued to the Sawtooth King bug. As a cross-star tracking mark, death hunting order, once hits, it can not only track the target's position across the star sea, but also last for hundreds of years. So even if the ancient queen moved the insect nest more than 10,000 light-years away, it was still easily tracked by the Tianxu Songqiong. After getting the detailed coordinates of the other party, what the Song family members need to do next is to rush over quietly, but this is obviously a bit difficult. The Tianxu Songqiong is naturally no problem, but not all the ships of the ancestors are equipped with powerful concealment components such as Mirage Dragon 1 Wa Pearl, unless Song Qi uses the same method again to bring everyone over. But in this case, how to quietly bring people out of the dimensional space stone later is also a headache. The ancient queen of the Zerg, she is famous for her extremely strong mind, otherwise it would be impossible to remotely control a large number of Zerg guards at the same time. At this time, Song Xiuan sent a property screenshot in the group chat. River of Group Hidden. River of Group Hidden LV70 Quality, Silver. Features, Group Hidden Feature 2, all hidden effects of the loaded warships are increased by 250%. Scanning this property screenshot, Song Qi instantly remembered this part. It is a Group Hidden part that. Group Hidden. The feature combined thousands of warships at once, allowing all bound warships to enter a highly concealed state. This component was used in the pioneering war against the Jiexing clan. Akala, 5 silver lights shot out from the hull one after another, and the 5 silver lights accurately penetrated into the other 5 warships of the Song family. Then Song Qi and his companions heard the shipborne intelligence prompt at the same time. Please note that the warship has received a special binding request. Do you agree? After binding, the warship will temporarily enter a concealed state, with no other negative effects. 2 seconds later, all 6 warships were hidden in the void. And then, the warship jump was activated one after another. Many days later, 6 warships stopped dozens of light years away from a level 6 peak floating land. In the warship communication group chat, a projection screen was playing quietly. It can be seen that the screen image was showing the densely packed Zerg on the level 6 floating land in front. And they were constantly devouring everything on the floating land. As expected of a notorious species, they are going to devour everything containing energy on the floating land and completely destroy this level 6 floating land. Chapter 568 Hunting the Ancient Queen Mother. Through the remote monitoring of the Eye of Heaven feature, the Song family and their party had a complete understanding of the situation on the 6th level peak floating land in front of them. A large 6th level origin eruption, eye in the middle of the floating land, is the core of the large insect nest built by the 7th level ancient queen mother of the starry sky insect race. For king insect pupae chambers, fortunately, just like 200 years ago, no new dominant king insects were bred in the middle. Seeing that there were still only 4 queen insect pupae rooms on the projection screen, the Song family members breathed a sigh of relief. We can't delay any longer. Song Wujiang's voice came from the Dinghai Longxiang, the middle of the 6 warships. His tone was solemn, and he didn't have the sense of relief that Song Xingru, Song Shishing and others said. Look at the belly of the ancient queen. Hearing this, several people looked carefully at the projection screen in front of them again. After more than 10 seconds, Song Xiuan took the lead and said, Indeed, it looks the same as before. But if you look closely at the belly close to the ground, there are a few faint red lines on it. At this point, even someone as big as Song Xingru also reacted. Red lines? Is this about to breed the next king worm? In the Tianxu Songqiong, Song Qi, who has a 6th level double pupil, had already caught this. But he was not surprised. This ancient queen moved the insect nest here at least 100 years ago, and all the essence energy of a whole 6th level peak floating land was swallowed by it. In addition, millions of insect guards killed a large number of medium and high-level star creatures in the surrounding starry sky. It was not difficult to accumulate energy to breed the 5th king worm. Speaking of the king insect that is about to be bred, although it does not have the dominant combat power when it is just bred, it will be able to advance to the 7th level in a short time with its extreme bloodline and the large amount of high-purity energy resources accumulated around it. Therefore, Song Wujiang said that he would act as soon as possible, after learning the details of the insect nest. The 6 people began to discuss the specific combat plan. Half a day later, more than 20 light-years away from the 6th level peak floating land, a ferocious giant ship with a length of more than 100,000 kilometers appeared from the void. At the same time, in the center of the insect nest in the middle of the 6th level floating land, the ancient queen who had been silently nurturing the 5th king insect raised her flawless upper body. Hiss! A sharp roar came from her red lips. The next second, a giant figure rushed out of the pupa room on the left. As the insect wings flapped, the giant figure soared into the sky and headed straight for the hideous giant ship in the depths of the distant starry sky. Behind it, hundreds of thousands of low and middle-level insects followed closely. It's a 7th-level sawtooth kingworm, not bad. In the Star Destroyer communication group chat, the Song family members were paying close attention to the light screen projected by Eye of Heaven. In the center of the light screen image, it was the flagship of the three-eyed royal family, which was also the hideous giant ship sent by the Middle Ages Queen Mother. 1,000,000 kilometers in front of the flagship of the three-eyed royal family, accompanied by a wave of space fluctuations, the sawtooth kingworm that came across the void under a pair of special space worm wings slowly appeared. Soon after, more and more 4th order, 5th order, and 6th order zergs also shuttled in from the void. Seeing this scene, Song Wujiang and the Dinghai Longxiang quickly said, "Now, let's go!" As his voice fell, the 6 warships hidden in the void activated the space jump components at the same time. A dozen light-years away, in the void above the middle area of the 6th order floating land, 6 warships emerged silently. Just like the Mirage that Song Qi had activated in the past when he activated the Mirage Dragon 1 Hua Pearl, the characteristics are the same. The jump of the 6 warships did not reveal any spatial fluctuations. This is due to the group concealment component, River of Hidden Group, which not only has the characteristics of group concealment, but also can conceal the movement caused by operations such as teleportation and jump during the concealment period. Seeing that they were not noticed by the medieval queen below, the 6 warships did not continue to fall, but opened the energy storage of the warship guns one after another. The mental power of the medieval queen far exceeds that of the same level units. If they continue to land, even River of Hidden Group cannot ensure that they will not be discovered. In comparison, opening the energy storage of the warship guns at the same time at this moment can give the medieval queen below a surprise later. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a dense buzzing sound rang in everyone's ears at the same time. This sound was extremely similar to the roar of the battleship engine, but the Song family members all noticed the abnormality at the first time. "No, it's the Juing Zerg, be careful!" A quick warning came from the magnetic wave communication group chat. Luckily, everyone reacted quickly, and all activated their own unique defense methods. Zzz. The space vibrated, and a large number of black zergs of varying sizes appeared around. Their eyes were red, and they rushed directly to the 6 warships without caring about their lives. Unlike the low-level zergs such as the Splashing Bug and the Ironclad Beetle, the Absolute Shadow Bug is a famous mid-level zerg among the Starry Sky zerg. They have great potential. They have sharp mouthparts and extreme concealment ability. At this moment, they swarmed and crashed into the 6 warships of the Song family. Although they did not cause much damage, they interrupted the energy storage of all the guns of the 6 warships. The ancient queen below has already discovered us. In the warship communication group chat, the faces of the Song family members were somewhat ugly. They obviously underestimated the terrible perception of the Zerg Overlord class, Middle Ages queen. Before they could think about it, 3 giant figures flew over from below. 2 tiger-tailed kingworms, and 1 sawtooth kingworm. "Stop them," Song Wujiang said immediately. At present, several warships were already harassed by thousands of absolute shadow worms. If 3 more Overlord-class kingworms were allowed to join the battlefield, Song Xuan's 3-man ship, which was only equipped with 7th-level silver hull armor, would be in great danger of sinking. As soon as the words fell, Dinghai Longxiang and Qian Juhai rushed out first, each facing a dominant kingworm. Tianxu Sangqiong did not follow. Under Song Qi's control, the battleship hatch opened quickly, and the miniature, starry sky dragon shark rushed out. Roar! After recovering to its full strength, starry sky dragon shark rushed to the last dominant kingworm according to the instructions of its master Song Qi. Below, the energy impact of the dominance bombardment had begun to sweep. But Song Qi did not pay attention to these at the moment. He only had one task now. Xiongqian Intelligent Brain System, fully automatic sub-brain intelligent machine, Activate. With the activation of this feature, a black figure appeared again at the hatch of the battleship that had never been closed. One after another, small mechas swarmed out. Finally, a full 2,500 4th-level Hellfire mechas, plus 500 5th-level Morwa skydrifting mechas appeared above the floating land. After rushing out of the battleship, 3,000 mechas immediately returned to their original size. The 2,500 Hellfire mechas were fine. As simplified creations from the Family Research Institute, they were only 100 meters high, but the 500 5th-level Morwa skydrifting mechas were different. Each of them reached a real height of 10,000 meters. It is conceivable what kind of oppressive force they had when they stood neatly together, under the control of the Sky Intelligence computer on the Tianxu Sangqiong. 2,500 Hellfire mechas raised the standard new nuclear ray guns in their hands, and began to accurately snipe the thousands of Juing bugs around. Juing bugs have extremely high flexibility and concealment ability? How does it compare with the 5th-level Morwa Dunkong mecha that can escape into the void freely? Under the infinite firepower of sniping and the elusive hunting of Morwa Dunkong mechas, the number of Juing bugs is decreasing at a terrifying speed. Hiss! 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 Below, the beautiful upper body of the medieval queen suddenly changed dramatically. On the face that originally resembled a perfect human woman, the red lips suddenly opened, revealing a large number of sharp teeth that made people's scalps numb, and then a piercing scream came from her throat. However, this scream, which was wrapped in a strong soul-shaking force, did very little harm to the people of the Song family. At first, the faces of the people did show a look of pain, but they were soon completely isolated by the shadow of the Dragon Whale Palace deep in the ancestral cavity. With the sole defense of the Black Supreme status, and the blessing of the Dragon Ridge continent, which has now been promoted to the 7th-level floating continent. No matter how strong the soul power of the Middle Ages queen is, it can only fail. Seeing that the soul method that has always worked in the past has not taken effect, the Middle Ages queen below finally panicked. Now she has confirmed that the 6 unknown warships in the sky do have the power to hunt her down, dominating the sky above the battlefield. Seeing that the number of the surrounding absolute shadow bugs has greatly decreased, Song Qi no longer hesitated, and the 2 engines on the Tianxu Sangqiong roared at the same time, shooting towards the bottom. Originally, he was going to rush to the ancestor, thinking of taking over the Tiger King worm that the Dinghai Longxiang was facing, so that the Dinghai Longxiang could free up its hands to deal with the medieval queen mother below. As a notorious dominant level medieval queen mother, her threat is always the greatest. As the highest ranking mother body among the starry sky insects, queen, mother, queen, their wisdom is so high that it is frightening. If she is not restrained or killed as soon as possible, it will be difficult to stabilize the battle situation. For example, now, the red lines on his lower abdomen have obviously deepened several times. This is the ancient queen consuming her own life energy to accelerate the breeding of the king worm in her body. This is obviously not allowed by the Song family, because it will greatly increase the uncertainty of the battle. The Tianxu Sangqiong is very fast, but there are things that are faster than it. I saw that another giant king worm suddenly emerged from the king worm pupa room behind the ancient queen. The 5th dominant king worm. Not only Song Qi, but everyone in the Song family was shocked at this moment. They really didn't expect that the cocoon chamber, which was only slightly larger than the other cocoon chambers, would actually have 2 dominant king insects. Looking at the black-shelled king insect rushing upward at a high speed, and catching the very conspicuous scorpion tail behind it, Song Qi recognized the other party at the first time, and his face was a little ugly. It's actually a black scorpion king insect. The black scorpion king insect is one of the most powerful types of king insects. It not only has extremely strong defense, but also the scorpion tail with dominant level poison is even more difficult to defend against. Once stung by it, the continuous damage caused by the poison is secondary. The key is that the real defense attribute will be completely useless. Even though he was afraid, Song Qi still went forward. The battle situation had just returned to balance, and he couldn't let the other side break it so easily. Clang! The steel battleship and the alloy carapace collided violently. But the 160,000-meter Tianxu Sangqiong was thrown hundreds of thousands of meters into the sky under the recoil force. On the other hand, for the black scorpion king worm, this collision was more like a painless one. Even the landing point of the black gold collision horn only left a shallow white scratch. The red quality horn was too fragile in front of the dominant creature, and the absolute difference in size led to this outcome. Song Qi remained calm. which did not make him panic. Or he had expected this result. Because it was impossible for a dreadnought to hold back or defeat a dominant creature. For example, in the battlefield between the flame-boiling sea and the Sawtooth King Worm, the eldest brother Song Yin relied on a high-level flame field component to continue to fight guerrilla warfare with the opponent. In order to delay time, Pajuo Zen Seal, Pajuo Time Realm, activate. The mighty power of time surged out from the Tianxu Sangqiong, and soon, with the battleship itself and the Black Scorpion King as the center, a time domain was constructed where time was slowed down 10 times. However, the surrounding battlefields were not included in the Pajuo Time Realm, and if you want to avoid being affected by other dominant battlefields, staying away from them is the most basic. This is not over yet. After the time domain, Song Qi activated the super body contraction of the super body contraction card component. Characteristics. Suddenly, the size of the Black Scorpion King Worm in front of him began to shrink continuously. Although it did not shrink to 10 times of the full effect of the characteristics in the end, the combat power of the Black Scorpion King Worm was only reduced by about 20%, but for Song Qi, this was enough. With the two effects of slowing down time and weakening combat power, plus the strong defense and extreme speed of the Tianxu Sangqiong, it was enough to stalemate with the opponent for a long time. As for the Dinghai Longxiang, he was not worried. The group of Juing insects in the sky were cleared by the 3 Yuanzu, and at this moment, the 3 dreadnoughts were flying down at a high speed. With the 3 dreadnoughts, Akala, Dinghai Xinglong, and Ziyue Chengde, as the main body, and 3,000 Hellfire mechas and Morwood Dunkong mechas as the support. It was not difficult to hold back the Overlord King Worm that the Dinghai Longxiang was facing at the moment. However, bad news came again soon. The 3 dreadnoughts that were flying down at a high speed were blocked by a space vortex. The Overlord King Worm that had previously headed for the Three-Eyed Royal Overlord flagship had returned. This is the shortcoming of the Three-Eyed Royal family's flagship. Although it has good attack and defense capabilities, it is difficult to keep the enemy unit once it wants to leave. Under the control of the Three-Eyed clan, they can use a variety of unique methods, including binding methods. But in the hands of outsiders, they do not have this advantage. Chapter 569. With the return of this dominant king insect, Akala, the 3 had no choice but to change their targets. As a result, the battlefield situation once again fell into a situation that was unfavorable to the Song family. The extremely intelligent Middle Ages Queen Mother naturally noticed the change in the situation at the first time. Taking this opportunity, she immediately activated another ability, wanting to eliminate the 6 warships of the Song family one by one in one go. As the highest level mother of the Star Sea Zerg, the Middle Ages Queen Mother has many innate abilities. In addition to their own extraordinary mental power and amazing reproductive efficiency, they also have absolute control over the insects they breed. Seeing that the Akala and the other 3 are the weakest link in the Song family's combat power, the energy of the newly returned Sawtooth King Worm suddenly began to rise sharply. The layers of compound eyes of the Sawtooth King Worm were blood red at this moment, and the extremely strong dominance power itself skyrocketed several times in a short period of time. Swish! The insect wings made of harder and more top-grade alloys produced a large number of afterimages, constantly cutting the hulls of the 3 dreadnoughts, including Akala, Dinghai Xingkong. But in a blink of an eye, the hulls of the 3 dreadnoughts were damaged by more than 50%. If this continues, even if the 3 warships are equipped with warship repair parts, they will definitely not last long. The ancient queen forced the Sawtooth King Worm into a violent state. Song Qi and his men saw the reason, and knew that the situation was already very bad for them. Although this special violent state imposed by the ancient queen will greatly reduce the life of the violent insects, its increase is real. A dominant creature instantly increases its combat power several times. The pressure on the 3 original ancestors at this moment can be imagined. In the main control room of Tianxu Sangqiong, Song Qi's mind was flowing rapidly. The next second, his eyes lit up, and he turned to the wing-dropping platform component that had not been used for a long time. Clang! Warning! Under external attack, the battleship's hull armor was damaged by 80%, and the hull was damaged by 46%. Please repair it as soon as possible. After resisting another insect wing cutting by the violent Sawtooth King Worm, the hull armor of Akala was on the verge of collapse. While activating a red repair part on the warship with his mind, recovering the hull armor to 40% of the damage, and the hull to 31% of the damage, Song Xuan's mind was also turning rapidly. The opponent is too flexible, We must control this Sawtooth Kingworm for a second or two, so that we have a chance to counterattack. In the Warship Communication Group chat, Song Xiuan's voice had just fallen. Song Xingru's reply came quickly. Let me try, Purple Moon Long Song. There is a silver, biomagnetic energy strong suction lock part. As long as the Sawtooth Kingworm is in direct contact with the hull, it should be able to be sucked for a second, then you can seize the opportunity to attack. No, your ship's armor's defensive properties have already been used. Once our attack begins, the Purple Moon Chongo will definitely be swept in. Without the ship's armor's defensive properties, it won't be able to withstand it. While the few people were discussing, there was a wave of space fluctuations from the side of the battlefield. Song Xiuan, who was following the law of space, noticed it immediately. He glanced at it with his peripheral vision, and his expression brightened the next second. The Sixth Order Jiexing clan in a violent state. Shaoqi is distracting us to help us. While he was speaking, the body of the Star Robbery clan that was sent over from the side was rapidly expanding. In an instant, the pressure of the quasi-7th level enveloped their 3 dreadnoughts. The Star Robbery clan in the Slave Seal frenzy state could only be regarded as a quasi-7th level unit, which was far from the Sawtooth Kingworm that had soared to the peak combat power of the 7th level. However, with the protection of its quasi-7th level power, it still greatly reduced the pressure on the 3 of the Akala. Shaoqi, let the Star Robbery clan control the Sawtooth Kingworm for as many seconds as possible. Through the Warship Communication component, Song Xiuan sent a message to Song Qi. After understanding the original ancestor's purpose, Song Qi immediately issued an order to the Jiexing clan. Buzz buzz buzz. The starlight shone, the void above the battlefield suddenly tore apart. A large projection of the Death Star was projected from the space crack. Under the light of the Death Star, the ghostly speed of the Sawtooth Kingworm was slightly suppressed. While the Jiexing clan, the power of domination emanating from their bodies was not only more condensed, but also the speed was also enhanced to a certain extent. But this is still not enough. The speed difference between the two is too big. It cannot be eliminated by just a projection of the Death Star. Shirshing! Song Xiuan called out. Song Shirshing understood, and his mind suddenly changed. Rhombus mirror, fixing mirror light. A faint light shot out from the Dinghai Xinglong, accurately hitting the Sawtooth Kingworm flying at high speed. Unfortunately, the rhombus mirror itself is just a red component, and its effect on a violent dominant Kingworm is extremely limited. This is indeed the case. The Sawtooth Kingworm, which was hit by the mirror light of the immobilization, paused for only a moment, which was far from enough for the Akala to launch an attack. This is because Song Shirshing himself follows the law of light, which has some blessing for the mirror light of the immobilization. Otherwise, he would not be able to do it even for a moment. A moment is not enough for Song Xiuan to launch an attack. But for the Jiexing clan, with the power of the quasi-7th level, it is enough. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent paused, the starlight around the Jiexing tribe was shining brightly, and its body shot out like a cannonball when it flew close to the Sawtooth Kingworm. Its arms surrounded by blood-colored steam successfully grasped the Kingworm's wings, which were as sharp as the sharpest blade. 2 completely different dominant forces collided, and the sky of Fulu changed color. The Jiexing tribe's palms were soaked with blood, and it was difficult to withstand the cutting of the Sawtooth Kingworm's wings. However, with Song Qi's order, even if it was extremely painful, the Jiexing tribe vowed not to let go, which also controlled the Sawtooth Kingworm for several seconds. Hiss! 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 The ferocious mouth opened, and the roar resounded through the sky. The Sawtooth Kingworm expressed its anger in this way. At this moment, Song Xiuan seized the opportunity to activate a flash component on the warship. The Akala, which was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away a second ago, appeared in front of the Sawtooth Kingworm the next moment, and the bow of the warship was aimed directly at the open ferocious mouth of the Sawtooth Kingworm. In the main control room of the warship, Song Xiuan's eyes were grim, and he activated the golden component that had already been charged without hesitation. Star Destroyer's Fury, blasted. Just like that, Akala, the temporarily converted Star Destroyer cannon at the bow of the ship, sent a Star Destroyer beam straight into the mouth of the Sawtooth Kingworm. Boom! The energy shock wave generated by the explosion of the Star Destroyer beam spread outward like a tidal wave. Because it was in the center of the explosion, the Sawtooth Kingworm, the Star Robbers, and Akala were the first to be enveloped by this terrifying energy shock. Origin! In the distance, Song Xingru and Song Shirshing exclaimed at the same time, their eyes filled with worry. Time passed, and when the shock wave of the explosion subsided, the two soon saw the Aquila that had escaped again. At this time, the Aquila was in a terrible state. Not only was the energy shield completely overloaded, but the damage to the hull armor exceeded 90%, and the damage to the hull reached 72%, just a little short of the 80% that could no longer move. But the result was obviously very good, at least, Aquila persisted, looking at the Sawtooth Kingworm in the distance, because the core of the explosion was inside its mouth at this moment. Half of its head was blown apart, and its lower abdomen was also bloody, and its injuries were terrible. In this case, they only needed to drag the other party, and the Sawtooth Kingworm's injuries would become more and more serious. As long as there were no accidents, the outcome of this battle would be difficult to change. Seeing this scene, Song Xuan's eyes flashed with a smile. He was obviously very satisfied with the result. In fact, he dared to do this, but he was not very sure. He just had the confidence to escape unscathed. The golden, red Sunfire energy shield, strengthened to level 70, plus the second and used red repair part, made him sure that the Aquila could survive the explosion. However, he was not sure about the injury of the Sawtooth Kingworm, after all. It was a dominant Kingworm, with the strength of the 7th level peak. This result is the best one for now. Inside the Pajuo time realm, Song Qi withdrew his attention. Seeing the injuries on the Sawtooth King Bug, he was completely relieved. As for the Star Robbers who died in the explosion, that was not important. He lowered his sight, and shifted it to the medieval Queen Mother below. Do you want to stimulate another violent ability? Looking at the rapidly gathering life force above the medieval Queen Mother's head, Song Qi's eyes darkened. On the side, Ancestor Song Wujiang also noticed this. Dinghai Longxiang, in the main control room, Song Wujiang's eyes fell on a golden component on the side. Void Exile, activate. The golden light in the main control room was bright. A vast space force poured out from the warship, and soon enveloped the dominant Kingworm on the opposite side. The void was tearing apart. A huge space crack slowly formed, and after a while, the dominant Kingworm was forcibly exiled into the depths of the void crack. No matter how it struggled, it could not stop the repair of the space crack. When the space crack completely disappeared, the dominant Kingworm was also completely exiled into the void. Of course, this exile is not permanent. With the powerful strength of the Overlord insect, it will break free soon. But Song Wujiang obviously can't care about so much at the moment. The engine of Dinghai Longxiang roared, and it flew straight to the ancient Queen Mother below. The space flickered, and when the Star Destroyer appeared again, it was already above the head of the ancient Queen Mother. The light at the bow of the battleship suddenly burst out, and a beam of annihilation shot towards the head of the ancient Queen Mother. Song Wujiang wanted to interrupt the Middle Ages Queen Mother's secondary rage in this way, but he was still a step too late. When the annihilation beam exploded above the Middle Ages Queen Mother's head, the secondary rage had already been activated. In the Pajuo time realm, Song Qi glanced around. Nothing. Could it be? He muttered, looking at the place where the Dinghai Longxiang had exiled the Overlord King Bug before. Chapter 570. Song Qi's guess was correct. The target of the second rampage chosen by the medieval Queen Mother was the one that Song Wujiang had exiled into the void before. As the Overlord King insect went berserk, the space crack that had just been repaired gradually reappeared, which compressed the exile time, which could not last too long. Floating on the low altitude, after resisting the frontal attack of a super main gun of the Dinghai Longxiang, a large wound was torn on the body of the medieval Queen Mother. Although it did not cause fatal damage, it still made her feel severe pain, without giving the Dinghai Longxiang a chance to inflict secondary damage. A large amount of life energy suddenly emanated from the bloated body of the medieval Queen Mother. The purity of this life energy was extremely high. It was the spare energy that she had deliberately extracted and stored in her body when she had swallowed a large amount of energy in the past. At this moment, as this life energy was released at full speed, a semicircular life energy shield was condensed above the medieval Queen Mother's body, protecting her completely. And this is another inherited magical power of the ancient Mother Queen of the Starry Sky insect race. The life crystal wall has extremely strong defensive capabilities. It is considered to be the most signature life-saving method of the ancient Mother Queen. Soon, the other super main gun at the bow of the Dinghai Longxiang also completed the charging, and the hot beam shot out again. The beam fell on the semicircular life crystal wall below, but only caused circles of ripples on the crystal wall. Looking up again, the resistance of the dominant king insect exiled into the void became stronger and stronger, and it seemed that it would not take long for it to completely break free from the void. Such a situation is obviously not good for the Song family. Inside the post-time realm, Song-Chi's eyes condensed, looking at the time chessboard, a colorful/superior component. Originally, he was not going to use this mythical component, because its characteristic cooling time was too long, but now there was no other way. With a thought, the interior of the warship shone with colorful brilliance. Time chessboard time chess game, activated. After the colorful light shone, a ray of extreme time divine power shot out from the Tianqiu Sangqiong, giving the Black Scorpion King Worm in front no time to react. The starry sky is falling, and the space is changing. This is the thought that flashed through the minds of Song-Chi and the Black Scorpion King insect on the opposite side at the same time. After an indescribable spinning, the ship and the insect were pulled into a high-dimensional space by the vast power of time. The difference is that, as the time chessboard, the Tianqiu Sangqiong, the battleship, has not changed its energy aura at all. On the other hand, the Black Scorpion King insect on the opposite side, which was more than 10,000 kilometers long a second ago, was directly compressed to 100 kilometers at this moment. In addition, its strength was also forcibly suppressed to the 6th level. As the original owner of the ability, Song-Chi was naturally not surprised at all. At the moment when the time chess game feature took effect, he activated multiple parts on the battleship again. NTC Projection Emperor's Tomb, Fourfold Projection, Blood Spear, Weakness Mark of the Hunting God, Black Hole Evolution Layer, Singularity Explosion, Blood Spear, Blood Judgment, All Souls Destruction Bow, Living Annihilation Arrow, Tai Quantum Sword Light Fort, True Immortal Quantum Sword Light. Tianyu God Killing Cannon, Tianyu God Killing. Buzz 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 buzz. The space on the left and right sides of the Tianqiu Sangqiong was shaking at the same time, and then two shadows of warships appeared on each side. Including the main body of the Tianqiu Sangqiong, the 5 warships were aimed at the Black Scorpion King Worm in front of them, whose combat power was suppressed to the 6th level, and the bow of the ship was gathering a large amount of divine light at a very fast speed. At this moment, the Black Scorpion King Worm felt the extreme threat of death, and his instinct drove him to dodge, but the golden light that shot out from the Tianqiu Sangqiong first made his body freeze in place. If it was before, the Zen Seal outer time stop could only freeze him for 3 to 4 seconds at most. But now his life status has been forced back to the 6th level by the power of time, and the time stop effect has doubled. In addition to the effect of the Zen Seal inner time speed feature, the second golden light of time stop also followed. In this way, the Black Scorpion King Worm was trapped in the time stop state for 14 seconds. With the frost confinement of the Sky Frost Crown, the Black Scorpion King Worm was forcibly controlled in place, and did not move at all until the 5 warships completed the charging of all the ship guns. Blood Energy, Quantum Sword Light, Annihilation Arrows, Black Hole Explosion. All these powerful attacks converged in one place. The damage caused can be imagined. Even the Tianqiu Sangqiong, which was nearly 200,000 kilometers away, was transformed into a miniature neutron star to survive in this high-dimensional space constructed by the power of time, and was almost submerged by the terrifying energy shock wave. As for the outside world, whether it was the king insects or the other people of the Song family, they only saw the Tianqiu Sangqiong and the Black Scorpion King insect suddenly disappear on the spot. After just a few dozen seconds, when the Tianqiu Sangqiong appeared again, the dominant Black Scorpion King insect had quietly turned into a corpse. Song-Chi had no time to explain. And he couldn't explain. Time chessboard, this part was too involved. Once the colorful superior time wonder was leaked, even the immortal giant family of Shandong Shang family of Xianqin, which had been passed down for more than 200,000 years, would go crazy. He controlled the Tianqiu Sangqiong to fly out of the Pazuo time realm, which had not yet ended, and rushed straight to the Lord King Bug that had already drilled half of its body out of the void. During the flight, a large amount of purple lightning began to gather at the bow of the warship. The key was that the ship gun that gathered the lightning at the bow was a star destroyer with an astonishing caliber. It was Song-Chi who activated the 9-fold purple sky world-destroying tribulation thunder feature of the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon, with a silver crystal of the Law of Thunder. Boom! Thunderclouds gathered, and vortex thunderclouds covered the sky above the sky. At a certain moment, the mighty power of heaven descended from the sky, and the 9-fold purple sky world-destroying tribulation thunder descended. The 9-fold tribulation thunder all fell accurately on the life crystal wall below. With each thunder, The semicircular life crystal wall above the ancient Mother Queen would dim a little. When the ninefold purple sky world-destroying tribulation thunder fell, the life crystal wall had become extremely dim. However, this also fully demonstrates the strength of the life crystal wall condensed by the Middle Ages Queen Mother. Even the 9-layer purple sky world-destroying tribulation thunder stimulated by the silver high-level thunder attribute law crystal could not completely break it. Inside the life crystal wall, a red light flashed on the beautiful face of the Middle Ages Queen Mother's upper body, and she began to extract the remaining life energy stored in her body. Trying to repair the life crystal wall, suddenly, 2 blazing beams of light burst from the sky without warning. Boom! Crack! Before the medieval Queen Mother began to repair, the already extremely dim life crystal wall could no longer hold on and, completely shattered, the medieval Queen Mother's bloated body was once again exposed to the outside world. Floating low in the sky, Song Wujiang seized this perfect opportunity and immediately activated the strongest attack method on the warship. In the main control room of Tianxu Sangqiong, seeing the medieval Queen Mother's body exposed to the outside world again, Song Qi subconsciously raised his eyes and looked up at the sky. Soon he got the answer. The 2 key attacks just now were launched by the 3-eyed royal family dominant flagship that had just jumped over, and Song Yan's flame-boiling sea. The 3-eyed royal family dominant flagship used the Golden Star Destroyer cannon, Death Star cannon, and Song Yan used a golden quality super main cannon. Under the full strength attack of both, the life crystal wall was completely penetrated. For this reason, flame-boiling sea was also seized by the dominant king bug that it was dragging, and it gnawed and cut the hull several times. Fortunately, it activated the black hole fission. The feature was timely enough, and no fatal damage was inflicted. Hiss! 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 The overlord worm struggling in the void crack was screaming. He was about to break free from the void banishment effect, and was in a violent state. At this moment, his whole body was filled with extreme bloodthirstiness. Just when he was about to completely break free from the void, 2 special chains shot out from the void, tightly wrapping around his amazingly large body on the left and right. Crack! Crack! The first to break was the God-binding chain, which was only red quality after all. The silver quality heaven prisoner chain lasted much longer, but only 3 seconds. But this was enough. A few seconds of delay allowed the Dinghai Longxiang, floating low below, to successfully complete the attack charge. Yinshan Annihilation Cannon, Annihilation Star Shattering Attack. With the full force of this Black Star Destroyer cannon, the Dark Annihilation beam penetrated down and accurately landed on the body of the medieval Queen Mother below. The medieval Queen Mother's seemingly indestructible purple crystal skin was completely vulnerable to this annihilation beam. After only resisting for less than 2 seconds, the medieval Queen Mother's bloated body was completely penetrated. This was far from the entire attack of the Black Star Destroyer cannon. After easily piercing through the body of the medieval Queen Mother, leaving a huge hole in her bloated body, the annihilation beam sank into the ground and pierced through the core of the floating land. In an instant, the entire floating land was shaking wildly, giving a sense of doomsday before the earth and sky collapsed. Hiss! The shrill roar resounded through the sky. The Song family members, who were protected by the Dragon Whale Palace, were not affected too much, but the several dominant king insects, who were fighting against them head-on, seemed to be stimulated, or they received special instructions from the roar of the medieval Queen Mother. For a moment, all the Lord King insects were covered with blood-colored steam, burning their own lives as if they were risking their lives. As opponents of these Lord insects, the Song family members suddenly felt several times more pressure than before. In the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song Qi was preparing to deal with the Lord King insect that had completely escaped from the exile state in front of him. But he suddenly received a message from his ancestor. Shao Qi, come down quickly. Hearing this, Song Qi did not ask the reason. He could guess what it was for. Most likely, he was asked to try to enslave the medieval Queen Mother. On the premise that LV-79 was enough to enslave a 7th-level creature, why did he forcefully strengthen the Heavenly Power Control Ring to LV-80? Isn't it for this? In fact, when he decided to strengthen the Heavenly Power Control Ring, he had already had the intention to attack the medieval Queen Mother. Song Qi's face was slightly gloomy. He knew that he would not have much time left. Just now, the Dinghai Longxiang had a full-strength attack, and the 6th-level floating land core with a diameter of nearly 1,000 light-years below was completely pierced. With the shocking destructive power of the 8th-level Black Star Destroyer, Even if the medieval Queen Mother had a lot of life energy to maintain her vitality, she would definitely not be able to hold on for long. But at this moment, the Overlord King Worm in front of him, which had escaped from the state of exile in the void, locked onto the Tianxu Sangqiong. Once the battleship turned around, it would be attacked by the opponent with all its strength. Having already used the neutron star fission feature, he did not dare to be careless. Should I use the time cage feature? A thought flashed through his mind, and he hesitated. You know, the time cage feature can imprison enemy units for 1,000 years with at least 36 chess pieces, and its cooling time is fixed at 1/10 of the imprisonment time. Even if he takes the initiative to release the imprisonment in advance, the cooling time will not change. 100 years, it's too long. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about it for too long. The returning three-eyed royal family dominant flagship had already landed in the sky. Seeing this, Song Qi activated the Angel Wing Escape feature without hesitation. The moment the Tianxu Sangqiong disappeared, the three-eyed royal family dominant flagship replaced it. On the opposite side, the dominant King Worm in a violent state had long been corroded by bloodthirsty intent, and the Middle Ages Queen Mother was also unable to command at the moment, so she didn't care about the sudden departure of the Tianxu Sangqiong, and instantly transferred her hatred to the three-eyed royal family dominant flagship. On the surface of the floating land, Tianxu Sangqiong appeared out of thin air beside the Dinghai Longxiang, while quickly activating the Tianquan control ring. The communication between the two warships was quickly connected. Swish! As the first enslavement golden light shot down, Song Wujiang's voice also sounded in the main control room. Xiaoqi, the Zerg on the entire floating land are all in a frenzy. We don't have much time. Without the ancestor's reminder, Song Qi naturally knew that time was urgent. Seeing that there was no response to the first enslavement mark, he realized that the first enslavement failed and quickly activated the Tianquan control ring for the second time. Failure! Failure! Failure again! After dozens of attempts at enslavement, the result is always the same. Although he was anxious, Song Qi was not surprised, and the enslavement attempts continued. Although the Heavenly Power Control Ring was strengthened to the 8th level, theoretically it could enslave the 8th level master, but that was only theory. How could the Ancient Queen be compared with ordinary masters? They have extremely strong mental power, and the difficulty of enslaving them is the top species in the Star Sea. The people above can't hold on any longer. Xiaoqi, I will buy you another minute. If it still doesn't work after 1 minute, we will retreat. As he spoke, the Dinghai Longxiang soared into the sky and instantly reached the battlefield above. At this moment, the most difficult thing was not the few overlords. After all, the number was there, and the Zerg overlords were generally weaker than the same level units. Otherwise, Song Xuan would not have been able to severely injure a level 7 peak overlord with just a piece of Star Destroyer's fury. What really makes people's scalps numb is the dense mass of millions of low and medium level Zergs gathered on the entire floating land. Although more than 70% of these Zergs are low-level Zergs, their number is too astonishing. And there are also a large number of mid-level Zergs. If it is delayed for too long, Dinghai Longxiang is fine, but the other dreadnoughts of the Song family will inevitably be in danger of sinking. Especially the Akala, which is already in a very bad situation at the moment. Chapter 571 Battle Results. The 6th level peak floating land with a diameter of nearly 1,000 light years, and the time it took for the Ancient Queen to transfer the Zerg nest here for more than 100 years, and its exaggerated breeding ability. Now the number of Zerg on this floating land has already reached a very exaggerated level. In just a few minutes, more than 100,000 Zerg have gathered in the high-altitude battlefield. Above the sky, the shadow of the Law Dragon Whale raised its head and groaned. The Law Dragon Whale, condensed by the perfect level of space law, both in size and power, is far from what it used to be. Inside the phantom of the Law Dragon Whale, Song's several dreadnoughts and starry sky dragon sharks relied on each other, with the help of the Law Dragon Whale Phantom, while fully urging the ship's guns to kill more and more Zergs above the sky. On the surface of the floating land, there were also many low and medium-level Zergs trying to attack the Tianxu Sangqiong, including a dominant King Worm, but they were blocked by the Angel King True Spirit Phantom activated by Song Qi. As time passed, as the number of Zergs increased, the Angel King True Spirit Phantom gradually dissipated under the bite of hundreds of thousands of ferocious mouthparts. Seeing this, Song Qi wanted to activate the high-energy particle storm feature of the Neutron Star Core Armor. With this large-scale damage feature, he believed that a large number of Zergs could be eliminated. However, He was afraid that the high-energy particle storm would accidentally strangle the dying medieval queen below. Therefore, he could only activate the Sky Frost 1 Bird True Spirit Guardian of the Sky Frost Crown. Compared with the Angel King True Spirit Shadow, this 8th level Sky Frost 1 Bird True Spirit Shadow is much weaker. According to this trend, it can only last for more than 10 seconds at most. Song Qi knew that it was because he had not comprehended the law of ice. The previous Angel King Spirit Shadow had the blessing of his great light law. But the Sky Frost 1 Bird Spirit Shadow did not have this treatment. He ignored these and continued to activate the Heavenly Power Control Ring components again and again. Song Qi himself was not sure how many times he had played the slavery mark. At a certain moment, he suddenly heard the heavenly reminder sound of the Sky Intelligence Brain. Slave successfully, this ancient queen has very weak life force. It is recommended to send her to the Life System Medical Repair Chamber as soon as possible. Not long after the reminder sounded, Song Qi finally realized that he had a new telepathic feeling in his heart, which came from the newly enslaved ancient queen below. Although he was surprised, he remained calm. He directly activated the Size as you wish feature of the Heavenly Power Control Ring, and when the ancient queen's body shrank to a miniature form, Song Qi controlled the Tianxiu Sangqiong to shoot a powerful traction beam. The tractor beam was only one of them. The battleship hatch also opened at the same time, and a Void Shadow Killer clan soldier emerged from it. When he flashed to the front of the medieval Queen Mother at the fastest speed, the soul summoning mark held in the hand of the Void Shadow Killer clan soldier was sent directly into the body of the medieval Queen Mother. In the battleship control room, Song Qi activated the soul summoning demon puppet part and successfully recalled the mini medieval Queen Mother. At this moment, the phantom of the true spirit of the Frost One bird in the sky above the battleship also shattered at the same time, and the Overlord King Bug and hundreds of thousands of low and middle-level Zergs rushed towards the Tianxiu Sanqing ship without any obstruction. Buzz! Just before the overwhelming swarm of insects was about to submerge the Tianxiu Sanqiong, escape orb was activated immediately. After an inconspicuous space fluctuation, the Tianxiu Sanqiong flashed to the family warship fleet in the sky. The enslavement was successful, but the Queen Mother of the Middle Ages was too seriously injured and fell into a deep coma. I have sent her to the medical cabin. It is impossible to control these insects in a short time. No matter what, let's retreat directly. Under the leadership of the Dinghai Longxiang, and with the protection of the perfect level of the Dragon Whale of the Law, including the small Dragon Whale of the Law superimposed by Song Qi and others, the Song family's several warships, and the Star Dragon Shark successfully rushed out of the millions of insects. In order to completely get rid of these extremely frenzied Zergs, 6 warships and a Dragon Shark shuttled through the starry sky for more than half a month. 6 warships hid in an asteroid belt hundreds of light years away from the 6th level floating land. Although they got rid of those Zergs, they were not in a hurry to return to the Dragon Ridge continent. The primary purpose of coming to hunt this Zerg nest was indeed to harvest the Master's true spirit. In addition, the second purpose was to try to enslave the ancient queen. Now that the medieval Queen Mother has been enslaved successfully, she has become a commander without troops, which obviously does not conform to the previous plan of the Song family. The reason for enslaving the medieval Queen Mother is her unlimited ability to produce troops. Now that there are so many ready-made Zergs in front of us, how can we give up in vain? In the Tianxiu Sanqiong, Song Qi has loaded the silver medical cabin parts borrowed from Xingzhou. Under the powerful healing effect of this silver medical cabin, it will only take 2 or 3 months for the medieval Queen Mother to recover from the injuries of the parts, and then she can be allowed to control the millions of Zergs. It's so tempting. If we can really control them all, not to mention anything else, the value of the Zerg meat that can be produced is far beyond imagination. On the second day, Song Wujiang's voice sounded in the communication group chat. The 2 Overlord King Bug bodies have been cut up, and the total separated level 7 Zerg meat is more than 10 tons. In addition to the 2 insect bodies in the Yanshan clan storage bracelet, we now have a total of 35 tons of level 7 Zerg meat. In this battle, they killed 2 Overlord King Bugs, except the Black Scorpion King Bug that Song Qi killed alone, and the one that was seriously injured by Song Xuan. Hearing this, everyone immediately became interested. The 7th level Zerg meat has a great blessing for the 5th level and 6th level guidance techniques, and can promote the improvement of the strength of the battleship captain and the dreadnought captain, saving them a lot of time. In this way, each person will get 5 tons. Xiaoqi has made the greatest contribution this time, so he will get 2 tons more. The remaining 8 tons will be put into the merit building. This thing has limited assistance for the 7th level guidance technique, so I will not participate in the distribution. This distribution is very reasonable, and naturally no one objects. However, the 7th level Zerg meat is not the key. Soon Song Wujiang continued, in addition, a top-level attributeless energy crystal was found in the body of one of the king insects. The moment they heard the words top energy crystal, the breathing of everyone in the group chat became heavier. Energy crystal is one of the special resources for warships to be promoted. Top energy crystal can increase the success rate of dreadnoughts to be promoted to star destroyers, and the success rate is basically around 10%. It is precisely because of this effect that for the dreadnought captain, this is definitely more attractive than a piece of gold. Doesn't that mean that we already have 2 top energy crystals in our hands? The one who spoke was Song Xingru. As for the meaning of this statement, it was very simple. The 2 dominant insect corpses in the storage bracelet of the 8th level Pekianshan clan were also given a top level energy crystal. As they spoke, everyone in the group chat looked at each other. Finally, Song Wujiang spoke up. Let's do this. For now, these 2 top level energy crystals will be given to Xiaoqi and Xiaoyan respectively. As he spoke, Song Wujiang paused slightly, but soon explained, Xiaoqi's contribution to the family in recent years must have been witnessed by all of you. As for Xiaoyan, he took the initiative to offer the Yanshan clan civilization ruins. The family not only got 2 gold upgrade fire sources from it, but also 2 black ultimate components, several gold holy domain components, and a large number of upgrade fire sources. They each got 1, which is reasonable. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was 2 months later. Through the full treatment of the silver medical cabin, the injuries of the ancient queen finally eased to a certain extent. Seeing this, the Song family felt that the time was ripe, and they did not hesitate any longer, and went straight to the 6th level floating land. The strong sour and corrosive smell filled the central area of the floating land, and all kinds of broken limbs and arms could be seen everywhere on the ground, and the corpses of insects that had been eaten away for most of their bodies were scattered everywhere. In the middle of the floating land, the core area of the former insect nest, there are still many insects fighting frantically. It is very similar to those special methods of raising insects. Hundreds of insects died, but in the end, only one extremely strong and aggressive elite insect was created. Without the control of the mother body, these insects are so crazy. Above the sky, the Song family members, who watched this scene quietly frowned. In just over 2 months, the original insect swarm of millions has shrunk tenfold. It is hard not to sigh. These were the cannon fodder they had designated for the subsequent civilization war. But now only a few 100,000 were left. The only thing that comforted them was that, as the roar of the ancient queen was heard, the frenzied Zerg below finally withdrew from their bloodthirsty state, and then all gathered below them docilely. And although there were only 600,000 of these Zerg, their quality had improved a lot. Among the 600,000 Zerg, there were more than 500,000 intermediate level Zerg, and even the 6th level Zerg that had developed to the extreme had more than 100. There were still 3 overlord level king worms, but one of them was obviously newly promoted in the previous grazing devouring war. This also meant that the remaining 3 king worms were actually 1 less. By letting the Middle Ages Queen Mother communicate, the Song family finally found a worm corpse, whose body had been mostly eaten in a ravine hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Holding back the pain, Song Wujiang took the worm corpse into the Dinghai Longxiang. The worm corpse was already missing most of its contents, so it was impossible to extract the overlord blood. But if they were lucky, the 7th level insect flesh might still be preserved, and a little overlord true spirit could also be extracted from it. This dominant king worm had been seriously injured by the star dragon shark before, and was finally killed by another of the 3 king worms. After collecting the dominant worm corpse, the 6 warships of the Song family began to release a large number of puppet soldiers and slave creatures, and tried their best to clean up the large number of worm corpses on the ground below. There were millions of worm corpses, most of which had been eaten away, but there were also some worm corpses that still retained most or all of their bodies. What the Song family did was to deal with these worm corpses with all their strength, cutting off the remaining meat in their bodies, and occasionally finding 1 or 2 energy crystals of various levels, which were all very useful to Captain Xinhua. Putting it in the family merit building later can not only increase the consumption of the clan members below, but also accelerate the improvement of the family's strength. Why not do it? It took them 10 days to clean up all the insect corpses. Finally, they checked the 6th level peak floating land under their feet to see if there was still a chance to save it. But the result was helpless. The origin core of this component had been swallowed by the Middle Ages Queen Mother before, and the devastating blow of Dinghai Longxiang before, the floating land had already irreversibly collapsed, which could not be stopped by human power. Finally, they decided to make the best use of it. Let Song Xiuan stay, and use the origin core stealing instrument to extract the last 20% of the floating land's origin core. Anyway, it will collapse completely soon, so it is better to keep the floating land's origin for themselves. After all, it is a level 6 peak floating land. Even if there is only the last 20%, it is definitely not comparable to those floating lands that have just entered the level 6. It just so happens that the family is still cultivating the dragon-rich continent with all their strength, so it would be a waste. As for why they are still cultivating the dragon-rich continent, it's very simple. Among the level 6 floating lands currently controlled by the family, there is no level 6 peak type. It takes too long to cultivate from scratch. In addition, it is more because of the Dragon Whale Palace, a future mythical wonder. Chapter 572 Fairness, Dragon Whale Hall. Now it is a black supreme quality wonder. If it is fully restored in the future, it is very likely to be a colorful mythical quality wonder, which is extremely rare. However, as one of the heritage of the Longjisong family, Dragon Whale Hall, the biggest shortcoming is that it cannot be transformed into a shipborne component. Under this premise, in order to maximize its role, the Song family chose to integrate it with the entire Longji continent, using the huge volume of a whole floating land to activate this high-level wonder. Of course, it is not just the Song family, nor even just the Xinhua human civilization. Many civilized races in the entire Broken Star Sea will do this. However, this method is not without disadvantages. Once the strange object is highly integrated with a certain continent, it will be difficult to separate the strange object in the future. The effect of the strange object itself is also closely related to the floating land of the Star Sea. For example, the black quality Dragon Whale Palace, under the blessing of the 6th level dragon-rich continent, can only condense 100 spiritual palaces and 100 starry sky thrones. For the perception of the law, the upper limit of the chaos mist is also quite limited. Not long ago, after the dragon-rich continent was promoted to level 7, the number of places for Spirit Hall and Starry Sky Throne increased to 500, and the distance of their cross-starry sky projection summoning was greatly increased. The reason why the Song family continued to extract the origin cores of other floating continents to nourish the dragon-rich continent is that the top leaders of the Song family are far from satisfied with this. At least, the top leaders of the Song family are very dissatisfied with the fact that the dragon-rich continent is still unable to recall the projections of the clan members in the Red Star continent after it was promoted to level 7. The 7th level floating land combined with the Black Wonder can certainly exert about 80% of the power of the Dragon Whale Palace. But this is only the black quality Dragon Whale Palace after the second repair. Once the third repair is completed, the Dragon Whale Palace will most likely advance to the colorful mythical quality. In this way, the size of the 7th level floating land is far from enough. After discussing the treatment plan for the 6th level floating land below, the Song family looked at the hundreds of thousands of ordinary Zerg below. There are still nearly 30 years before the civilization war officially begins. How to arrange these hundreds of thousands of Zerg is also a problem. It is definitely not possible to bring them back to Longji continent directly. There are hundreds of thousands of mouths. If the Song family really has to support their consumption, it will definitely be a huge expense. Even with the current size of the Song family, it will be painful, unless they are all put into hibernation. This problem can be solved. But there will be another problem. The subsequent civilization war is a super large-scale war between two river communities. It can be imagined that countless Xinhua captains will die in this huge war, and a large number of Xinhua forces will be destroyed in this war. This is inevitable. In this bloody shuffling game, the Song family, which has just been promoted to an immortal family, has initially obtained a slight qualification to participate in the shuffling. But this is far from enough. Obtaining the qualification is only the first step. One's own physique is also a key link. Only in this way can the family persist until the end of the shuffling and get a glimpse of the new beginning with wind outlets everywhere. In the past few decades, the return of the hidden veins, the opening of the family's heritage, the hoarding of war materials, buying low and selling high, all of it, is the Song family doing everything possible to strengthen its own physique. After decades, just from the fact that there are more than 5,000 cruiser captains, and the number of Zulu captains gradually approaching 400. It can be seen that the family's actions have begun to bear fruit. But this is still not enough. In the final analysis, the Song family's inheritance time is still too short, compared with those immortal families. The Song family, which has used all its strength to strengthen itself in recent decades, has only changed from a tall and thin man at the beginning to a normal physique. The gap with the strong men of the immortal families is still huge. Because of this understanding, the top leaders of the Song family had to find another way, and wanted to arm themselves as much as possible from other aspects. And this group of Zerg was the most critical link. However, 600,000 was far from enough. The Song family wanted millions. So it was absolutely impossible to bring them back to the family. These Zerg must continue to collect various resources. After the injury of the ancient queen was completely recovered, she could devour these resources and breed the Zerg again. During the discussion, several space fluctuations came from the sky, and 3 chasing ships appeared from the space vortex. These 3 Zulu ships all came from the development department of the family war hall. They were all deputy ministers, and were very good at drawing star maps of new star fields. As the communication was connected, each of the 3 Zulu ships uploaded a star map. After comparing the 3 star maps one by one, Song Chi and his companions had a general understanding of the surrounding star fields of the 6th level floating land under their feet. With this 6th level floating land as the center, there are 2 4th level floating lands within 2,000 light years, and there are more than 2 hands of 3rd level floating lands. In addition, in the edge area nearly 2,000 light years away, there is also a huge asteroid belt extending all the way out of the star map. It's okay. We can let the remaining Zerg go to these floating lands to collect various resources. With the output of these floating lands and asteroid belts, after the Middle Ages Queen recovers, it will be enough to breed more than 1 million Zerg. After agreeing on the follow-up plan, Song Shiwan stayed on the 6th level floating land, using the Akala and the Origin Core stealing device to extract the remaining 2 original cores of the floating land. Song Chi and others took some Zergs and sent them to different floating lands in the surrounding area, so that they could collect resources with all their strength in the next few decades. Morning Star Yonglu, Holy Star City. After a lapse of 10 years, Song family Longji store held a new session of Longji auction again. Through the extensive publicity several years in advance, there was a huge crowd in front of the auction house today, which was definitely a major event in the public open area of Morning Star Yonglu. The reason for such a grand occasion, in addition to the fact that the Longji branch store stationed in Morning Star Yonglu has created a lot of gimmicks in recent years with orange upgraded fire sources, a large number of war materials, red shipborne parts, and 5th level biological source blood, the fact that the Longji Song family officially became an immortal clan is also a key reason. Is that the captain of the Gale exploration team? This guy was promoted to the captain of the Zulu ship several decades ago. I didn't expect him to come too. Look at this guy, the ancestor of the divine Winley family of the Morning Star Kingdom. This guy is a strong man at the level of the ultimate Zulu captain. One after another, Shinhua warships with amazing captains descended from the sky. In just 20 minutes, more than 20 Zulu captains appeared, and even more cruiser captains. In the crowd, a captain of a scattered person frowned and said, "What's going on? Didn't the Longji Song family become an immortal family more than 10 years ago? Shouldn't the influence be at its peak? Not to mention the Captain Dreadnought, how come there aren't even a few battleship captains? You know shit, Morning Star Yonglu is only at the peak of level 5 now, and has long been ignored in the kingdom. This is just a medium-level auction under the Song family. If it is really a top-level auction, would it be held in Morning Star Yonglu? You don't know. I heard from my second aunt who married into the Eagle family that the Song family held a grand auction in Silver Plate floating land 10 years ago, and it is said that even a great existence, like the Star Destroyer captain showed up at that time. The finale of the auction was a drop of Overlord blood, which was sold at a sky-high price of a Golden Sanctuary component. Golden Sanctuary component? His. Amidst the many discussions, the auction officially began. As the first item, in order to liven up the atmosphere, the Song family auction site took out a drop of 5th level Zerg blood. 5th level blood can greatly increase the success rate of a deer chaser attacking a battleship. If a cruiser uses it to attack a deer chaser, it can increase the success rate of promotion by more than 15%. As expected, the enthusiasm of the Shinhua captains in the entire auction hall was instantly ignited. In a corner of the ordinary seats at the bottom of the auction hall, 3 men and women sat side by side. As the items were auctioned one by one, they never bid. Until another item appeared. The man on the left, who exuded the breath of the first third-level life force, called out softly, "Captain, this is the ice apricot fruit that person wants. As long as we can get it, we can exchange it for the middle-level thunder crystal from the other party." In this regard, although the man in the middle was obviously much calmer, there was also a flash of excitement in his eyes. Ice apricot fruit. When a cruiser that is inclined to the ice path attacks the chasing ship, if it can add one, it can increase the promotion success rate by 5%. However, this is obviously not suitable for his ship, and he wants the mid-level thunder crystal. In the Broken Star Sea, the law of ice is considered a relatively unpopular one, which also allowed the 3 people to successfully obtain this ice apricot fruit. After bidding for the ice apricot fruit, the 3 did not stay for long and went straight out of the auction. Soon, 3 cruisers soared into the sky outside the Holy Star City, a debris belt 100 light-years away from the Morning Star Sun land. After 2 jumps, the 3 cruisers successfully arrived here. After confirming that there was no one around, the 3 cruisers quickly rushed into the debris belt. Deep in the debris belt, when the 3 cruisers arrived, there was already a cruiser of 1,100 meters waiting there. "Did you get the things?" In the connected communication group chat, the captain wearing a special mask spoke indifferently. Hearing this, the captain of the 3 team members took out the ice apricot fruit. "Yes, it is the ice apricot fruit. Let's trade." As he said this, the captain with a special mask took the lead in throwing a crystal stone flashing with lightning in the middle of both sides. When the captain also threw the ice apricot fruit, both sides activated the tractor beam of the warship at the same time. Soon, the 2 special promotion resources were exchanged. Before leaving, the masked captain did not forget to emphasize one sentence. "Remember the agreement signed before. Use this intermediate thunder crystal after leaving the Morning Star Kingdom. And no matter whether the subsequent promotion is successful or not, you 3 are not allowed to return to the Morning Star Kingdom. Don't worry." Not long after the 3 cruisers left, the 1,100-meter-long cruiser was about to complete its jump charging. But at this moment, a sharp whistle suddenly came from behind a large piece of debris on the side. The blazing beam and deep space torpedo burst out at the same time. Before the 1,100-meter-long cruiser could react, the 2 hit its energy shield and internal hull one after another. The energy shield was shaking violently. The broken hull armor was scattered everywhere, and even the jump was interrupted. "Who?" Inside the 1,100-meter-long cruiser, the masked captain was shocked and angry. His eyes turned, and he soon saw the light blue cruiser appearing on the side. His pupil shrank, and he seemed to recognize the other party. But for some reason, he did not reveal the other party's identity, but just said coldly, "Star Pirate? It's really rampant." Before he could finish his words, a sarcastic male voice came from the cruiser on the opposite side. "Song Lu, are you still pretending to be confused? Let me tell you quietly. I have put a tracking mark on your warship. I have recorded the entire transaction just now. You are caught selling your family's rare minerals privately." After saying that, without waiting for the other side to speak again, the cruiser that appeared later had already used the flash escape component to leave the small debris belt. Song Xing. In the 1,100-meter cruiser, the masked captain's eyes were extremely gloomy. However, his warship was not equipped with space-type evasion components, so he could only fly slowly to the outside world. When he completely left the small debris belt, the cruiser that had already evaded had completed the jump charging. Seeing the warship in front completely disappear, the masked captain said coldly, "Since you insist on seeking death, you can't blame me." Morning Star Yonglu. Song family territory. Thunderstone Mine. As early as when the Song family had its first dreadnought, nearly a quarter of the territory on the Morning Star Sun continent was demarcated and belonged to the Song family. Decades ago, the Song family members, who were responsible for managing and developing this territory, successfully discovered a large thunderstone vein, which contributed a lot to the family. The large thunderstone vein can produce thunder crystals, which can serve as a special promotion resource for the Thunder Attribute Shinhua warship and are of great value. The Thunderstone Mine, accompanied by a wave of space fluctuations, Song Xing's ship appeared above the mine. Upon his return, Song Xing went straight to the mine guard hall. 2 months later, under the watchful eyes of the slave creatures who served as miners in the mine, The fleet of the 6th Inspection Team, under the Family Inspection Hall, descended from the sky. The captain of the inspection team was named Song Li, who was a third-level cruiser captain. Behind his ship, there was also a cruiser that did not belong to the inspection team. Glacier Mine, Warship Berthing Area. The moment the members of the 6th Inspection Team walked out of the warship berthing area, the mine manager who had been waiting outside greeted them with a smile. "Captain Li, I finally got you." This, before the smiling mineral manager could finish his words, Song Li interrupted him directly. "Song Lu. Right? Forget the polite words. We have other tasks on hand. Time is urgent. Let's get straight to the point. According to the information you reported 3 days ago, Song Xing privately intercepted the family's rare minerals and was killed on the spot. Is that right?" "Yes, Captain Li." Manager Song Lu. "Some words cannot be said casually. You must be responsible. My grandson is following the law of light. What's the use of this, Thunderstone? And according to what Xiaoxing said before, it was you who was plotting something at the mine." Song Lu just nodded. And suddenly a pressure of the peak of the 3rd level came from Song Li's side. An old man with the vicissitudes of life glared at Song Lu in front of him, his eyes full of bloodshot. Song Xing was his most talented grandson. Not only did he have the purple fire, but he also comprehended the law at the 3rd level. There was a good chance that he would be promoted to the captain of Zhulu in the future. But he didn't expect to die here inexplicably. "Uncle Yufeng, you promised before you came." Song Li frowned and turned to look at Song Yufeng on the side. After hearing Song Li's words, Song Yufeng restrained his breath again, but the anger in his eyes did not diminish at all. "In this case, is there any relevant evidence?" "Of course." In the next 2 hours, Song Lu led the inspection team into the mine to check the so-called evidence. A 2nd-level clan member who also worked in the mine. According to him, Song Xing often sneaked into the depths of the mine alone. Song Li used the polygraph device that was unique to the inspection team, and the results showed that the other party did not lie. After this, Song Yufeng obviously found it difficult to accept. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and the light pressure of the peak of the 3rd level was completely released. Before this, Song Xing had mentioned to him many times that Song Lu had dirty hands and feet. He was almost certain that this matter could not be so simple. "When did my Song family become so rotten? It's fine to embezzle the family property, but how dare you kill people of the same family? If not today." His voice was extremely cold, and his bloodshot eyes stared at Song Lu. But before he could finish his angry words, a strong pressure suddenly came from the mine guard hall in the distance. This pressure was 10 times or 100 times stronger than the peak aura of the 3rd level on Song Yufeng. The next second, a figure flew out from the guard hall. "Meet the elder of Jihao clan." Looking up at the middle-aged man standing in the air, Song Li slowly stepped to the right, blocking Song Yufeng, and slightly sharing some of the pressure for him. Behind him, Song Yufeng's mouth was bleeding. The 4th level pressure was exerted on him. Even though he had the physique given by the 3rd level peak guidance technique, he still couldn't bear it. It was as if a mountain fell on his shoulders, pressing his whole body and making crackling sounds. His bones were constantly bursting. Until then, the elder of the Jihao clan standing high in the sky said indifferently, "I killed Song Xing with my own hands." "According to what you said, did I wrong him?" In the sky, the man with an indifferent face was high above. Below, blood was still oozing out of Song Yufeng's mouth, and the pressure on his body did not decrease at all. It was not until Song Li on the side took the initiative to share half of the pressure for him that he had a chance to breathe. "Jihao elder, Uncle Yufeng just lost his grandson after all, so it is understandable that he spoke too passionately. But you are a bit too much." As he finished speaking, Song Jihao in the sky narrowed his eyes slightly, and the atmosphere in the entire mine became more solemn. However, after a few seconds of silence, Song Jihao still withdrew his breath, and his voice sounded again. "Okay. Since the evidence is conclusive, you should go back and report as soon as possible, and don't delay any longer in the mine." After saying that, his dark energy surged all over his body, and he was ready to leave on his own. Unexpectedly, Song Yufeng behind Song Li spoke again with difficulty. "The rat in our clan wants to cover the sky with one hand." The Song clan members begged the ancestor to uphold justice. Chapter 573 Check. In front, Song Li, with a somewhat stiff expression, turned his head, blinking his eyes constantly, trying to signal Song Yufeng to stop talking. Although Song Jihao was a later promoted elder who had just been promoted to the Zulu ship a few decades ago, he was already a powerful figure in the family. Otherwise, this large thunderstone vein would not be his turn to guard. If he really angered this person, he would not be killed directly on the spot, but there would be too many ways for the other party to secretly act later, and there was even a high possibility that he would be seriously injured on the spot. Song Yufeng seemed to have completely ignored Song Li's signal, and he still kept talking. This also completely exhausted Song Jihao's patience. As a new elder of the family, he had already entered the ranks of senior leaders. In recent decades, he had been respected by everyone, and his words and actions could make the wind and rain. Facing Song Yufeng's repeated provocations and doubts, how could he endure it? The evidence is conclusive, but he is still making trouble and disrupting the order. According to the family law, the ancestral torch should be abolished, and he should be expelled from the family. As he spoke, the fourth order pressure that he had just restrained surged out again, and rushed down directly towards the old body of Song Yufeng below. Jihao clan elder. No! Song Li really didn't expect Song Jihao to react so strongly. Abolish the ancestral orifice of the fire. Expel from the family. This is the punishment for committing a great crime. And Song Yufeng's previous behavior is far from this. However, Song Jihao did not pay any attention to Song Li's change of expression. His eyes were gloomy, and his attitude was extremely firm. And before his own pressure was about to act on Song Yufeng, he added a sentence lightly. Please ask the ancestor to do justice? As the guardian of the Thunderstone Mine. Here, I am the ancestor. The voice was calm, and there was no sense of disobedience coming from Song Jihao's mouth, as if it was really as he said. In this Thunderstone Mine, he, Song Jihao, was the sky above everyone's head. Behind Song Li, there was no fluctuation in Song Yufeng's turbid eyes. Under the gaze of Song Jihao, Song Li, Song Lu, and a large number of surrounding miners, he slowly took out an object from the Xinhua Zuqiao, a jade stone emitting a dark light. The moment he caught the obscure black light emanating from the jade, Song Jihao's pupils shrank first in the sky. He seemed to have thought of something. The cold, vicious and other emotions that had gathered on his face were slightly withdrawn, and turned into a trace of suspicion. But before he could think about it, Song Yufeng, who was only holding the jade below, spoke again. Please, ancestor, do justice. As he said this, before the life pressure from the sky completely crushed down, the dark energy in his body surged and slowly poured into the jade in his palm. With the infusion of these strands of dark energy, the jade that originally only emitted a dark black light suddenly became more and more black, and the jade quickly floated up from Song Yufeng's palm. The next second, under the eyes of tens of thousands of creatures in the Thunderstone Mine, the dark black light covered the entire sky of the mine. When the black light dissipated again, a projection of a warship of astonishing size appeared in the sky of the Thunderstone Mine. Song clan members, Mi Chi Zhu, seeing the projection of the warship covering the sky above their heads, all the Song family members in the Thunderstone Mine bowed in unison. Inside the projection of Tianxu Sanqiong, Song Qi ignored all this. His eyes moved down and fell on Song Yufeng, who was covered in blood. What happened? The voice was projected through the warship and spread over the entire mine. Song Qi was a little surprised. Song Yufeng was the manager of the family's Longji branch in Xinqing Yanglu when he arrived in Xinqing Yanglu. At that time, he had just been included in the family sequence and his reputation was not yet known. However, under such circumstances, the other party still assisted him wholeheartedly and helped him a lot. At that time, he took the initiative to say that he was showing his love to the other party. This was also the reason why he later gave the other party a Projection Emperor Stone. He originally thought that this Projection Emperor Stone would be used in the Alien Star domain, but he did not expect Song Yufeng to use it here, which really surprised him. However, since the other party had already activated it, he naturally would not say anything, and directly asked about the specific situation that had happened here before. Under the projection of Tianxu Sanqiong, Song Jihao, who had recovered from shock and panic, hurriedly said, the family's new captain Zhulu, Song Jihao has met Chi Zhu, and the situation is like this. Before he could finish, a powerful dark energy suddenly emanated from the projection of the dreadnought, and surrounded Song Jihao. At this moment, Song Jihao was just like Song Yufeng before, and his whole body was under great pressure. However, Song Qi knew his limits. This pressure only made Song Zhihao stop talking, and did not hurt him. After all, he did not understand the cause and effect of the matter, and could not judge who was right or wrong. Let him speak. After receiving Song Qi's signal, Song Yufeng quickly repeated the whole story in detail. After listening, the pressure from the worship projection above the mine became heavier, and it seemed that the creatures in the entire mine had difficulty breathing. Inside the worship projection, Song Qi's spirit that was projected together was now filled with anger. The pressure from the entire worship projection was 10 times, 100 times stronger than the outside world. According to what Song Yufeng said before, there was someone in the Thunderstone mine who stole the property and embezzled the clan property. The key point was that after being discovered, he killed the discoverer on the spot without any scruples, and even turned against Tian Gang, and directly put the blame for embezzling the clan property on a dead person, which can be said to be covering the sky with one hand. If this is true, Song Qi simply cannot imagine that, under the leadership of several of them, who work hard for the family has become so corrupt? Thinking of this, he turned his eyes and looked at Song Li in front of Song Yufeng. He had some impression of this person. Are you from the inspection hall? Replying to Grandpa Qi. Your grandson Song Li is currently the captain of the 6th inspection team under the inspection hall. Hearing this, Song Qi nodded gently. In that case, then tell me, is what Song Yufeng said just now true? Song Li did not reply immediately, but organized his words carefully. And then under the gaze of Song Zhihao, who was staring at him with gloomy eyes, he slowly said, replying to Grandpa Qi, I am not sure whether it is true, but there are indeed many doubts in this case. Without Song Qi asking, Song Li continued to talk about the doubts he thought. First, Song Xing was killed by Zhihao elders himself, because Song Xing embezzled the family property. But even if it was true, there was no need to kill him directly. After taking him down, he would be handed over to the inspection hall. All the clan members knew that this was the most reasonable way. He was not a captain of the same level, and he could be suppressed with a flip of his hand. He was killed directly. Zhihao elders' move did have a certain meaning of trying to cover up the truth. Secondly, according to our investigation, Rongxing did sneak into the depths of the mine, but manager Song Lu did the same. Finally, according to the family data we retrieved before we came here, Manager Song Lu's battleship has always been below average in the past 200 years. But after falling into this Thunderstone mine, not only was it quickly promoted to a cruiser, but the battleship of his ship was also very strong among cruisers of the same level. Coincidentally, he rarely explored alien star regions and basically stayed in this Thunderstone mine for many years. When Song Li clearly stated the 3 doubts word for word, Song Lu on the opposite side suddenly glared, and immediately retorted, Captain Song Li, did you see that I rarely participate in the exploration of alien star domains? I happened to obtain a lot of rare objects in an exploration of alien star domains decades ago. Isn't it normal for the combat power of my ship to be higher? Song Qi was too lazy to pay attention to this meaningless excuse. He withdrew his hand and removed the psionic energy around Song Zhihao, allowing him to regain the ability to speak. Zhihao, do you have anything to say about these points? Think about it before answering. Faced with Song Qi's plain question, Song Zhihao's heart tightened. He had a deep impression of Song Qi, and was also very clear about Song Qi's status in the clan. But his answer was very quick. Qi Zhu, you can't just listen to one person's words on this matter. The reason why I killed Song Xing was because he had embezzled a huge amount of clan property in recent decades. There were more than 100 low-level thunder crystals, and more than 10 mid-level thunder crystals. It is unforgivable. As for Song Lu, I don't know anything about this person. In the projection of Tianqiu Sanqiong, Song Qi's face flashed with a sneer. Okay, since you said it yourself, as a senior member of the family, I naturally believe you. But, he changed his voice and looked at Song Lu below, understanding the meaning of his words. Song Zhihao, who breathed a sigh of relief, turned his eyes, and then whispered, Qi Zhu, since this person is suspicious, do you need me to send someone to interrogate him? Song Qi shook his head without hesitation. No need, I can make him speak. As he spoke, a faint light shot out from the projection of Tianqiu Sanqiong. The faint light accurately sank into the pale face of Song Lu below. The next second, the expression on the face of this manager Song Lu suddenly changed. He was no longer nervous as before, but raised his head and looked at the projection of Tianqiu Sanqiong in the sky respectfully, as if Tianqiu Sanqiong was everything to him at this moment. Master Qi, this? Song Zhihao was shocked in the depths of his eyes, but he still concealed it well, and quickly turned around. Song Qi ignored his reaction and asked first, "Let me ask you. Does Song Xing have a grudge against you?" After the first question came out, Song Lu below seemed to have changed into a different person, and replied respectfully, "Your Excellency." "Yes." Song Qi then asked again, "Why did Song Xing die?" "Your Excellency. He was killed by the elder of Zhihao clan." Below the worship projection, Song Zhihao's breathing had slowed to the extreme, and before he knew it, he clenched his fists tightly. However, this did not stop Song Qi from asking the third question, "Why did you kill Song Xing?" "My lord, because Song Xing." Song Lu's voice stopped abruptly at this point. Seeing this sudden change, Song Yufeng and Song Li and others below all changed their expressions, looking up with doubts. Coincidentally, a faint voice had also come out from the projection of the Tianqiu Sanqiong. "Have you signed a confidentiality agreement? How interesting." Mumbling to himself, Song Qi's voice suddenly changed. "Zhihao, what do you think?" This sudden change in tone startled Song Zhihao, who was already getting more and more nervous. At this point, those who were interested could basically guess what was going on. Taking advantage of his moment of shock, another faint light shot out. This time it was no longer falling on Song Lu's eyebrows, but on Song Zhihao. The two faint lights that shot out before and after naturally came from the master-servant contract component. The master-servant contract component focuses on the voluntary consent of both parties. If it is signed by force, the success rate will be greatly reduced. So Song Qi took advantage of his distracted state to shine the light of the contract in order to increase the success rate, and he was 2 levels higher than the other party. So he successfully completed the signing of the contract. As Song Zhihao's frightened expression suddenly turned back to respect, Song Qi quickly gave an order. "Tell us everything about this matter without leaving out a single detail." "Yes, Master." After signing the master-servant contract, although Song Zhihao did not lose his subjective consciousness, facing the order of his master Song Qi, he was completely unable to resist, and finally could only tell the whole story in detail. "Ha ha ha, this is the new generation of the family elders, embezzling the family property, killing the family members indiscriminately, selfish, so disgusting." After hearing Song Zhihao say that he had commissioned Song Lu to secretly trade Thunder Crystal, and that he had killed people directly to cover up after being discovered by Song Xing, Song Yufeng below laughed loudly. This laughter was filled with deep sorrow and hatred, and indescribable heartbreak. Once upon a time, this old man also loved his family so much, was proud of being born in the Dinghai Song family, and even dedicated his life to the family. How could he have imagined at that time that the family he loved so much would become so rotten in just a few hundred years? Song Qi did not stop him, or he felt the same way in his heart at the moment. He remembered clearly that the family's atmosphere in the past was much better than it is now. There might be fights between the branches, but that was definitely a healthy competition within the rules. And it was definitely not like it is now. After a long silence, his hoarse voice rang out over the entire mine. "The family has developed too fast in the past few hundred years, and its strength has indeed improved a lot. But I didn't expect that it would also produce many parasites and scum. The family will soon give all the members a satisfactory explanation for this matter." After that, he made some new arrangements for the follow-up management of the Thunderstone mine. After doing all this, the virtual ship of Tianqiu Sanqiong slowly turned from virtual to real, and took Song Zhihao and Song Lu, including Song Li, Song Yufeng and others, back to the Dragon Ridge continent tens of thousands of light years away. Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain, Dragon Whale Hall. After listening to all that Song Qi had recounted, the faces of the 6 people in the hall were all extremely ugly. For the entire family's inheritance of more than 3,000 years, this kind of situation is extremely rare. Not to mention that the initiator is a captain of Zhulu. Before, they could not imagine it. This matter must be dealt with as soon as possible. And I think this may not be an isolated case. I agree. The family has developed too fast in the past few hundred years. So fast that many young members are very impetuous and extravagant. The family atmosphere has indeed been greatly affected in recent years. We miscalculated after all. We only focused on improving the family's strength, but ignored the management of the family, which allowed some people who enjoyed the fruits of their labor but were not satisfied to emerge. Investigate. We must investigate strictly. All those who are corrupt and have committed serious crimes must be strangled after a strict investigation. We must not let it go. Otherwise, after the inheritance of my Longji Song family for thousands of years, I don't know how rotten it will be. Chapter 574 Gold, Cheat Songs Number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm, Jixing Floating Land, Longji City. In the private room on the top floor of the high-rise building, heavy breathing and the woman's weak moaning sound came one after another. On the bed inside the private room, two white flesh overlapped each other. Under the man's strong control, the plump woman could only passively bear it. After a long time, the wind and rain just stopped. Looking at the man with a fair face, the plump woman's red and swollen eyes flashed with cold murderous intent, but she tried her best to cover it up, not daring to let the man who seemed harmless, actually violent, who had many lives on his hands, notice it. It's time to fulfill your promise. Hurry up and ask the patrol team to release my child and husband. After the woman finished speaking, the man leaning against the bed raised his lips slightly, and a smile seemed to appear on his face, but the next second his expression suddenly changed, and he was extremely gloomy, and swung his hand violently. Pa! The woman was slapped off the bed, her whole face was red and swollen, and there was blood on the corner of her mouth. If she hadn't had the first-level peak guidance technique, this slap would have shattered half of her cheek. Bitch! If it weren't for your good looks, I would have sold you out long ago. If you dare to say another word, I will immediately turn your son and that green turtle into corpses tomorrow. Believe it or not. If you dare to follow. Bang! Before the man finished speaking, a dull banging sound suddenly came from the door of the private room. Then, many footsteps rushed in quickly. Who? The man roared. His eyes were already full of anger. But when he really saw the figure rushing into the private room, his whole expression was stunned. When he reacted, the second-level psionic energy in his body surged out. This bought him a little time. And then he flew towards the window of the private room without hesitation. Crack! Outside, Longji City's central street, the flow of people came and went for a moment, and all their eyes turned to the Beihai Xinhua Hotel on the right. A naked figure rushed out of the window on the top floor of the hotel. Behind him, several figures followed and jumped out. My father is the captain of the 4th Patrol Team of Longji City. He is the direct descendant of the family's land vein. How dare a small inspection team touch me? As his figure fell rapidly, the man roared at the sky. This roar, which was filled with psionic energy, caused a greater commotion. Beihai Xinhua Hotel, not far away. In the reception room of Longji's shop, two figures sat opposite each other, and while they were talking, they just happened to hear the roar. Don't worry about it. Due to improper family discipline, a lot of parasites have emerged. Because of this, Longji Continent has ordered a thorough investigation. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Brotherly. It was Song Zhe who started to explain. The person opposite him was surnamed Li. He was the deputy captain of a well-known exploration team in the public open area of Jixing Floating Land. He had been the captain of Zhulu for more than 100 years. After a brief explanation, Song Zhe turned the topic back to the previous business. I wonder if the two strands of chaotic energy that Brotherly mentioned before were true. Of course, the nobles are the newly promoted immortal families. How dare our Bay exploration team speak nonsense? Captain Zhulu hurriedly replied, and then added, 2 strands are just a preliminary estimate. There are still some parts of the ruins that have not been explored. There may be more chaotic energy in the future. After hearing his explanation, Song Zhe pondered for a moment before saying, Okay, I will report this to the clan. Brotherly can wait for a few days. After Song Zhe's confirmation, Captain Li Zhulu left with joy. Although the number of people in the White Knight exploration team behind him was not small, there was only one battleship captain after all, and it was difficult to face the depths of the ruins alone. Now that the Song family has agreed, the subsequent exploration will be very simple. With the strength shown by the Song family, they only need to send some support casually, and the subsequent exploration can be easily completed. A few days later, the Song family transferred 2 battleship captains from the Dragon Ridge continent. The Song family has always attached great importance to Chaos Chi. Of course, the external title is that the 2 battleship captains happen to be not far from the Jixing Floating Land, which is why they were able to rush here so quickly. With the addition of the 2 battleship captains, 1.5 months later, the exploration team successfully returned and completed the exploration of the small ruins. During this exploration, the Song family successfully obtained 3 strands of Chaos Chi. Such purchases are still happening in the Song family shops in various places. The third repair of the Dragon Whale Hall requires 100 strands of Chaos Chi, which was impossible to do in a short period of time. However, 35 strands were obtained at one time from the Yinshan clan storage bracelet. Therefore, the Song family's top management issued an order to purchase Chaos Chi first, and wanted to try to see if they could collect 100 strands of Chaos Chi before the full-scale war started. In the Dragon Whale Hall, several figures were talking. How is it? How much Chaos Chi have you collected? Including the 3 strands just sent back, it's exactly 60 strands. Are you still short of 40 strands? It's a bit difficult. Song Chi didn't know about the communication in the family ancestral hall, because he was not in the family ancestral hall. Qingwei Manor, a personal courtyard. Holding the Yoguang Order number 32 in his hand, hesitated for a while, finally sent a message in the group chat. Number 32. Jingjia, tag. Baimei, are you free? After a while, a reply came from the group chat. Number 30 Baimei, yes. Number 32 Jingjia, let's go to the Star Tower to chat. Yoguang Star Tower Hall. Song Chi, who logged in first, did not wait for long, and soon Baimei also logged in person. What's wrong? Compared to the past, Baimei seemed to be more relaxed, and she took the initiative to speak. Song Chi did not care about this, but quickly took out an object from the Xinhua Zuqiao, a component emitting golden light. Sky Frost Crown LV0 quality, gold. Feature, Frost Shield Feature 2, Loading Worship Eyes, Law Perception Efficiency increased by 350%. Crystal eyes swept over the Sky Frost Crown. The attributes, Baimei quickly raised his eyes and looked at Song Chi. Is this from Shangjia? Faced with this question, Song Chi did not hesitate, and simply nodded. Before taking out this part, he knew that Baimei would definitely ask this question. After all, Sky Frost One Bird True Spirit Guardian. The appearance of this feature is too easy to recognize, which is one of the reasons why he is unwilling to keep this component. Although, the eternal scale of the mythical python has successfully isolated the Shang family's continued tracking, the subsequent full-scale war is about to begin. In a war where life and death crises may occur at any time, a true spirit protection component that cannot be used at will is too wasteful. But once it is used, it will inevitably be recognized by some people in public. If it is heard by Shangjia, it will be troublesome. Unable to activate the Sky Frost One Bird True Spirit Guardian feature, the Ice Law Enlightenment Blessing is useless to him. The value of this component is more than half lost. In comparison, Baimei, who has enlightened the Ice Law, is obviously more suitable for this component. As for being afraid that Baimei will leak this matter, Song Chi had thought about this for a long time before, and finally thought that it was unlikely. In his opinion, Baimei should have had some guesses about this in the Blood Battle Secret Realm. But he did not mention this matter later, and did not even ask about it. Seeing him nod without hesitation, Baimei retracted her gaze. She did not rush to reply, and the two fell into silence. While waiting, Song Chi took the initiative to speak and broke the silence. It's okay. Don't force it. If you don't need it, I can sell it from other channels. Baimei did not respond to this, but took out 3 items from her body. No. This Skyfrost crown is of great assistance to me. In exchange, you can choose any one of these 3 items. Hearing Baimei's agreement, Song Chi's sight quickly turned to the 3 items in his hand. Of the 3 items, 2 were golden parts, and the last one was a special spiritual fruit. Earth-splitting orb LV0 quality, golden features, Earth-splitting shield feature 2, increase the awareness of the Earth law inside the warship by 140% feature 3, add 1000 resistance to Earth feature 4, healing of the Earth feature 5, guardian of the true spirit of the Lord of Earth-splitting. Rakshasa warrior tree LV0 quality, golden features, dark power feature 2, add 10 warriors to the number that can be summoned feature 3, Rakshasa demon scythe. Among the 2 golden parts, one is also a true spirit guarding part, but it is of earth attribute, which is still not suitable for him. The other piece is a soldier tree, Rakshasa soldier tree. Song Chi had heard of the Rakshasa tribe a long time ago, which is also one of the 10 dominant civilizations recognized by the human civilization, and its forces are similar to those of the Three-Eyed tribe. As the leading tribe of a dominant civilization, the Rakshasa tribe naturally has unparalleled talents, and they are natural killers. If there is no third item, Song Chi's choice must be this, Rakshasa soldier tree, part, But unfortunately, his attention was quickly attracted by the third item. It is not a star sea wonder or a component, but its own effect makes Song-Chi more envious. This is a golden apple. An 8th level golden apple. The golden apple is the product of the golden apple mother tree, a super rare starry sky plant, and its counterpart is the silver apple mother tree. Compared with the silver apple, the golden apple has the same effect, and can also improve the quality of a certain star sea wonder / shipborne component by 1 level. The only difference between the two is the difference in their potential. Silver apple mother tree, it can only grow to the 7th level at most, which means that the highest level of silver apple is only the 7th level, and it can evolve red epic items into silver legendary items at most. In comparison, golden apple mother tree has much higher potential. According to the public records of Shinhua human civilization, a Shinhua captain once saw a golden apple mother tree that grew to the mythical level. The moment he saw this 8th level golden apple, Song-Chi's eyes were fixed on it. The first thing that came to his mind was the Cheatsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm component, and then the Mirage Dragon Transformation Pearl, Sky Intelligence Brain System, and other components. As long as he got this golden apple, he could evolve one of the components to golden quality at any time. Thinking of this, he hesitated for a moment, and then made a choice. Let's take this 8th level golden apple. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Mei handed the golden apple to him without hesitation. Without directly accepting the golden apple, Song-Chi quickly said, "Bai Mei, this Skyfrost crown is not easy to use after you load it. The Skyfrost 1 Bird True Spirit Guardian feature. Strictly speaking, I took advantage of it. Let me give you another 5th level Time Realm fruit." As he said that, he threw a white jade fruit to Bai Mei. Although Bai Mei's identity is not simple, he can never completely ignore the interference from the Shang family. Therefore, he took the Skyfrost crown, most likely just for the bonus of the perception of the law of ice. In this way, this transaction is not equal. After receiving the 5th level Time Realm fruit, Bai Mei didn't know what he was thinking, and didn't say anything. Seeing this, before canceling the login, Song-Chi reminded him again, "Remember to pay attention to the possible reinvestigation by the Shang family." In recent years, the Shang family has basically not continued to investigate. But there is no guarantee that they won't suddenly come again. Jutian Market. Freestall area. Returning from the Yelguang Star Tower, Song-Chi went directly back to the market. In the main control room of Tianxu Sangqiong, he held the 8th level golden apple in his hand, and his eyes kept moving on several silver parts of the battleship. Cheatsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm. All Souls Destruction Bow. Sky Intelligence Brain System. Mirage Dragon Myriad Transformation Pearl. Last Blessing. Red Sky Jump Device, considering which component should be used for the golden apple. After hesitating for a moment, he finally fixed his sight on Cheatsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm. This shipborne Secret Realm component has too many rare plants planted inside. Not to mention anything else, the value of the Silver Apple Mother Tree and the Time Realm Tree is unimaginable. There are also Tree of Law, Spiritual Spring of Clear Water, Peach Tree of Blue Blood, Spiritual Soil of Immortal Realm, Spiritual Tempering Fruit Tree, these. As the golden apple slowly fits together with this component, Cheatsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm, the component begins to emit brilliance. The whole process lasts for about 10 minutes. When the silver light is completely transformed into golden light, it also means that this component has completely turned into golden holy domain quality. Cheatsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm LV70 quality, gold. Features: plant growth rate increased by 350%. Feature 2, success rate of transplantation of allogenic plants increased by 70%. Feature 3, Secret Realm Accelerator. Feature 4, Time Marrow Fluid. Feature 5, Space God Crystal. Consumption: 2500/s, psionic points. Effect: after loading, the Secret Realm will be completely bound to the battleship, turned into a shipborne Secret Realm, which can be entered and exited at will. Sweeping the successfully evolved Cheatsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm, Song-Chi's sight finally fell on its newly emerged Space God Crystal. Feature: Space God Crystal, a special space resource. One can be generated every 10,000 years. The longer the gestation time, the higher the quality, and it has a very special function. After evolving to the Golden Sanctuary quality, the Cultivation Secret Realm once again has a special Secret Realm resource. Space God Crystal. Song-Chi had used this resource before, which can directly enhance the perception of the space law of organisms, and is considered an extremely precious resource. In addition, the time acceleration effect of the Secret Realm accelerator feature has also been further increased. From the previous 220x, current component level, to 350x, current component level. Coupled with the Secret Realm itself, the clear water and spiritual spring, and the blessing of the fairyland spiritual soil. The time span of a Secret Realm acceleration can even reach a terrifying 40,000 years. Chapter 575, Jinpen River System, a trip to the Xianqing Dynasty. After upgrading the Qitsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm parts, Song-Chi did not rush to take back the warship, but turned his attention to a group of gold and above quality parts. It has been more than 10 years since the matter of solving the ancient Mother Queen. During such a long time, he has already completed the refining of the 3 king insect corpses. In addition to the Master Source blood, this refining has obtained a total of 90 Master True Spirits. According to the final distribution, he personally obtained 20 Master Spirits. At present, he has 21 Master Spirits in his hand, together with the remaining 2 8th level floating land origins, and the titanium crystals distributed by the family in the past 10 years. It is enough to support him to strengthen 2 more parts to the 8th level. His eyes moved, and the 7 parts that had just completed the quality upgrade, including Qitsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm, Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon, Neutron Star Core Armor, Eye of Heaven, MTC Projection Emperor's Tomb, Chapter of Divine Thoughts, and Heavenly Compass Pan, flashed in his eyes one by one. Seeing that it was difficult to make a decision, he could only use the elimination method again. Qitsong's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm was eliminated first. The reason why the 8th level, Golden Apple, was used on it was because it affected the production speed of a large number of spiritual roots and rare resources inside the Secret Realm. But it did not mean that it could improve the combat power of Tianxu Sangqiong. The War of Civilizations was imminent, so the combat power of the flagship was naturally the most important. Based on this point, Chapter of Divine Thoughts and Heavenly Fate Compass Pan were also eliminated. In this way, there are only 4 parts left. After pondering for a moment, Song-Chi finally chose Neutron Star Core Armor and Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon. Neutron Star Core Armor, needless to say, it is a combination component with the energy shield. Strengthening any one of the components can increase the properties of the other, and the cost performance is very high. As for the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon, its 9-layer Purple Sky World-Destroying Tribulation Thunder is a major trump card on the Tianxu Sangqiong, especially in the subsequent civilization battlefield. When the market projection order is not easy to use in public, the 8th level Golden Super Main Cannon, Blood Spear, alone is not enough. Looking at the properties of the two, after the Neutron Star Core Armor was strengthened to the 8th level, its defense power increased again, especially its characteristics. For example, Neutron Star Pulse. At the 7th level, it repaired 10% of the armor layer every 5 seconds, and restored 10% of the shipboard energy shield value every 10 seconds. It was directly increased to repair 12% of the armor layer every 5 seconds, and repair 12% of the shipboard energy shield value every 10 seconds. Combined with Yin Yang Counterattack Annihilation Shield, Yin Yang Combination. Features after that, as long as the energy shield is not directly overloaded, it can repair itself at a very fast speed. The attack power of the Purple Thunder Cannon also increased dramatically. After strengthening the 2 parts, Song-Chi did not withdraw from the market, but directly used the amplification of the time chessboard to comprehend the law of time. Now there are only more than 10 years left before the war begins. He just wants to improve his strength as much as possible before the war. Time passes. 5 years later. Dragon Ridge Continent. Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain Square. On this day, the number of clansmen gathered at the Divine Mountain Square was in the millions. Looking up, the huge execution ground on the 10,000-meter high platform in front of the square was full of people. These people were generally young. The youngest was only a few dozen years old, and the oldest was no more than 400 years old. What surprised the crowd watching below was that at the front of these thousands of people, there stood 3 new elders of the family. Isn't that the elder Shihao? What's going on? Why is he wearing prisoner shackles? Did my cousin just return to Longji Continent recently? Yes. He had been carrying out family missions before, and he had just accumulated enough merits a month ago. This time he returned to Longji continent to exchange for a new batch of fire carp. After eating for another 2 years, my fire seed should be able to be promoted to blue. So that's it. Let me tell you, these people are all scum of the family. Just like Song Jihao, who not only embezzled the family property, but also killed a talented cruiser captain of the family, just for his own dark desires. The tribesmen who were watching below the execution platform were talking about it. Suddenly, a violent psionic fluctuation was heard in the sky above the square, and a figure quickly fell from the sky. When he landed on the execution platform, Song Xuansong first scanned the thousands of figures on the high platform with a grim look. Finally, he suddenly turned his sight and looked at the densely packed tribesmen below. Listen carefully. All the tribesmen, these people behind me, are all the parasites and scums that have emerged from the family in recent years. They are evil and enjoy the fruits of the family's 3,000 years of countless ancestors' blood, but they are not grateful. Instead, they collude with outsiders to embezzle the family's property, kill their own family members, bully men and women in the outside world under the banner of the family, and kill innocent people indiscriminately. What do you think? How should we deal with them? Under the influence of the 5th level psionic energy, Song Xuansong's voice clearly resounded in the ears of millions of clansmen below. After hearing these atrocities one after another, all the clansmen who were watching showed deep disgust on their faces. At the front of the crowd, Song Yufeng spoke first. Kill them on the spot. These criminals are not worthy of being members of my Song family. With Song Yufeng taking the lead, the clansmen who had also been oppressed in the crowd echoed one after another, and finally, the whole Shinshan square was filled with thunderous cheers. Kill! 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 Seemingly frightened by the shocking shout, the 3 captains of Julu, including Song Jihao, begged one after another at the front of the platform. Master, we all know we are wrong. Please give us a chance to reform. Besides, the war of civilizations is imminent. Every bit of the family's strength cannot be compromised. Yes, Master, we were blinded by money before. How can you sentence us to death directly? Faced with the numerous pleas for mercy coming from behind, Song Xuansong did not turn around, but replied coldly, Reform? What about all the clansmen you killed with your own hands, who gave them a chance to start over? You don't even have the most basic bottom line, and you still expect you to contribute to the family? After the cold voice, under the gaze of millions of clansmen below, Song Xuansong's order was quickly heard. Execute! As soon as the voice fell, the puppet soldiers standing around these figures took action one after another, and soon, the blood flooded the entire execution platform. After all the criminals were killed, Song Xuansong's voice resounded over the square again. Today's scene. I hope all the clan members will remember it in their hearts. The reason why the family has become an immortal family in just 3,000 years is that countless family ancestors have built it with their own lives. The reason why you have a bright future today is built on the blood and tears of the family for 3,000 years. This starting point that ordinary people can't even envy is to let you go further on the road to becoming a captain in the future, and spread the name of the Longji Song family to a wider starry sky, rather than letting you indulge in luxury and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. This series of heart-touching words reverberated in the ears of all the clan members, and did not fade away for a long time. Many young clan members changed their previous superiority mentality, and clenched their fists tightly. Everything that happened today was like a slap in the face, which woke them up completely. Deep in the mountain of Longji Mountain, witnessing this scene with their own eyes, the core members of the Song family all showed satisfaction on their faces. They believed that after this, the atmosphere within the family would soon be put back on the normal track, and for a long time in the future, the family would return to its previous healthy development. The inspection hall still needs to invest more funds. Only in this way can the family atmosphere and family cohesion be maintained. The family has only been passed down for 3,000 years. It is far from the end of the world to enter the immortal family. What we are looking at is the 10,000 years of inheritance and the immortal giants. We must not relax. In the hall, Song Xian was the first to speak. His tone was firm. This time, the family corruption problem obviously touched him a lot, and he did not want to see the same thing happen again one day in the future. To this, others in the hall naturally would not object, and all agreed. The highest order of the family came from the ancestral hall, and several people in the hall also dispersed, and finally only Song Wujiang, Song Yin, Song Qi were left. Song Qi and Song Wujiang focused their eyes on him, because the ancestor had just sent a message to ask them to stay. Obviously he had something to tell them. I have to go out tomorrow, you should also get ready, and we will set off together tomorrow. Song Yin asked first, Ancestor, where are you going? Jipan River System. Tianqi Kingdom. Hearing these 4 words, Song Qi and Song Yin raised their eyebrows. They had some understanding of the Tianqi Kingdom. It was the only kingdom in the Jipan River System. Together with the Tianpan River System and the Yinpan River System, the 5 river systems formed a small river system group. Strictly speaking, this small river system group was all developed in the past tens of thousands of years. It was considered to be the river system with the shortest control time under the Xianqin Divine Dynasty. The Jinpan River System, where the Tianqi Kingdom is located, is the eastern central star field of the Xinhua Human River System community, where the Xianqin Divine Dynasty is located. Tianqi Kingdom. What are we going there for? Song Yin was still asking. And Song Wujiang would naturally not hide it. According to the news received by the family, there will be a huge auction in the Jinpan floating land recently, which contains many high-end components and rare resources. Ding Hai Longxiang is missing a high-quality universal cooling reduction component. Let's go there and try our luck. High-quality universal cooling reduction parts? This kind of parts are extremely rare. Song Qi felt that the ancestor should have something else to say. Otherwise, he would just run straight over. If not, a lot of time would be wasted in the middle. In this situation, time is the most precious. Sure enough, Song Qi was muttering in his heart. And soon the ancestor's voice sounded again. I have received accurate information. The auction held by Jin Panfulu this time was held by a declining immortal family. Among the auction items, there is a universal cooling reduction part of golden quality. At this point, he changed the subject. Moreover, in addition to participating in this auction, we also have to go to the Xianqin Divine Dynasty Xinhua Zuding. Ding Hai Longxiang needs to be personally reported to the Zuding and registered to upgrade to a Star Destroyer. Xinhua Zuding register? Now Song Qi and the others were really confused. Before this, they had not learned any information related to this from the family data. They had never heard of it in the outside world. It didn't take them too long to be confused. Song Wujiang quickly said, reporting and registering to Xinhua Zuding is not a mandatory requirement. At least within the 10,000 years after becoming a formal Star Destroyer captain. It is not mandatory. Then why are we in such a hurry? Song Wujiang waved his hand to interrupt Song Yin. And continued, don't worry. Listen to me. Registering and reporting at Xinhua Zuding is more like a Star Destroyer captain formally receiving his official identity from the 4 major empires. In this case, the Star Destroyer captain needs to perform a special garrison mission for 1,000 years every 5,000 years. Of course, there will naturally be rewards for missions. After official certification, each Star Destroyer captain can receive specific rewards from the superior empire. 10 Master True Spirits every 1,000 years. And 5,000 years of shares can be received at one time. After hearing this, Song Qi and the others understood a little bit about it. At this time, Song Qi said, Ancestor, what is the specific garrison mission? Civilized Great Wall? Song Wujiang nodded lightly at first. And then said, including but not limited to, Civilized Great Wall. But the others cannot be told to you before they are officially certified by Xinhua Zuding. Hearing this, Song Yin asked another question. Ancestor, how do you know all this? In the family database, there is no mention of this. Could it be a problem with their authority? This is the message automatically displayed by the Seed of Fire after the guidance technique breaks through the 7th level. If I guess correctly, it should be a special setting developed by the 4 empires on the original Seed of Fire. Hearing this, the 2 of them were completely enlightened. The 3 of them did not say anything more and left. Song Qi did not know what happened to Song Yin, but he was a little looking forward to it. As a Xinhua captain, a citizen of the Xinhua human civilization, I have always heard of the 4 great empires of Xinhua. Now that I know that I will soon go to Xianqin Divine Dynasty, one of the 4 great empires, I am naturally full of expectations. The next day, Song Qi and the other 2 gathered again in the Dragon Whale Hall. Shao Qi, let's go directly to the Silver Plate Floating Land. We are in a hurry. Yes. After arriving at the Silver Plate Floating Land via the Zhutian Market, the 3 of them quickly rushed to the large-scale teleportation base station outside the floating land. They needed to pass through this teleportation base station, teleport to another nearby river system, and then directly teleport to the Jinpan River System through there. In the small river system group where the Tianpan River System is located, the Tianpan River System is located in the northeast, and the Jinpan River System is located in the southwest. The 2 are the farthest apart, and the EP561 floating land is between the two. After purchasing the teleportation ticket, the three waited in the Stargate base station for 3 days, and then the teleportation was officially started. More than half a month later, after 2 teleportations from the long-distance Stargate, they successfully arrived at the Jinpan River system. Chapter 576, Starry Sky, the large-scale teleportation Stargate base station of the Jinpan River system, same as the Tianpan River system and the Yinpan River system, are all located in the Starry Sky not far from the first floating land of the river system. 3 warships, 1 large and 2 small, left the Stargate base station and flew straight to the first floating land of the Jinpan River system, which is where the Jinpan floating land is. The Jinpan floating land, which stretches over 20,000 light-years in diameter, is still some distance away from the 7th level peak floating land, but it is definitely not comparable to the Jiexing floating land, which is the worst floating land among the 7th level floating lands, such as the Dragon Spine continent. In the Battleship Communication Group chat, Song Wujiang was explaining the relevant information about the Jinpan River system and the Tianqi Kingdom to Song Qi and the others. The Jinpan River system was developed more than 40,000 years ago, and the Tianqi Kingdom, which dominates the entire river system, was established almost as long as the development time. Because the Tianqi Kingdom has been established for more than 40,000 years, its strength is naturally not comparable to that of the Yaoan Kingdom. Although the Jinpan River system is not large, with a diameter of only 1.2 million light-years, and its entire area is not as large as that of the current Yaoan Kingdom. Due to the accumulation and development of 40,000 years, the strength of the Tianqi Kingdom in it far exceeds that of the Yaoan Kingdom. As for the immortal forces that are exposed in public, there are 6 in the Tianqi Kingdom, and there are 5 level 7 life lands. Among them, the Liang family, the most powerful Tianqi royal family, has 3 star destroyers. This is still exposed in public, and there will be more in secret. As they talked, the 3 warships had already landed in the open area of the Jinpan land. Under the leadership of Song Wujiang, the 3 of them rushed straight to the public open area, Chigu City. The huge auction was held in this city. Ancestor, which power is behind this Chigu City? Song Yin asked. Chigu City was built by Chigu Luo clan more than 20,000 years ago. It was also the power that hosted the subsequent giant auction. As if knowing that the two were quite curious about Chigu Luo clan, Song Wujiang continued to explain. Chigu Luo clan inherited the legacy of the Chigu giant beast. 25,000 years ago, Chigu Luo clan produced a supergalactic level genius, who became the captain of a star destroyer in just over 3,000 years. It was at that time that Chigu Luo clan became the 4th immortal clan of Tianqi Kingdom. Unfortunately, the Luo clan was not lucky enough. The Star Destroyer captain died unexpectedly during his first garrison mission in Xianqin dynasty. As a result, the Luo clan, which had been an immortal clan for less than 3,000 years, fell from grace and was no longer the same as before. After hearing this, Song Qi's thoughts turned, and he finally asked a question. Did he die during the garrison mission? Did he encounter a large-scale invasion of the 8-armed snake demon? Seeing Song Wujiang shaking his head, he understood that it must be related to the things that the ancestor had mentioned before that could not be disclosed. Song Qi did not continue to ask, but changed the subject. Ancestor, since the garrison mission is very dangerous, why not wait until the 10,000-year deadline is up before registering? Faced with his doubts, Song Wujiang seemed to have thought of the answer long ago. It's very simple. The civilization war is about to begin. This huge war cannot be ended in a short time. During this period, the possibility of the Xinhua Zuding assigning garrison missions will be greatly reduced. Song Qi and Song Yin looked at each other, and both saw the flash of surprise in each other's eyes. Obviously, neither of them expected that the purpose of the ancestors doing this was to take advantage of the loophole. However, the 3 of them were not too optimistic. The people at Xinhua Zuding were not fools, and they could naturally figure out the key. During the subsequent civilization war, it was possible that the other party would use this to issue some special tasks. However, it is conceivable that there are more than 1 or 2 people who do this. Once the news of the full-scale war between the 2 river communities was released, there were quite a few fearless captains in the Xinhua human civilization who tried to challenge the Star Destroyer captain. As long as the base number was increased, there would be no shortage of Star Destroyer captains who were successfully promoted. So, as long as there were enough people who were certified during this period, the chances of getting through were still quite high. The auction will be held in half a month. Coming out of the auction house, Song Wujiang waved the luxurious admission order in his hand. After revealing his identity as a Star Destroyer captain, the auctioneer gave him a token of the highest level. After that, he could enter the auction without any obstacles as long as he took out the token. It was even easier to bring Song Qi and the others with him. After the three of them successfully checked into a high-end Xinhua hotel not far from the auction, they greeted the old ancestor and Song Yin. Song Qi summoned the Tianxu Sangqiong and rushed straight to the sky of Fulu. He was going to explore an alien star domain. There was a long period of time in between when he had not explored alien star regions, so he wanted to give it a try while there was still some time before the auction. Of course, to be more precise, he wanted to use this to verify the current combat power of the Tianxu Sangqiong. The Seed of Fire was upgraded to gold, and many parts of the warship were strengthened to the 8th level. Song Qi himself was a little unsure about the current peak combat power of the Tianxu Sangqiong, so he wanted to use this to test it. However, it was obvious that the uncertainty of random deployment was too high, and the warship did not encounter a suitable star region this time. But Song Qi was not in a hurry to return. After confirming that there was no high-level floating land in the surrounding area through the patrol radar and the jump star map, he directly started the red sky jump in the form of a micro-neutron star. When he reappeared, the Tianxu Sangqiong was already more than 6 million light-years away. Still, there is no medium or high-level floating land. Looking at the radar map displayed by the Eye of Heaven, Song Qi frowned. If this is the case, then he can only choose to return to the Jinpen floating land. The cooling time of the red sky transition feature is constant at 1 year. Even after the double reduction of Time Chessboard and Zen Meditation Seal Inner Speed, it still takes half a month to cool down again. Finally, he decided to wait for dozens of minutes. The Transition Star Map Collector feature of the Aurora Transition device needs a certain amount of time to generate a star map. After dozens of minutes, Song Qi's sight shifted to the Transition Star Map. Compared with the detection distance of Eye of Heaven, this Transition Star Map magnified it more than 100 times. And many things that Eye of Heaven did not show appeared on it. Nearly 1,000 light-years ahead, there is a level 4 floating land. There is also a level 3 floating land not far away. Looking at this jump star map, Song Qi's face still looks unhappy. Although there are many more things on it, there is no level 6 floating land. Forget it. Let's go back first. We can only test the warship later. With his thoughts turning, Song Qi was about to return through the space anchor point left on the golden disk floating land. But when he glanced at the jump star map for the last time, he noticed something unusual. No, there is something wrong with the starry sky here. On the jump star map, he saw a special vacuum zone. If it was an ordinary vacuum zone, he would never do this. After all, most of the star fields in the Broken Star Sea are vacuum zones. But it is different on the jump star map. Generally speaking, vacuum zones are usually very long and large. But the vacuum zone shown on the star map clearly has some floating land fragments or asteroids scattered around it. But it is wrapped in this area in the middle, and nothing is detected. At this moment, Song Qi had only one thought in his mind. That is, this place is not like a naturally formed vacuum zone, but more like the one that actively absorbs all the detection waves sent out by the jump device. So this area is formed. Thinking about it, Song Qi did not hesitate. He stopped returning to the market, and prepared to go to that star field in person to see it. Anyway, the star map shows that it is only a few hundred light-years away from the current position of Tianxu Sangqiong, and any one of the two jump components can easily reach it, without waiting for Qiqiong jump. Cooling. He did not start the jump directly. The previous red sky jump caused the neutron star fission feature to cool down, and Song Qi was ready to wait until it cooled down before leaving. Not to mention that Zen Seal Inner Speed could cool it down directly. This feature itself also needs a long time to buffer, and it is not that it can be accelerated again immediately after acceleration, so it is better to be safe. According to the jump star map, the volume of that strange vacuum area is not small. If it is really a space creature, its life level will definitely not be weak. A few hours later, the neutron star fission feature officially completed cooling, and Song Qi did not delay any further and activated the Aurora jump device. After the jump charging was completed, the Tianxu Sangqiong directly sank into the violently vibrating space vortex. 600 light-years away, the Tianxu Sangqiong rushed out of the jump channel, and the surrounding starry sky was pitch black, and there were no other objects. This did not mean that he had made a mistake in his previous judgment, but that the landing point of this jump was not near the abnormal vacuum area, but was still dozens of light years away. In the main control room of Tianqiu Sangqiong, as Song Qi's mind turned, the Eye of Heaven feature of the Eye of Heaven component was activated. The next second, a projection screen slowly emerged in front of the main console. His sight fell directly on the screen. When he saw the things on the screen clearly, Song Qi's pupils suddenly shrank. This is, on the projection screen in front, a strange object with a length of more than tens of thousands of kilometers, with a scarlet blood glow all over, and even the surface was constantly wriggling. Just stood quietly in the starry sky. It has no roots, obviously it is not a starry sky plant, and it is far away from the starry sky beast. Just when Song Qi was puzzled, the Sky Intelligence Brain quickly displayed a property light screen in front of him. Name: Starry Sky Intestine. Category: Special Starry Sky Creature. Introduction: a special starry sky life form. Some say it comes from the distant multiverse era, and some say it is just a product of chance after the multiverse was broken, but they have one thing in common, that is, they will continuously absorb various energies from the starry sky in order to breed various extremely rare and peculiar starry sky wonders. Chapter 577 Black Soul Devouring Altar. Song Qi's eyes stayed on the information panel intercepted by the Sky Intelligence Brain for a long time, and gradually changed from the initial suspicion to surprise. It is not difficult to see from this information that although this starry sky intestine has a strange appearance, it represents a great opportunity. The key is that this thing is not too threatening. In addition to the physiological phenomenon of continuously absorbing external energy, it will not actively attack external creatures. Strictly speaking, it is like a secret realm that can continuously produce wonders from the starry sea, but it cannot adjust the speed of producing wonders through the void crystal. However, compared with those ordinary secret realms that produce wonders from the starry sea, this starry sky intestine itself has a higher growth potential. For example, the starry sky intestine in front of us, according to its current length of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, it may have existed for more than hundreds of thousands of years. During these hundreds of thousands of years, as long as a certain wonder has never been taken away by outsiders, its quality may have reached a very amazing level, and it is possible that it is of black supreme quality. However, Song Qi was not concerned about these things at the moment. He turned his mind and controlled the Tianqiu Sangqiong to start a new space jump again. The landing point of this jump was exactly where the starry sky intestine was. Compared to the long-range observation on the projection screen, the close-up experience obviously touched Song Qi more. However, he learned from the Sky Intelligence Brain that the starry sky intestine did not have any threatening ability. As long as it was not actively attacked by outsiders, it would not harm anyone who approached. Based on this, after Song Qi gathered his mind, he continued to control the Tianqiu Sangqiong to move forward. I just don't know whether this starry sky intestine contains any starry sea wonders, and if so, what quality of wonders they are. The reason for this idea is that the starry sky intestine has its own characteristics. As a special starry sky creature, once an outsider takes away a starry sea wonder inside, it will directly trigger its specific stress response and flee to the unknown starry sea. Therefore, it is possible that it has just fled here, and the star sea wonders it has nurtured have been taken away by the star sea aliens. As the warship continues to approach the dark entrance at the bottom of starry sky intestine, the suction and swallowing force from the outside world becomes stronger and stronger. This dark entrance is where he continues to absorb the energy of the star sea. Because of this, it is like a miniature black hole at this moment. The closer the external objects are, the stronger the tearing and pressure it needs to bear. Fortunately, the Tianqiu Sangqiong now has enough power in terms of both the hull and the engine thrust. The devouring power of this starry sky intestine cannot be compared with the real black hole in the Han Tian star region before, until the hull of the warship was completely immersed in the dark entrance. The Tianqiu Sangqiong itself remained stable enough. As soon as he entered the starry sky intestine, Song Qi saw a scene completely different from the outside world, although the space on both sides was spacious enough. Through the capture of the double pupils, he could see that there were sharp hairs growing on the intestinal walls on both sides. These sharp hairs were not long, and compared with the entire intestine, they were like insignificant dust. However, in the process of absorbing the endless star energy from the outside world, these hairs are not only intact in this rolling energy torrent, but also absorb a little bit of pure energy from it to nourish themselves. And this is also the main means by which Starry Sky Intestine breathes the wonders of the Starry Sea. As Song-Chi captured at this moment, on the dense hairs that came into view, there were dozens of light balls shining with various colors hanging on them. And inside these light balls, there were various wonders of the Starry Sea that were bred. However, blue and purple were the most common, although there were a few orange light clusters, but they did not attract much interest from Song-Chi. Buzz! The engine roared, and the Tianqiu Sangqiong continued to move deep into the sky. Swish! The energy shield on the outside of the ship's armor was emitting layers of ripples. As the warship continued to move into the sky, the intensity of the rolling energy torrent around it was also increasing. Looking at the detailed analysis report provided by the Cheongtian intelligent brain, Song-Chi did not care. The speed of the Tianqiu Sangqiong did not stop at all. During the process of flying upward, it can be seen that the number of Star Sea wonders bred on the surrounding intestinal walls is obviously decreasing. When the warship has passed halfway, it takes a long distance to see the new bred wonders. Silver light group at a certain moment. When the Tianqiu Sangqiong flew up to a high enough height, it finally saw the first golden light group. Intelligent brain. Move the warship over. When it came to the level of golden holy domain wonders, Song-Chi's own interest had been raised to an extremely high level. He had to check the specific information one by one, so that he could make a decision later. After all, this Starry Sky Intestine has its own stress response program. Each Star Sea creature that enters it can only take one item from it. And once a rare item is taken out at the same time, all the Star Sea creatures inside will be immediately excluded. Rare item, Star Spirit Gem. Quality, gold. Transformable, none. Remarks, a special rare item bred by the Starry Sky Intestine. After looking at the properties, seeing that it cannot transform the shipboard parts, Song-Chi immediately skipped it, and the warship continued to fly into the sky. Swish, swish, swish. The outermost holy light shield had already been completely wiped out. The one that was in direct contact with the external energy torrent was the Yin-Yang shield. However, because both the Yin-Yang shield and the neutron star core armor had been enhanced to the 8th level, with their amazing self-repairing ability, the Yin-Yang shield was much stronger than the previous holy light shield. Special item, Spirit Snake Ring. Quality, gold. Transformable, Spirit Snake Space Ring. Note, a special item bred by the Starry Sky Intestine. Rare item, Ring of Decay. Quality, gold. Transformable, Extreme Desolation Corruption Cannon. Rare item, Pregnant Sky Stone. Along the way, Song-Chi saw many golden holy domain rare items, 2 of which could be transformed into shipborne parts. One was a special battleship space expansion part, and the other was a golden star destroyer cannon. Neither of them satisfied him very much, so the Tianqiu Sangqiong did not stop its upward speed. Crack! Crack! At a certain moment, small cracks appeared on the Yin-Yang shield, and the brilliance of the shield itself dimmed to the extreme. Obviously, under the shockingly intense energy torrent from the outside world, the Yin-Yang shield was about to be overloaded. But at this time, Song-Chi took the initiative to activate the Angel King True Spirit Guardian feature. With the condensation of the 8th level Angel King True Spirit Phantom, the erosion of the energy torrent suffered by the warship was weakened by more than 80%. Taking this opportunity, the energy shield component itself and the neutron star core armor are double repaired. And in just tens of seconds, the Yin-Yang shield can be restored to full state. However, at this moment, the Tianqiu Sangqiong had obviously penetrated deep into the innermost part of the Starry Sky Intestine. As the warship continued to fly upward, Song-Chi quickly caught the 2 black light balls at the top of the intestine with his double pupils. 2 black rare and high-quality objects. It seems that at least since its birth, no creature has been able to reach the deepest part of this Starry Sky Intestine. At least very few. Confirming this, Song-Chi also fully activated another silver engine on the warship, and the speed of the Tianqiu Sangqiong suddenly increased significantly, and it flew towards the end at a faster speed. The closer they got to the end of the sky, the more terrifying the energy torrent from the outside world became, which directly led to the dimming speed of the Angel King's True Spirit Phantom. When the Tianqiu Sangqiong officially arrived at the end of the sky, the Angel King's True Spirit Phantom was also completely wiped out. However, Song-Chi did not take the next step, but allowed the external energy torrent to erode the warship, with the protection of the Angel King's True Spirit Phantom in front. The Yin-Yang Counterattack Annihilation Shield has returned to full state, enough to last for a while. His sight quickly focused on the two black light balls in front of the warship. Special item, light and shadow tomb. Quality, black. Transformable, none. Note, a special item bred by the intestines of the starry sky. Special item, soul-devouring platform. Quality, black. Transformable, soul-devouring altar. Note, a special item bred by the intestines of the starry sky. Song Chi's sight was completely focused on the black light ball on the right. And soon an attribute panel appeared in front of him again. Soul-devouring altar LV0 quality, black. Unique feature, soul-devouring sublimation consumption. 300/S, psionic points, effect. After loading, the souls of the spiritual creatures directly killed by the warship will be absorbed by this component. Soul-devouring sublimation. Consume 10 million psionic points. At the cost of breaking this component, consume all the souls devoured by the component. Allow the designated component to be sublimated once. The quality can be determined to be upgraded by 1 level. Current soul-devouring progress. First stage 0%. Note, when the progress bar of the first stage is full, the highest red component can be sublimated, upgraded to a silver component. When the progress bar of the second stage is full, the highest silver component can be sublimated, upgraded to a gold component, and so on. The soul-devouring progress can be accumulated up to the fourth stage. The black component can be sublimated into a colored/lower level component. After reading the properties of the two strange objects, Song Chi's eyes sparkled, but he did not directly take this soul-devouring platform, strange object. The warship fell at a high speed. Not long after the yin-yang collision annihilated the shield and completely overloaded it. The warship left the starry sky intestine again. According to the characteristics of the starry sky intestine, at most one item can be obtained from it at a time. But Song Chi wanted to try to exploit its loopholes. After leaving a space anchor point in the original place, he returned to the golden plate floating land. Tens of minutes later, a space wave flashed by, and Song Chi appeared in this starry sky again. Soon, Tianxu Sangqiong, Song Wujiang, and Song Yan appeared one after another. It's really the starry sky intestine. After coming out of the dimensional space stone, Song Wujiang and the others stared closely at the strange-looking scarlet intestine in front of them. Although both of them had their own adventures, the starry sky intestine was indeed the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. After looking at it for a while, Song Chi expressed his thoughts. Ancestor, we will try to take it together later, and see if we can each get a rare item. After speaking, seeing the two nod, Song Chi said, do you want to bring the original ancestors with you? In the face of this proposal, Song Yan was the first to express his opinion. I don't think it's necessary. This method is unlikely to work. Otherwise, the official Xinhua human civilization will definitely record it. There is some truth in what he said. Starry sky intestine, no matter how rare it is. The number of Xinhua captains in the Xinhua human civilization is also there. There are always many captains who have encountered it. And with the intelligence of the Xinhua human beings, this method is likely to have been tried. Now that it is not marked, it is likely to be unworkable. However, Song Wujiang finally said, Shao Qi, let's go. Although the chance is not high, it is not a big deal with your teleportation ability. Bring Shi Yuan and the others here to try. Half a day later, the 5 fearless captains of the Song family, plus a Star Destroyer captain, all controlled the warships to enter the starry sky intestine. After a period of advance, the 6 warships were parked near 6 different star sea wonders. At the top of the intestine, Tianxu Sangqiong and Ding Hai Longxiang were quietly suspended. Among them, Song Chi's target was the soul-devouring platform, and the ancestor Song Wujiang was staring at the light and shadow tomb, a black rare and precious object. Even if it cannot be transformed into a shipborne component, its value is definitely much higher than that of an ordinary golden component. Song Wujiang will naturally not settle for second best. In the group chat of the special communication components of the 6 warships, as Song Chi's voice rang out, the minds of the Song family were all highly tense. Get ready. 3, 2, 1, start. As the voice fell, the hands of the law that stretched out from the 6 warships stretched out at the same time. The next second, everyone felt a huge repulsive force acting on their bodies. And then, they felt the sky and the earth spinning. When they came to their senses, the 6 people had already appeared in the starry sky outside the starry sky intestine. Looking at the astonishingly large, starry sky intestine in front of them, as a creature touched the strange object bred inside it, a large amount of scarlet blood light suddenly surged around it. The blood light illuminated the entire dark starry sky, and the next second, starry sky intestine had disappeared in front of the 6 people, and fled to the distant starry sky. Seeing this, the Song family members in the Battleship Communication group chat laughed bitterly. Except for Song Chi, who successfully obtained the soul-devouring platform, the strange object, the other 5 people had nothing in their hands, and it was obvious that this method of taking advantage of the loophole did not work. Forget it. It was just an attempt. Don't be disappointed. At least Xiaoqi succeeded in getting a black ultimate component. Song Wujiang was the first to speak. But he didn't need to comfort him. Everyone knew what was going on. In fact, when Song Chi was counting down, everyone else tacitly delayed their moves for a moment, just to ensure that Song Chi could succeed, and not let others get a golden item. But at this time, Song Chi suddenly said, "Wait, let me try again." Acting together was actually just an attempt without much hope. The loophole that Song Chi really wanted to exploit was another person. Chapter 578, The Honorable Name of the King. Hearing Song Chi's words, Song Wujiang and the other 5 people's thoughts raced, and soon, they seemed to have thought of something. "Xiaoqi, this is too dangerous. The energy flow inside the starry sky intestine is too strong. You are rashly teleporting over." Before Song Wujiang and the others finished speaking, Song Chi had already taken the Tianxu Sangqiong back to the Xinhua Zuqiu. However, as his figure was directly exposed in the starry sky, then everyone saw the changes in his body. Song Chi was wearing not only the latest military exoskeleton armor of the Yaoan Kingdom, but also a special Mayan golden vine armor on the inner layer of the exoskeleton. In addition, there was a 6th-level plasma shield that covered his entire body. This was not the end. After taking the Tianxu Sangqiong back to the Xinhua Zuqiu, Song Chi directly used his mind to control the mini Tianxu Sangqiong in the Zuqiu, and activated the black hole field feature of the black hole evolution layer. Buzz buzz buzz. An extremely special black hole energy overflowed from the center of his brows, and finally formed a circle of black hole field with an absolutely invincible effect around Song Chi. After doing all this, Song Chi gave everyone around him a reassuring look. As a captain who is sufficiently stable, if he is not absolutely sure, why would he rashly take risks? With this layer of black hole field, even if he encounters an absolutely irresistible crisis, he has at least 1 second to return to the market, enough to get out of it safely. After greeting everyone in the family, Song Chi turned around and disappeared in front of everyone. Jutian Market. Song Chi, who had just appeared, turned his attention to the several spatial anchor points of the market itself at the fastest speed. To be more precise, he turned his attention to the spatial anchor point set inside the starry sky intestine. As he focused his mind on this spatial anchor point, Song Chi was soon delighted. It can be triggered. Just now, he realized that he could use this spatial anchor point as the landing point to leave the market, which meant that the starry sky intestine that escaped to the distant starry sky was still within the connection range of Zutian Market. After calming down, he chose this space anchor point, and then chose to exit the market. Beyond the distant starry sea, there was a dark starry sky. A scarlet intestine with a length of hundreds of thousands of kilometers floated quietly here, which was the starry sky intestine that had just escaped here. At this moment, the intestine at the bottom of the starry sky intestine suddenly flashed a trace of space fluctuation, and the next second, the fully armed Song Chi appeared in the intestine again. Seeing that he had successfully returned, Song Chi had an unconcealable joy on his face. In this way, things will be much easier. Without further hesitation, a faint light flashed between his eyebrows, and the Tianxu Sangqiong was quickly summoned. When they entered the warship, Song Chi disappeared again. In the starry sky where Song Wujiang and the other 4 were, Song Chi appeared again. "It's good to be back." Seeing Song Chi appear, the first thing they asked about was not the situation of the starry sky intestine, but they all breathed a sigh of relief. Then Song Xingru said, "Xiaoqi, how is it?" Song Chi smiled and nodded. "Success?" In the starry sky, the 5 warships were quickly recovered, and then Song Wujiang and his companions were all put into the dimensional space stone. Song Chi returned to the market again. A few seconds later, inside the starry sky intestine of the unknown starry sky, Song Chi reappeared in the quietly hovering Tianxu Sangqiong. Please note that the energy intensity outside is abnormal, and the current energy level is maintained at the 6th level. After confirming the detection results given by the Sky Intelligence Brain again, Song Chi did not hesitate, and let the Yanli giant rush out of the warship with the dimensional space stone. Soon, the flame giant resisted the strong energy torrent and summoned Song Wujiang and the other 5. That is, all 5 of them were fearless captains, and the physique given by the 6th level guidance technique was not directly submerged by the energy torrent. After they summoned their own ships, Song Wujiang directly controlled the Dinghai Longxiang to fly into the sky. Soon, another strong repulsive force was about to hit all the warships. Looking at Song Wujiang again, there was an obvious smile on his projected face. And then he took out the light and shadow tomb, strange object. Obviously, Song Chi's method is indeed feasible. The ancestor successfully obtained the second rare item. However, just like before, after this time, Starry Sky Intestine fled away again. Song Chi could only repeat the previous operation. After 5 consecutive times, the 6 members of the Song family each had an extra rare item in their hands. In addition to Soul-Devouring Platform and Light and Shadow Tomb, there were also Extreme Wilderness Corruption Cannon, Spirit Snake Space Ring, Star Spirit Jade, Pregnant Sky Stone, all taken away. Although only 3 of them can be transformed into shipborne parts. The harvest this time is already immeasurable. Unknown Starry Sky, as Starry Sky Intestine flees away again, only 6 warships of the Song family remain in the Starry Sky. Warship Communication Group Chat. Song Shirshing, Xiaoqi, although the lowest intensity inside the Starry Sky Intestine is also level 6, if the True Spirit Shadow is activated, can we also let the family's level 4 and level 5 clansmen come and try? The True Spirit Shadow Guardian part is a collective shelter part. Under its blessing, not to mention the level 4 Xinhua captain, but the level 5 captain should be able to summon his ship with it. If it doesn't work, you can let the enslaved creatures try. Although the Starry Sky Intestine no longer has the gold and black items, there are still many silver legendary items. If you can get them all, it will also improve the family's strength. Song Chi personally agrees with this. But he didn't nod in a hurry. Xingzhu, wait a minute. This star field is very far away from our Xinhua human river community. I felt a little reluctant to teleport just now. And I'm not sure whether the starry sky that the Starry Sky Intestine is heading to can be teleported again. After explaining, his figure disappeared again. In Jutian Market, Song Chi narrowed his eyes, and said in his heart, as expected, he could no longer activate the spatial anchor point left inside the Starry Sky Intestine. In this regard, Song Chi shook his head. He didn't mind too much. Although the status of Zutian Market is high, its current rank is only the 6th rank, so it is normal to have restrictions. The key is that the most valuable items inside the Starry Sky Intestine have all been obtained. However, despite this, Song Chi did not cancel the space anchor point left inside the Starry Sky Intestine. The current 6th level market cannot do it. But it does not mean that the future market cannot do it. There are also many silver legendary objects, which are worth visiting again in the future. After confirming that they could no longer be teleported, the 6 people of the Song family chose to return. Song Chi first sent the original ancestors back to the Dragon Ridge continent, and he and the ancestor, Song Yin, waited for the opening of the Chi Bone auction with peace of mind. In the hotel's underground battleship summoning room, the Tianqiu Songqiong quietly docked here. Inside the battleship, Song Chi stared at the soul-devouring altar component in his hand. He had not yet strengthened this component, not only because of the lack of titanium crystal, the master's true spirit, and the 8th level floating land origin in his hand, but also because he did not see the meaning of strengthening this component. According to the description of its component attributes, it has no other effects except the soul-devouring feature. In this case, what is the point of strengthening it to the 7th or even 8th level? Could it be? He thought of a possibility. Without hesitation, he quietly returned to the Dragon Ridge continent. 2 days later, he successfully arrived at a foreign colony under the jurisdiction of Tianmai. This was a colony adjacent to multiple intermediate civilizations. After Song Chi arrived via Tianmai's transit warship, he directly controlled the Tianqiu Songqiong to rush to the nearest intermediate civilization star field. Half a day later, after killing several 4th level units in succession, the Tianqiu Songqiong, which had hundreds of 3rd level units, stopped. Soul-devouring altar LV0 quality, black. Soul-devouring sublimation, current soul-devouring progress. First stage 1%. Seeing this, Song Chi used Heavenly Fate Compass Pan to decompose it, and separated a large group of soul light. Seeing that the soul-devouring progress of the component returned to 0%, he directly strengthened the soul-devouring altar to LV60. After that, he merged the soul light in his hand into the LV60 soul-devouring altar, and now look at the properties of this component. The progress of its soul-devouring is no longer 1%, but 2%. Is it possible to reduce the number of souls required to devour each stage by improving the level of the components? After confirming this, he did not move the soul-devouring altar again, and kept it at level 60. Later, when he has enough resources, he will try to strengthen the components to level 80. In this way, he can accumulate enough progress for 4 stages at the fastest speed. At that time, he will be able to add a second colored component to the Tianqiu Sunqiong. Time passed, and the Qigu auction in Qigu City finally came to the day of its official opening. Buzz buzz buzz. On this day, the roar of warships over Qigu City continued. One after another, warships with amazing captains kept falling from the sky of the floating land. Look, another dreadnought. Just in the past 10 minutes, it seems that more than 20 dreadnought captains have come. Right. On the square in front of the Qigu auction, a large number of low-level Xinhua captains had already gathered. Under their envious gazes, a dreadnought with a captain of 120,000 meters fell from the sky. But just when they thought that the dreadnought would land directly, this warship, which was considered a great man by outsiders, suddenly swept to the side, obviously giving way. The next second, under the endless fiery and awe-inspiring gazes below, a huge ship covered with red hull armor slowly emerged from the clouds above. The length of this warship was terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the streets in the center of the entire Qigu city were all shrouded in darkness. In the eyes of Captain Xinhua in this darkness, this warship was so huge that it blocked out the sky. Star Destroyer, a Star Destroyer captain has arrived. I wonder who His Majesty is. In the territory of Xinhua human civilization, the existence of the Star Destroyer captain is enough to be given the honorific title of king, such as the king of the north sky of the Yaoan kingdom, and the lower level captains prefer to use Your Majesty as an honorific title. Chapter 579, King Dinghai, Group Amplification Components. The Star Destroyer slowly descended, even though it did not deliberately emit any aura, but the ordinary captains under it still felt their breathing gradually become heavier, as if there were mountains pressing on their shoulders. Only those captains with 4th level guidance skills or above were slightly better, and were able to maintain physical freedom and communication ability. Mr. Li, you are knowledgeable. Can you recognize the origin of this Star Destroyer? Hearing the voice, many captains with good backgrounds and strength around looked over, showing great interest in this. The old man who was asked had a calm expression. Even when facing a Star Destroyer hanging high above his head, he did not show much surprise. This man was called Li Gai, an old and experienced fearless captain who had been in this golden plate floating land for thousands of years, and was well known. After hearing the question from the young man beside him, his eyes swept around the red Star Destroyer in the sky, after a long time. He said calmly, with the dragon spine tyrant whale as the family emblem, if it is not from outside the Wupan River system, it should be the Morning Star Kingdom Dragon Spine Song family that has risen in the Tianpan River system in the past few hundred years. Morning Star Kingdom? Longji Song family. As Li Gai's words came out, there were waves of discussions about the Morning Star Kingdom and the Longji Song family. At this time, a battleship captain suddenly said, I know the Morning Star Kingdom, but wasn't the Longji Song family a quasi-immortal family not long ago? It seems that they rely on a flagship of the Three-Eyed Clan, which seems to have been passed down for a short time. Is it a mistake? Amid the discussion of the crowd, the red Star Destroyer in the sky has stopped falling, and as the battleship's hatch opened, a figure that was ordinary, but difficult for all the low-level captains below to look directly at stepped out. With just one step, the figure had traveled tens of thousands of meters. When the second step was followed, the great existence that could not be seen with the eyes had already landed on the reception platform outside the gate of the Qigu auction house. It was not until then that the red Star Destroyer in the sky above the city turned into a red light, sweeping down and following. When the red light sank into the Star Destroyer captain's eyebrows, the low-level captains who dared only to explore with their peripheral vision were completely certain. Yes, the 7th level Xinhua captain, under the effect of 7 life baptisms, has entered the level of semi-mythical creatures, under the blessing of the law force field. Unless they are willing, it is difficult for outsiders to look directly at them if the life level is too different. while many captains were still guessing the identity of His Majesty. The 6th-rank ancestor of the Chigu Luo family, who had been standing respectfully under the reception platform, took the initiative to answer their doubts. Your Majesty, King Dinghai has come to the Chigu auction house in person. Our Luo family is honored. Your Majesty. Please. As he said this, he raised his hand and stepped aside, intending to lead the way in person. As he said this, the low-ranking captains who had already returned from the silent oppression of the Star Destroyer looked at each other, and most of them already had the answer in their hearts. The Wupan River system is not that big. The founding of the Morning Star Kingdom a few hundred years ago was widely known. Even though the Jinpen River system is the farthest from the Tianpen River system, it is no secret that the major powers in the newly established Morning Star Kingdom are basically known to all the powers that are slightly on the stage. In the relevant records of the Morning Star Kingdom, the Dragon Ridge Song family and the Dinghai Song family are two words that cannot be avoided. Now that the three words, King Dinghai, are spoken, the identity of the Star Destroyer captain is naturally revealed. Is it really the first ancestor of the Longji Song family? His. In this way, wouldn't it mean that in less than 300 years, the Morning Star Kingdom has produced two official Star Destroyer captains? Is it so terrifying? While the low-level captains were astonished, Song Wujiang had already followed the Luo family's fearless captain ancestor to the auction house gate. After the Luo family ancestor left, a second fearless captain soon took over, and it was another 6th-level ancestor of the Chi-Gu Luo family. Seeing this, no one was surprised. Although the Chi-Gu Luo family had long fallen from grace, it had been passed down for more than 20,000 years, which was longer than many immortal families. In the middle, a Star Destroyer captain emerged. Although the time was not long, it greatly improved the Luo family's foundation. Under this premise, it was not surprising that the Luo family had many fearless captains. Just as Song Wujiang was about to enter the auction, another Star Destroyer appeared from the clouds above the city. This time, there was no need to guess, as most people recognized the identity of this Star Destroyer. Bright silver ship armor, 3-color energy shield. It belongs to the Black Shark Yuan clan's Black Annihilation King. At the gate of the Chi-Gu auction house, Song Qi and Song Yin had just been released from the Dimensional Space Stone by the ancestor, and suddenly heard the three words, Black Annihilation King. The two instinctively turned their eyes to the back. As far as they knew, Black Annihilation King was the ancestor of the Black Shark Yuan clan, who had been a Star Destroyer captain for more than 10,000 years, and was considered a veteran Star Destroyer captain. So they were a little curious. However, when they looked back at the veteran Star Destroyer captain who stepped out of the battleship, they felt that, like most low-level captains, his face seemed to be filled with layers of chaotic fog, and it was difficult to capture his true face, even if he used his double pupils. After discovering this, the two immediately turned their eyes to the ancestor beside them. As the three walked into the auction hall, a special energy field emanated from Song Wujiang's body, and soon the three of them were completely enveloped. After completing this step, Song Wujiang did not speak, but just glanced at the two of them. Song Qi immediately understood. Ancestor, do you mean because of this special energy field? As he spoke, he and Song Yin simultaneously looked at the special energy field around them. At the same time, Song Wujiang's voice sounded again. That's right. This energy field is called the Law Force Field, or the Law Field. Only after the law enters the perfect level can the organism form this special energy field. You can call it a special field stimulated by the organism itself. It has various powerful and magical effects, making it difficult for outsiders to see directly as just the most basic one. Of course, the internal and external isolation characteristics of the Xinhua warship itself can adapt to this very well. Apart from the force field radiation unique to the flesh and blood evil gods, the force fields of other dominant creatures have little effect on the captain inside the Xinhua warship. This is also the reason why you did not feel anything unusual when facing the ancient queen and the king insect before. Explaining, the three of them entered a box on the top floor of the auction house under the guidance of the Luo family ancestor. Looking down from this box, they can easily overlook the entire auction house. Soon after they arrived, a large number of Xinhua captains entered the auction hall. In just over an hour, tens of thousands of people gathered in the auction hall. Among these tens of thousands of people, at least they were cruiser captains, and there were no less than 1,000 Julu captains, including us. There are 12 Star Destroyer captains participating in the auction this time. I'm afraid that half of the Star Destroyer captains of the Panini group are here. The speaker was Song Yin. He had just paid close attention and found that there were 12 Star Destroyer captains present this time. Not counting those forces that also came from the Immortal Forces. But only 1 or 2 6th level captains came. This alone is enough to show the scale of this auction. And one can also imagine how fierce the subsequent bidding will be. As the auction hall was full, Gu Luo, the organizer of this auction, quickly announced the official start of this auction. The person in charge of this auction was Luo's extreme fearless captain. He waved his hand lightly, and the first item was brought up. Everyone, I am Luo Yuantang, and I will not say much. The first item is a ray of silver upgraded fire source. Everyone can bid freely. Now the auction officially begins. As a strand of silver upgraded fire source named Flame of Chilled Bones was revealed, the atmosphere in the entire auction hall suddenly became very intense. This was also the purpose of Gu Luo clan. Otherwise, they would not have directly auctioned a strand of silver upgraded fire source that was comparable to a golden component. Finally, this strand of Flame of Chilled Bones was won by a 6th level fearless captain with a drop of blood of the evil god who had just entered the 7th level, plus 100 strands of the 7th level floating land origin. In fact, a captain offered a golden sanctuary component. But it was obvious that Luo was more concerned about the drop of blood of the 7th level evil god. After Luo confirmed the deal, many captains present had the same idea in their minds. It seems that Luo is ready to go all out and try to attack the Star Destroyer in the last 10 years. In the top floor box, Song Yin whispered, since you have this idea, why not do it earlier? At this point, even if the promotion is successfully completed, it will probably be difficult for the captain to complete the breakthrough of the 7th level guidance technique. Song Qi also has his own opinion on this doubt. On the surface, this is indeed the truth. But the Luo family has been passed down for more than 20,000 years. And even they themselves may find it difficult to sort out all the internal factions. Based on this, the disputes between the factions are inevitable. Hearing this, Song Yin thought of the Eagle family and quickly accepted this statement. After the previous Tianpan River System Development War, the Morning Star Principality was upgraded to the Morning Star Kingdom, and its territory increased by more than 10 times. Although nearly 2/3 of it was taken over by the Morning Star family and the Song family, the other forces in the Principality were also able to hold on. However, under such circumstances, the Eagle family only managed to produce a fearless captain decades ago, and that was under the heavy pressure of the 4 empires launching a full-scale war. It is precisely because of their already somewhat abnormal internal friction that many forces in the Morning Star Kingdom have now risen to prominence. With such a living example in front of him, Song Yin naturally understood that what Song Qi said was indeed very likely. At this time, Song Qi said again, but then again. This time, the Gu Luo family reached a compromise under heavy pressure. If the subsequent promotion can really succeed, then maybe this will be their chance for revival. Song Wujiang and Song Yin nodded successively, obviously agreeing with this point. Once another Star Destroyer captain emerges, then from then on, whether actively or passively, the Gu Luo family will only have one voice. For a force that has been passed down for more than 20,000 years. This is the best news. After all, with their foundation, as long as they can be coordinated in a unified manner, the energy that can be stimulated is unimaginable. Of course, this possibility may not be too great. And the other immortal families in the Tianqi Kingdom are not just for show. The details depend on whether these forces agree. During the conversation, the auction was already halfway through, and a large number of items were sold, including the silver legendary parts, the red upgraded fire source, the 6th level enslaved creatures, and so on. Song Qi also bought an item in the middle, a small ball of antimatter source, antimatter energy evolution engine. After upgrading to black quality, it did not reach the upper limit. It can still continue to devour antimatter sources, and thus further evolve. However, the amount of antimatter source required is very large, and the small portion option this time is less than 1/20th. Next are the last 5 items of this auction. Now, please welcome the first item. As the auction was coming to an end, it was finally the last item. However, when the auction was boiling, the 5th item from the end only emitted a silver glow. What's going on? Silver parts can also be used for the finale? Suddenly, the whole auction hall was in uproar. Fortunately, The captain of the Luo Extreme Dreadnought spoke up quickly, which suppressed the chaos in the venue. Everyone, please be patient, please read the properties of this component first. As he said, he displayed the property panel of this silver component. Dark Star Black Turtle Armor LV0 Quality, Silver. Features. The sturdiness of the warship hull is increased by 110% when loaded. Feature 2. The armor protection value of the warship hull is increased by 15%. Feature 3. The slot required for loading is always 1. Feature 4. Dark Star Blessing. Consumption. 30/S, psionic points. Effect. After loading, the warship will carry a Dark Star Halo. When attacked, the Dark Star Halo will be triggered, and the power of external attacks will be reduced by half, and the duration is 5 minutes. Buffer. 24 hours. Dark Star Blessing. Consumes 100,000 psionic points. Links up to 1,000 warships of the same side. The shield value of the linked warship's energy shield is increased by an additional 15%. The hull armor protection value is increased by an additional 15%. The duration is 5 minutes. The cooling time is constant at 720 hours. After reading the properties of this component, the breathing sounds in the entire auction hall became heavier. This, Dark Star Black Turtle Armor, although it is only a silver component, it is a real group amplification component. In other words, this component is a silver strategic level component, and its value is not lower than that of an ordinary Golden Sanctuary component. In the upcoming Civilization War, the value of this component will be greatly increased. Just as the atmosphere in the field became more and more heated, a magnetic male voice came from a box at the top of the auction. Have you tried to strengthen this component before? How many warships can it connect to after the 7th level? As soon as the voice fell, a small voice was heard from below. It's Giant Whale King. And Sun is also interested in this component. Chapter 580 Golden, Time Crown Fake. For this, Giant Whale King, the captains of the Tianqi Kingdom are very familiar with it. His real name is Sun Chongjing. The Sun family behind him is one of the several immortal families in the Tianqi Kingdom. The family inherits the legacy of the Golden Horn Giant Whale, and is one of the top immortal families in the Tianqi Kingdom. Faced with this person's question, the Luo family's extreme fearless captain could only speak truthfully. Reply to the Giant Whale King. After this, Dark Star Black Turtle Armor is strengthened to level 70. It can link up to 50,000 warships at a time, and the bonus to the warship's energy shield value and hull armor protection value is 50%, and the duration is 40 minutes. Hearing his reply, a sigh seemed to be inadvertently heard from the box above. 50,000 ships? It can only be regarded as the bottom of the silver strategic level components. What a pity. The voice seemed to be inadvertent, but the actual situation was only known by the Giant Whale King. In the box where the Song family was, Song Yin turned his head to look at the box on the side, and then shook his head and said, "It seems that the Qi-Gu Luo family is in a bit of trouble." The other immortal families in the Tianqi Kingdom obviously did not agree to this. Compared to what Song Yin was focusing on, Song Wujiang's eyes were always on the Dark Star Black Turtle Armor component below. This matter has nothing to do with us. What do you think of this silver strategic level component? Song Qi, grandfather. I think we must take it. The family has not had this kind of group amplification component yet. Since the Qi-Gu Luo family is willing to auction it, we must take it. Song Yin also had the same opinion. This kind of group amplification strategic level component is extremely rare, and once it appears, it will soon be taken by all forces at all costs, leaving no chance for other forces. Because Luo family is desperate this time, we can see such parts in this auction. If we miss this opportunity, it will be very difficult to get such parts in the future. On the auction platform below, Luo family's extreme fearless captain seemed to have not heard the whisper of the Giant Whale King above. He said to himself, "Everyone, this Dark Star Black Turtle Armor is a strategic level part. The civilization war will start in a dozen years. I don't need to say much about what it means to a clan with such a part in hand. Now you can bid freely." The passionate speech of the Luo family ancestor originally made people think that there would be a lot of bids. However, the final result was like a few loud slaps in the face of the Luo family members standing in various places in the auction hall. No one dared to bid in the entire huge auction hall. Many Xinhua captains who came from other river systems, like the 3 people from the Song family, were slightly stunned. No, just one immortal family has spoken. How can it be so intimidating? In response to these people's doubts, a veteran captain soon explained, "You are totally wrong." Although only the Giant Whale King spoke, This actually represents the common attitude of several other immortal families in the kingdom. Otherwise, it would not have such an influence. Just when the Luo family members looked extremely unhappy, someone finally broke the calm in the auction. 50 strands of the 7th level floating land origin. However, this did not make the people of the Chi Gu Luo family look happy, but made them look even uglier. Although the person who spoke was no longer the giant whale king, the voice still came from the box where he was. It was obviously the descendant of the giant whale Sun family who spoke. In this way, naturally no other captain dared to bid. Just as the atmosphere in the venue became more and more weird, a question suddenly came from the box where the Song family was. Ancestor, if this continues, what is the point of us participating in this auction? Is it just for formalities? Song Yan's words seemed unintentional, but under Song Wujiang's deliberate efforts, they were not isolated by the law field, but resounded clearly throughout the auction hall. As soon as these words came out, a voice soon followed. Ha ha ha. This makes sense. We have come from afar, not to watch the show in your Tianqi kingdom. This laughter also came from one of the 12 boxes on the top floor, and it was also a force that had a Star Destroyer personally present. As the two parties sang in unison, the atmosphere in the auction hall finally recovered a lot. At this time, the laughter just now sounded again. The Tuoba royal family, bid a golden energy shield. Hearing this, Song Wujiang followed closely. A golden space expansion component, compared with the same level energy shield. At this time when the civilization war is about to begin, logistics and transportation will be the top priority of all forces. A golden holy quality space expansion component is worth a little more. With the two of them starting, many captains finally started bidding, but most of them were people with immortal backgrounds, and those ordinary clans did not dare to bid. However, as time went by, the Chi Gu Luo family was still reluctant to make a bid. This auction was not the kind that followed the rules of the highest bidder. It also depended on the Luo family's own wishes. If there was no item they wanted, it could be directly unsold. The giant whale Sun family actually had this idea before, to prevent the Luo family from getting more additional promotion resources, and thus causing the promotion to fail, rather than really wanting to use 50 strands of the 7th level floating land origin to forcibly buy the Dark Star Black Turtle armor, otherwise it would be too exaggerated. Seeing that the Luo family had already thought that the item would fail to be sold, Song Wujiang's voice was heard again in the Song family's private room. A 6th level time realm fruit. As soon as these words came out, the Luo family's extreme fearless captain on the auction table had a gleam in his eyes. The next second, he quickly said, "Deal. This Dark Star Black Turtle armor will be bought by His Majesty, King Dehai." Huh? It can be seen that all the Luo family members present breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Song Qi and Song Yan, who were sitting high in the private room, soon heard the noisy discussions coming from below. Time Realm Fruit? If I remember correctly, this is a special resource that allows the upgraded warship to have a second impact opportunity. Right? Yes, counting the 6th level Time Realm Fruit, the blood of the evil god who had just entered the 7th level, and the special resource formula required for the dreadnought to be upgraded to a Star Destroyer. It is not difficult for Luoshi to collect it, and the high-level alien blood, the 7th level dominant blood, etc. This time Luoshi's success rate in impacting the Star Destroyer seems to be quite high. No, you have underestimated a little bit, and there is also the blessing of the Law of Enlightenment. In the box, Song Qi's eyes showed a trace of doubt. The ancestor was beside him, and he was not embarrassed, and said directly, "Ancestor, how can the law of self-perception be added to the impact of Star Destroyers?" I remember that the ancestor did not seem to receive this bonus before. He had heard of this statement, but when Dinghai Longxiang was promoted before, it seemed that this point was not touched upon, so he did not know much about it. Song Wujiang shook his head and explained, "Captain Xinhua's own perception of the law can indeed increase the success rate of the impact of Star Destroyers, but there is a great limitation, that is, the degree of perception of the law must be more than 90%. If you can raise your comprehension of the law to more than 90% before your ship attacks the Star Destroyer, if it is an ordinary law such as gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, every 1% increase on the basis of 90% can increase the corresponding promotion success rate. And if you comprehend the two supreme laws of time and space, then every 1% increase can increase the promotion success rate by 2%. I spent too little time in the 6th stage, and my comprehension of the law of space was only 85% when I attacked the Star Destroyer, which did not reach the threshold for bonus. After hearing this, Song Qi suddenly understood. According to this, once his understanding of the space law reaches 91% in the future, the Tianqiu Sangqiang will be able to increase the promotion success rate by 2% when attacking the Star Destroyer. If it is 92%, then the promotion success rate will be 4%. Thinking about it, Song Qi suddenly thought of another point. Ancestor, what if the captain comprehends two laws? If he comprehends two laws at the same time, and both of them increase their understanding of the laws to more than 90%, can the success rates of the two be superimposed? Of course. After confirming this, Song Qi's heart tightened, and his sense of urgency for comprehending the laws increased again. In the past few decades, even with the multiple increases of Zutian Market, Starry Sky Throne, Enlightenment Cushion Pseudo, his comprehension of the law of space is still only 74%, and the law of light has not exceeded 80%. Even if the divine space crystal produced by Cultivation Secret Realm is added later, it will be quite difficult to push 2 or even 3 laws to more than 90% before Tianqiu Sangqiang hits the Star Destroyer. Thoughts raced, the subsequent options were still going on. Except for the Dark Star Black Turtle Armor parts, the 4 subsequent finale items were all extremely rare. Among them were the Golden Sanctuary quality parts. The final big item was exactly what Song Wujiang was looking for this time. Time Crown Pseudo LV0 quality, gold. Features, Time Resistance plus 1000. Feature 2, Time Crown Secondary Time Stop. Feature 3, the time comprehension of the time law inside the loaded battleship increased by 140%. Feature 4, Time Crown Secondary Time Reversal. Feature 5, cooling reduction of all parts of the loaded battleship increased by 20%. Consumption, 100/S, psionic points, effect. When the loaded battleship is attacked by external time energy, it will automatically weaken its power by 20%. No need for charging and buffering. Upgrade requirements, 100 strands of floating land origin, 0 order, 10,000 psionic points, 1 drop of time marrow fluid. Note, this component requires 5 slots to load. Time Crown Secondary Time Stop, consumes 80,000 psionic points, lets the designated target enter the time stop state, duration 2s, cooling time 720 hours. Time Crown Secondary Time Reversal, consumes 100,000 psionic points, lets a small area outside the designated warship enter the time reversal state, currently can reverse up to 2s, cooling time is constant at 1 year. For this component, Song Wujiang is determined to get it, but after the auction officially started, he did not rush to make a move. Chapter 581 Success and Choice. A Golden Patrol Radar. Plus 300 strands of the 7th level Floating Land Origin. A drop of the 7th level Star Beast Origin Blood. Plus 50 copies of the Master's True Spirit. Amid the sound of bids coming one after another, 11 of the 12 private rooms at the top of the auction, where the captain of the Star Destroyer personally came, made bids one after another. Obviously, compared to the previous lower level silver strategic level component, this Time Crown Fake component is more attractive. But think about it. According to what Chi Gu Luo said, after this Time Crown Fake component is strengthened to LV80, the general cooling reduction it can provide can reach 60%. In this way, the buffer time of those so-called strategic level components can be reduced by half. And with the 2 other excellent time-related characteristics of the components themselves, the cost effectiveness is obviously much higher. However, among the current quotations, there is no one that Luo Shi is interested in. In the Song family's box, Song Wujiang's eyes flickered, and he was a little undecided about the subsequent quotations. Because of the previous harvest of Starry Sky Intestine, he now has 2 components of the same level that can be traded. Extreme Desolation Corruption Cannon, and Spirit Snake Space Ring. Neither Star Destroyer nor Space Expansion components are obviously what the Song family needs at the moment. Because Dinghai Longxiang and the 3-eyed Royal Family Domination flagship both have been equipped with a golden or higher Star Destroyer, and Song Qi's ability to travel back and forth to the Dragon Ridge continent at any time allows the family to not worry about logistics supply issues in the subsequent civilization battlefield. After pondering for a long time, he displayed the attribute panels of the 2 components and said bluntly, "You can choose either Extreme Desolation Corruption Cannon or Spirit Snake Space Ring, and add 400 strands of the 7th level Floating Land Origin." After bidding, Song Wujiang waited quietly. In fact, the 3 members of the Song family were quite nervous. Compared with the other families, their bids were only average. But there was nothing they could do. The Song family could not compare with the immortal families that had been passed down for thousands of years. Not to mention bidding 50 master spirits at once. Even for the 50 spirit subsidies from the divine dynasty for 5,000 years. Song Wujiang, who had just been promoted to the captain of the Star Destroyer, had to take the risk to go to the Xinhua Zuding to register, just to strengthen as many parts as possible before the civilization war began. At this moment, a voice was heard again from a box that had already bid once before. Golden energy shield, golden ship armor, golden patrol radar. Any one of the three, plus 100 copies of the 7th level Master True Spirit. When this was said, not only the 3 people from the Song family, but all the other bidders in the auction hall sighed in their hearts, understanding that there was no need to bid anymore. That's the box where the Liang royal family is. As expected of an immortal royal family with a heritage of more than 40,000 years, they are generous enough. Forget it, since the Liang family has already made a move, we won't continue to join in the fun. With 3 star destroyers, it's possible that after this civilization war, they will directly become an immortal giant and lead our Tianqi into the ranks of dynasties. In each box, discussions were heard one after another, but all parties had a tacit understanding, that is, they all stopped the idea of continuing to bid. For the immortal royal family, with the deepest foundation in the Panani system, all parties were willing to give this face. Seeing that no one was bidding anymore, Captain Luo's extreme dreadnought on the auction table below spoke again. As his voice slowly sounded, the auction hall fell into complete silence, and the atmosphere in the venue fell into a strange state again. Everyone, I am really sorry. This time the offer does not have what Luo needs. So I declare that the result of this last lot is, it is not sold. It is not unsold. This kind of thing has actually happened before. And it is not uncommon. It is reasonable to say that this is just a very normal thing. But the problem lies in the previous offer. Choose one of 3 gold parts of the same level, plus 100 master spirits. This is definitely a price that exceeds the normal value of a gold universal cooling reduction part. Not to mention that this is the price offered by the royal Liang family. Therefore, everyone has to think more. Is Qigu Luo family expressing their dissatisfaction with Liang family in this way? This is a common idea in the minds of most captains at this moment. However, no matter how outsiders speculate, the specific situation is only known to the core members of Luo family. Just as the people in the auction hall left one after another, in a medium-sized stone chamber deep under the auction hall, several battleship captains and dreadnought captains stood there. Ancestor, this blatant disrespect to the Liang family, will it trigger their subsequent stronger targeting? You are too naive. Will they let us try to get promoted if we give in to them? It's been more than 20,000 years. Haven't you seen their true colors? The moment the giant whale king of the Sun family spoke, it already represented their attitude. Instead of continuing to flatter, it's better to keep this time crown fake part to play a real role for my Luo family. Ancestor, do you have a solution? Well, let's see. Whether it can be achieved depends on the attitude of that person. Shigu Auction House. Backstage. Led by a battleship captain of the Luo family, the 3 members of the Song family came to the backstage, ready to hand over the previous Dark Star Black Turtle armor parts. However, after entering the backstage, the 3 members of Song Qi immediately found something wrong. King Dinghai, Your Majesty. Many of our Luo family's ancestors want to discuss a deal with you. Please move. As he said this, the battleship captain made a move. The ground behind him suddenly trembled, and then a tunnel leading directly to the underground was revealed. Having successfully obtained the Dark Star Black Turtle armor parts, Song Wujiang did not refuse, and took Song Qi and the other 2 with him, and quickly disappeared into the tunnel. The current situation of the Luo family is already very clear. They want to make a final attempt at all costs, but the other immortal families of the Tianqi kingdom obviously do not allow it. Because of this, Song Wujiang was a little curious. Curious about how a drowning person would save himself. After walking all the way, the few people finally entered an underground stone chamber. This underground stone chamber was not large, and at this moment, many fearless captains of the Luo family had gathered. Song Qi did not rush to observe the Luo family. He first scanned the stone chamber. Golden hidden objects. Large combined illusion space. Large controllable nuclear fusion reactor. Obviously, Qigu Luo family arranged a variety of concealment methods in this stone chamber. Just as Song Qi was checking the surroundings, several fearless captains of the Luo family who had been waiting here spoke up. Sir, please give us a hand. No matter whether we succeed or not, we will remember your kindness. As they spoke, There was no need for Song Wujiang to respond. The Luo family continued, "As long as you are willing, this time Crown Falls will be given to you free of charge. In addition, if you are promoted successfully in the future, we are willing to sign an offensive and defensive alliance contract with the Longji Song family behind you in the subsequent civilization war." After all was said, the Luo family did not continue to speak, but stared at Song Wujiang expectantly. Song Wujiang did not speak. His eyes were deep, although it was not clear what he was thinking. But the Luo family knew that he was considering the pros and cons. In response, the Luo family waited quietly, and the respect on their faces did not diminish at all. They knew a lot about the Longji Song family, and knew the general situation of the Song family now. Under the premise of the possibility of making enemies with the 7 immortal families of the Tianqi kingdom, they naturally had to consider it carefully. However, they have some confidence in this, because the Song family has just entered the immortal family, and the relationship with the Morning Star royal family is very tense. So in the subsequent civilization war, the Song family needs a stable and reliable ally, and once their Luo family succeeds, they will be the most suitable choice. Although they have not had a Star Destroyer captain until now, but as long as they appear, with a foundation accumulated over 20,000 years, they will immediately become a powerful and reliable ally. Seeing that the ancestor had not spoken yet, Song Qi took the initiative to say, "Seniors, I have a question. Now there are only more than 10 years left before the start of the civilization war. Even if you succeed in completing the promotion, do you really think that a Star Destroyer controlled by a 7th level captain without a true spiritual state mind can play a sufficient deterrent in the subsequent civilization battlefield?" He said this very tactfully, but in fact, it is simpler to use plain words. A half-baked Star Destroyer is not qualified to form an alliance with the Song family. However, the Luo family seemed to know that there would be such a question, and they responded quickly, "Brother Song, we have already prepared for this." But he paused when he said this, and seemed a little embarrassed. In the end, Song Qi and the other two signed a golden confidentiality agreement before he was allowed to speak again. The Luo family's fearless captain directly projected a light screen with a special communication bracelet. The image on the light screen showed a spiritual object emitting fluorescent light. "Is this instant god fruit?" Seeing that Song Qi recognized the origin of the spiritual creature, the faces of the Luo family became even purpler. "Yes, it is the instant divine fruit. This spiritual fruit was accidentally obtained by an ancestor of our Luo family 10,000 years ago. As long as the warship can be successfully promoted, the captain can immediately use this fruit to achieve the 7th level guidance technique." Song Qi nodded to this, and did not refute it. Instant divine fruit, as the name suggests, is a kind of super spiritual creature in the Star Sea that can immediately achieve the 7th level life of the Star Sea after swallowing it. Although once this spiritual fruit is used, there will be no possibility of promotion in the future. It can be regarded as a price paid with all one's own potential. But even so, it does not affect its terrifying value at all. Level 7. That is a level 7 life form in the Star Sea. As long as you reach this level, you can easily live for more than 100,000 years. How many creatures dream of this? After Song Qi, Song Yan also slowly spoke. "What do you mean by giving a push? My Luo family sealed a dominant creature thousands of years ago, but it was not seriously injured. We need His Majesty the King of Dehai to help us inflict heavy damage. In addition, His Majesty will also need to personally sit in our Chigu continent for the next 10 years. The Luo family's request was not excessive, and was within the acceptable range. However, there was one thing that was somewhat conflicting. Song Yan continued, "But we have to go to the Xianqin Divine Dynasty first, and we don't know how long it will take." Hearing this, the Luo family looked at each other, and after a long exchange of glances, they said, 2 years. With the foundation of our Luo family, it is not difficult to withstand the pressure from the other families in the kingdom for 2 years. As long as you can return within 2 years, there will be no problem. As Song Qi and Song Yan asked these questions one by one, Song Wujiang finally spoke with confidence. "In this case, we can give it a try, but everything must be signed with a detailed cooperation agreement." Although it was only 2 short sentences, but for the Luo family, it was more important than anything else. As for the reason why Song Wujiang finally made this decision, the reason was actually very simple. Although the Song family had just become an immortal family, they had a Star Destroyer, a 3-eyed royal flagship, including a masterclass Star Dragon Shark. With such strength, Even if the subsequent Luo family's plan failed, they would not be afraid of the secret suppression from the Tianqi kingdom. Unless the other party really wants to go to war with the Song family directly under the eyes of the Xianqing divine dynasty. This is obviously impossible. Of course, on behalf of the hundreds of millions of Luo family members, I thank King Dinghai for his great kindness. Whether it succeeds or not, our Luo family will remember it in our hearts. After that, both parties signed a detailed cooperation and confidentiality agreement. The Song family used the Flame Secret Agreement, and the Luo family had an amazing background. They also took out a Golden Confidentiality Agreement component. After both parties signed it, the Time Crown Fake component was successfully handed over to Song Wujiang. Then, Sir, the Luo family, will wait for you to come back and support us in 2 years. Outside the Jinpen floating land, a dreadnought with a length of more than 100,000 meters entered the long-distance Stargate transmission base station. Stop, the Tianqi royal family ordered that. There is an alien invasion in the river system, and all passing warships must verify their identities. Soon, the dreadnought displayed its own warship name. Shanxi Taibai, from outside the Wupan river system? Okay, go ahead. 3 days later, accompanied by a violent space fluctuation, tens of thousands of warships were teleported to the Feibao River System, outside the Wupan River System. Feibao River System. Oak Dynasty. After leaving the Stargate base station, the Tianqi Sanqiong, disguised as the Shanxi Taibai, swept out through the Mirage Dragon Wanhua Pearl parts. After a jump, when they were thousands of light years away from the Oak Dynasty capital floating land, Song Wujiang and Song Yan were released from the Dimensional Space Stone. Ancestor. You guessed right. The families of the Tianqi kingdom really made trouble in the teleportation, and wanted to prevent us from normal Stargate teleportation. After a brief chat about this matter, the three turned their attention back to the Oak Dynasty. The Oak Dynasty is our last transit country this time. Beyond that, it is the territory of the Xianqing dynasty. But I just asked, if you want to go to the Xianqing dynasty through the teleportation Stargate on the Oak Dynasty side, you have to wait until half a year. Hearing what Song Qi said, Song Wujiang changed the topic and said, Xiao Qi, isn't there a component on your ship that can jump millions of light years at a time? Just use this component directly. Half a year. We don't have so much time to waste here. Okay, ancestor. More than 10 minutes later, the Tianqi Sanqiong, in the state of a microneutron star, completely sank into the jump channel in front. When the space fluctuations dissipated, the starry sky once again returned to its former emptiness, as if no warships had ever appeared before. At the same time, millions of light years away, in the territory of the Xianqing divine dynasty, on a certain floating land in the Sea of Stars, a violent collision suddenly broke out. Chapter 582 9th Level Star Sea Floating Land, Xianqing Continent. Fuck. Luckily I activated the neutron star fission in advance. Feeling the huge tremor coming from under his feet, a sentence from his previous life blurted out. Song Qi could imagine what kind of violent explosion was happening outside at this moment. Did it hit a floating land? Through the radar map displayed on one side, it was determined that the Tianqi Sanqiong had directly collided head-on with a star sea floating land. However, due to the limitation of the radar's own detection range, he did not know what level this floating land was. Of course, one thing is certain. The floating land itself must have an owner. Although the territory of the Xianqing divine dynasty stretches for nearly 200 million light years, after hundreds of thousands of years of continuous development within the divine dynasty, it is impossible for there to be an ownerless floating land. The only good news is that this floating land is not a life-type floating land, but a resource-type floating land, and no casualties were caused. Without thinking too much, he carefully controlled the Tianqi Sanqiong in the form of a miniature neutron star to fly upwards. Just after flying tens of thousands of meters, several roars were heard from multiple directions. Soon, the Tianqi Sanqiong, which returned to the conventional battlefield form, was surrounded by multiple warships. Through the holographic exterior, Song Qi could see that the warships surrounding them were all cruisers and chasers, which posed no threat to the Tianqi Sanqiong itself. However, judging from the other party's posture, their background was obviously not simple. Otherwise, they would not have surrounded them so confidently after seeing the outstanding captain of the Tianqi Sanqiong. Sir, this is the 6th level resource floating land Lu 74 under the command of the Xianqing Dongli Palace. You are suspected of damaging the property under the jurisdiction of the Dongli Palace. Please take back the warship and accept our investigation. Hearing the voice, Song Chi's eyes flickered in the battleship's main control room. He knew that he was coming to the Xianqin Divine Dynasty, so he had already collected some basic information about the Xianqin Divine Dynasty. And among them, there happened to be relevant information about the Dongli Palace. The Xianqin Dongli Palace was conferred 100,000 years ago. It was said that the first generation of Dongli King had been promoted to the captain of the galaxy tens of thousands of years ago. It was a real immortal giant force. When he thought that he had bumped into this 6th level resource floating land, Song Chi couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. But no matter what, he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. But he didn't follow the other party's wishes to recall the warships. Instead, he explained in a gentle tone, "I'm really sorry. This was a mistake during the jump process. And it was not aimed at the Dongli Palace. I am personally willing to compensate. And you can quote a price for the damage caused this time." Hearing that his attitude was very good, several Xinhua warships belonging to the Dongli Palace did not continue to insist on recalling the warships. After all, it was a dreadnought with a length of 160,000 meters. And it was easy to guess that it was not simple. However, with the support of the Dongli Palace, their confidence and vision developed over the years did not really make them feel afraid. After a brief discussion, they gave a frightening amount of compensation. 10,000 strands of the 6th level floating land origin? When he heard the amount, Song Chi smiled. Although the collision did cause some losses, there were no casualties, no damage to the mineral veins, and no paralysis of the mining base. Under this premise, let alone 10,000 strands of the 6th level floating land origin, 1,000 strands would be a lion's mouth. Song Chi had no intention of arguing with these people. He directly released 300 strands of the 6th level floating land essence from the warship. This was the most reasonable amount, he thought. Although he had a lot of 6th level floating land essence with the help of the spiritual synthesis platform in the market, it did not mean that he was willing to be slaughtered like a fat sheep. After leaving 300 strands of the 6th level floating land essence, Song Chi did not hesitate anymore. The warship engine roared and rushed towards the outside of the floating land. "Please stop your actions. Otherwise, I will issue a wanted order for you in the name of Dongli Palace." Song Chi turned a deaf ear to this, and the Tianxu Sangqiong still flew towards the sky at a very fast speed. Wanted order? This really didn't scare him. The name of the Tianxu Sangqiong had already been changed again. Zhejiang Shaoxing, if you could be wanted, go ahead. However, there was a small episode in the middle. When Song Chi was about to leave this level 6 resource-based floating land, he saw a battleship flashing below. In order to stop him from leaving, the other party used the special control component ability. But in front of the golden, blood battle monument, strengthened to level 80. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. And he did not get any response at all. After successfully leaving this level 6 floating land, Song Chi activated the red sky jump device, and completely got rid of the subsequent tracking. 3 days later, Ding Hai Longxiang, Tianxu Sangqiong, Lian Juhai, successfully purchased a detailed map of the Xianqin Divine Dynasty on an official Xianqin floating land. According to this star map, there are still dozens of river systems between the Xinhua Zuding and the Dongli River system. If we really teleport one river system at a time, I'm afraid it will take nearly 10 years just to travel. In the battleship's magnetic wave communication group chat, the three began to discuss the subsequent journey. There was no way. The territory of the Xianqin Divine Dynasty was too vast, and the number of river systems under its jurisdiction was close to 200. As one of the 4 supreme divine courts of the Xinhua human civilization, the Xianqin Xinhua Zuding was naturally located in the Xianqin River system, the core of the Xianqin Divine Dynasty. When talking about this, the three people turned their eyes tacitly and looked at a river system marked on the star map. Dongjiang River System. Let's go to this Dongjiang River System, which is the center of dozens of river systems in the eastern part of Xianqin. And there is a dark energy ultra-long distance transmission platform directly connected to the Xianqin River System. Of course, the most important thing is that this Dongli River System has a direct transmission service to the Dongjiang River System. After confirming this, Song Chi and the other two did not hesitate anymore. The 3 warships rushed directly to the Dongli Central Stargate Transmission Base Station. Dongli River System, Dongli Floating Land Outer Space. Dongli Central Stargate Transmission Base Station Entrance. Stop. Routine inspection. Please cooperate with our Dongli Palace. Regarding this routine inspection work, Song Chi did not know whether it was always the same, or whether it was caused by the previous accident. But no matter what, he did not care. He is now the captain of the Tianqiu Sangqiong dreadnought. After a check, the 3 warships were allowed to pass as expected. They were lucky this time. As soon as they entered the Stargate transmission base station and bought the transmission ticket, they were told that the transmission time was tomorrow, without any delay. The next day, the 3 warships flew out of the Dongjiang Stargate transmission base station, and before they set off for the dark energy ultra-long-distance transmission platform that directly connected to the Xianqin River system, Song Chi and the other 2 were first attracted by the super floating land below that was also endless. This floating land is called Dongjiang Floating Land, although it is the same as Dongli Floating Land. Both belong to the category of Level 8 Life-type Star Sea Floating Land. But compared with Dongli Floating Land, which has only been Level 8 floating land for a short period of 10,000 years, this Dongjiang Floating Land is much more shocking. Just in terms of area, the 2 are completely incomparable. Dongli Floating Land has only been promoted to Level 8 for 10,000 years, and now the diameter of the floating land is just over 200,000 light-years. Dongjiang Floating Land is said to have been a Level 8 floating land as early as the beginning of the Xianqin Divine Dynasty to open up the Dongjiang River system. Now, nearly 200,000 years have passed. Under the full cultivation of the Dongjiang Xinhua Royal Court, it has already reached the peak of the Level 8 floating land, and now its diameter is close to 500,000 light-years. 500,000 light-years. What does this mean? Just one of them would almost occupy half of the river system. Staring at this majestic floating land, Song Yan's voice rang out in the group chat. 8th level peak floating land. If we use it to drive our families, Dragon Whale Hall? I wonder if we can unleash the full power of Dragon Whale Hall. Hearing his question, Song Chi was also somewhat interested, and said, 8th level peak floating land. With the huge size of a floating land, the energy it can contain will never be weaker than a 9th level life form in the star sea. So it is certain that we can unleash the full power of Dragon Whale Hall. At this point, he paused, and then changed the subject. Of course, I'm only talking about the current black supreme quality, Dragon Whale Hall. If it is the colorful mythical quality, Dragon Whale Hall, after 3 repairs, it should not be enough. There was a hint of uncertainty in his tone. After all, great existences such as the 8th and 9th levels were still a little far away from them, slowly withdrawing their sight from the super-large floating land below. After a brief surprise, the 3 continued to fly towards the target direction. According to some information they had learned before, the dark energy ultra-long-distance transmission platform that leads directly to the Xianqin River system is located in the outer sky at the center of the floating land, and is tens of thousands of light-years away from where they are now. However, this is not a bad thing. The 3 warships including the Tianqiu Sangqiong are equipped with at least 1 silver-quality jump device, and they will arrive after a few jumps. The next day, violent space fluctuations were heard again in the starry sky outside the Dongjiang floating land, and then the 3 warships rushed out of the jump tunnel one after another. This, staring straight ahead, Song Yan did not come back to his senses for a long time. In the Tianqiu Sangqiong, Song Chi's reaction was stronger, but he was also shocked. In their previous imagination, they only thought that this dark energy ultra-long-distance transmission platform should not be too different from the Stargate transmission base station. But now they saw it. It was really shocking. What appeared in front of them was not an ordinary transmission base station at all, but a mechanical city of astonishing size, quietly suspended in the starry sky. Its entire body is made of super alloy, wrapped in a dark energy particle shield with extremely high defense energy level, and the steel walls covered with Law's secret patterns are lined with various large caliber H3 dark energy annihilation cannons. Even on the top of this mechanical city, there is an ultra-large caliber interstellar space-based truth cannon with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers. Its size is so huge that the Star Destroyer is like an inconspicuous toy in front of it. Just when Song Chi and the others were shocked, Song Wujiang's voice sounded in the communication group chat. As far as I know, this is the Titan I-Space mechanical fortress developed by Xianqin Heavy Industry Group after tens of thousands of years. It has the defense and firepower of the 8th level. If the interstellar space-based truth railgun on the top of the fortress is fully charged, it can even stimulate the light of truth of the 9th level. Listening to the explanation of the ancestor, The personnel inside the mechanical fortress in front also successfully verified the identities of the 3 warships. Soon, the 3 warships, Tianqiu Sangqiong, sailed into the space mechanical fortress. Compared to the crowded long-distance Stargate transmission base stations, the interior of this interstellar mechanical fortress seemed particularly deserted. However, Song Qi and the other 2 could understand this, because they had just learned that if they wanted to go to the Xianqin River system through the dark energy ultra-long-distance transmission platform, each Xinhua battleship would need to pay 100 strands of the 7th level floating land origin. Such a high price. Anyone who heard it would probably stay away. However, compared to a piece of golden universal cooling reduction component, this is still worth it. So they did not leave. Half a month later, 100 captains who needed to be teleported gathered in the fortress, and this was also the bottom line for each activation of the dark energy ultra-long-distance teleportation platform. Dinghai Longxiang, Star Destroyer, are you sure you need to teleport? Yes. Please pay 100 strands of the 7th level floating land origin, which will be used as the cost of this teleportation. In the central area of the mechanical fortress, hundreds of warships were docked on a black stone platform with a diameter of more than 100,000 kilometers. As the fortress staff officially activated the teleportation function of the teleportation platform, the 3 large dark energy reactors located below the fortress began to work at overload. As time went on, more and more dark energy gathered inside the black stone platform. When the gathered dark energy exceeded a limit, violent spatial fluctuations began to emerge on the entire stone platform. The next second, a dark energy light column with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers shot up into the sky, passed through the top of the mechanical fortress, and shot towards the dark starry sky in the distance. At the same time, the hundreds of Xinhua warships inside the fortress suddenly began to fade away, and finally disappeared inside the mechanical fortress, and were teleported to the core star field of the Xianqin dynasty tens of millions of light-years away. Xianqin dynasty, Xianqin river system, Xianqin continent. Rather than saying that the Xianqin river system is the center of the entire Xianqin dynasty, it is better to say that the Xianqin Zulu is the center of the entire Xianqin dynasty, because the so-called Xianqin river system, in fact, only has a floating land, and there is no other thing. Xianqin continent, this floating land of life that has just reached the peak of level 9, has a diameter of more than 3 million light-years, and the floating land itself occupies an entire river system. As the ancestral land of the Longxing of Xianqin divine dynasty, Xianqin continent was originally only a floating land of life at the peak of level 8. More than 200,000 years ago, it was still controlled by a high-level civilization called the Ghost Eye Clan. It was just that the divine Xia dynasty had been established for tens of thousands of years, and the dynasty actively explored, and finally the ancestor of the Ying family overcame all difficulties, led his followers to defeat the Ghost Eye Clan civilization, and established it as the ancestral land of the Ying family. Now more than 200,000 years have passed. Under the full cultivation of the Tianzhu royal family Ying family, this floating land has reached its current situation. Chapter 583, Xinhua Zutong. To be honest, Song Qi and Song Yan have been experiencing a lot of ups and downs in their hearts recently. First, they witnessed the Dongli floating land, an 8th level floating land, and then the Dongjiang floating land, which was at the peak of the 8th level. It was not long after they calmed down, and the Xianqin continent, which was close to the peak of the 9th level, came again. But this also has a benefit. At least it made them realize that their own foundation is far from enough. In front of the real superpowers in the Broken Star Sea, the Dragon Ridge continent, which has just entered the 7th level floating land, is not worth mentioning at all. This made them calm down their recently drifting mood. Of course, it was not their fault. More than 10 years ago, they first got 2 golden upgraded fire sources, 2 black ultimate parts, and many golden parts from the ruins of the Yanshan clan civilization. This time, through cheating operations in Starry Sky Intestine, they got 2 more black ultimate rare items, many golden holy domain rare items, including the time crown fake part that Chi Gu Luo automatically took out. All of this shows that the Song family has been too smooth recently, which inevitably makes people feel a little proud, now that they have witnessed the splendor of multiple super floating lands in the Star Sea. It can be regarded as a good thing to cool down their restless mood. Rushing out of the teleportation station, the 3 members of the Song family were still immersed in the shock of the Xianqin continent, the Xianqin Dragon Forbidden Fleet, which has been stationed outside the continent for many years. immediately dispatched 2 dreadnoughts, facing the famous Xianqin royal fleet. Even if it was just 2 ordinary dreadnoughts in the fleet, the 3 members of the Song family showed sufficient cooperation. This is not the 6th-level resource floating land under the jurisdiction of the Dongli Palace, but the ancestral land of the Xianqin divine dynasty, one of the 4 great empires of the Xinhua human race. The Xianqin Dragon Forbidden Fleet is a well-known ace fleet of the Xianqin divine dynasty. Although its fleet size is only 100,000 ships, the weakest members of the fleet are all chasing ships. The highest commander of the fleet is a powerful galaxy captain from the Xianqin clan. It is said that he once confronted a 9th-level 8-armed snake demon emperor of the 8-armed snake demon civilization head-on. And the casualties were not large, but are the members of the Morning Star Kingdom, Dragon Ridge Song family, applying to go to the Xinhua Zuding? Yes. After receiving a positive response from the Song family, the 2 Dragon Band fleet dreadnoughts began to lead the 3 warships downward. As they flew downward, they could occasionally see star destroyers patrolling in the sky. This was the ancestral land of the Xianqin divine dynasty. There were tens of millions of Xinhua warships coming from outside every day. As a result, it was not easy to maintain order. Song Qi even speculated that there might be a galaxy ship secretly guarding the place. As they traveled along the way, Song Qi and Song Yan kept looking at everything on this 9th-level floating land. Unfortunately, they were not allowed to fly freely over this floating land. Once they were discovered, they would probably be shot down by the patrolling star destroyer. There was no other way. There were countless warships traveling to and from Xianqin continent every day. If these warships were allowed to travel randomly, then it would have been a mess long ago. Xinhua Zuding was located in the middle of Xianqin continent, in the Xianqin Longting city. The moment he saw the outline of Xianqin Dragon Court City from afar, the first thing that came to Song Qi's mind was the Holy Light City on the Red Star Super Dimension continent. Because before that, the city built by the 8th-level Peak Angel King was definitely the most magnificent city he had seen in more than 400 years. However, even so, as long as the 2 cities were compared slightly, Holy Light City was instantly crushed. The conditions for admission to this Xianqin Dragon Court City are extremely strict. It is said that except for the descendants of the Xianqin royal family, people from other forces who want to enter this city that is like the capital of Chuntian must at least have enough background. This is not enough. The cost of entering the city each time is also extremely high. Fortunately, with the guidance of the Dragon Band fleet members, Song Qi and the other 2 easily entered the city. Ignoring the curious look on Song Yan's face, the 2 Dragon Band fleet members led the 3 people straight to the Xinhua Zuding in the city. Based on the status of Xinhua Zuding, it is located in the most prosperous area of the city. The most eye-catching thing is that 2 master-level archangels with 12 wings on their back stand outside the gate of the Zuding. In the eyes of outsiders, the holy, mysterious, and powerful master-level angels are just used by Xinhua Zuding to guard the gate. This alone is enough to show the status of Xinhua Zuding itself. After sending the 3 people into the ancestral hall, the 2 members of the Dragon Band fleet did not stay for long and turned around and left quickly. Before leaving, they did not forget to ask, "Sir King Dehai," after successfully completing the ancestral hall certification, "I hope you will remember to leave Xianqin continent within 1 day. This time you are a special entry and do not have the right to stay. In the future, you can only stay in Xianqin continent normally after applying." The certification process of the Xinhua Ancestral Hall was much simpler than expected. The 3 waited for less than half an hour, and then the ancestor was called into the inner hall. And then in less than 2 minutes, he came out again. "Ancestor, is that all?" Facing the doubts of the 2, Song Wujiang patiently explained. The certification of Xinhua Zuding is actually to put an official label on the personal Xinhua network account. And it also opens up some special permissions for the Star Destroyer captain. Permissions? Hearing these 2 words, the 2 immediately became interested. "Ancestor, can you be more specific?" "It's very simple. That is, the personal confidentiality authority is further improved. The scope of connection to the Xinhua land is expanded, and the Star Destroyer captain can directly contact Xinhua Zuding through the Xinhua land, etc." After that, Song Wujiang explained it in detail. There is no need to say more about personal confidentiality. When it comes to the level of a Star Destroyer captain, the Xinhua Bureau of the Kingdom no longer has the authority to retrieve the captain's various information, chat records, etc. Only the Empire Shinhua Zuding has this authority. As for the Shinhua land range of the Star Destroyer Captain, it has expanded to an entire river system. In other words, as long as the Star Destroyer Captain is located in the same river system and has been officially certified, he can communicate freely through the Shinhua network. The last Star Destroyer Captain can directly contact the Shinhua ancestral court to which he belongs, which is mainly based on the safety considerations of the Shinhua human civilization. At the level of Star Destroyer Captain, it is undoubtedly already in the top ranks of the Shinhua human civilization. Once such an existence finds any very difficult abnormal problems, it is often a disaster. In this case, directly contacting the Shinhua ancestral court can ensure that the ancestral court can respond in advance to the greatest extent, which is closely related to the safety of the entire Shinhua human civilization. Grandmaster, since we can stay for a day, why don't we go shopping in this Xianqin Longting city? Okay. Song Yan's proposal was immediately recognized by Song Wujiang and Song Qi. After all, it is the ancestral land of the Xianqin dynasty. And this Xianqin Longting city is the core of the Xianqin Fulu. Those who can open a store in such a place must have a huge background. Because of this, there are definitely more good things in the city than you can imagine. They agreed to meet at the city gate in a few hours. And then the three of them separated. At a corner of the central street, Song Qi was not walking fast. His face seemed calm. But in fact, there was a lot of turmoil in his heart. He was hesitating whether to try to set up a space anchor point in this Xianqin Longting city. He had seen the volume of transactions in Xianqin Longting city. If a space anchor point could be set up here, it would be mutually utilized with the Zutian market in the future, which would surely benefit people endlessly. But after thinking for a long time, he finally shook his head and gave up the idea. It was not that he didn't want to, nor that he didn't believe in the power of the Zutian market itself. It was that he didn't believe in himself. This was one of the most core areas of the entire Shinhua human civilization. The supervision it was subjected to was unimaginable. Even if the Zutian market could do it. Once he left the market, he was just a sixth-rank captain. There were too many people in this Xianqin Longting city who could control him. Moreover, even if he could freely enter and exit Xianqin Longting city with the help of the Zutian market, and avoid the various surveillances of the Tianzhu royal family Ying family, he himself had no identity in this city. Without an identity, he could not rent a shop. Without his own shop, how could he use it to sell the resources obtained from the market transactions? If he only wanted to buy various resources from it, then there was no need. After all, the risk he needed to take was too great. So great that Song Qi thought he could not afford it. According to his judgment of the Tianzhu royal family of the Ying family, there must be a colorful mythical monitoring object in this Xianqin Longting city to monitor everything. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a huge city to maintain absolute order for 100,000 years. You have to know that this is a huge city that includes hundreds of millions of humans. Since he had given up the idea of setting up a space anchor in the city, Song Qi did not think about it anymore. He walked around the city, trying to find something he needed. Soon, he stopped in a shop called Jinwang Commercial Building. Excuse me, how much is the price of the neutron star debris? Song Qi asked the maid beside him softly. The maid looked weak. But Song Qi sensed the energy fluctuations of the third-level guidance technique from her body. Not only her, but hundreds of maids in this Jinwang Commercial Building were like this. He even sensed the fourth-level life fluctuations from several maids who seemed to have higher status. In this regard, he could only sigh at the generosity of the upper echelons of the empire. You know, there are only a few thousand third-level Shinhua captains in the entire Song family. And here, hundreds of maids in a business building are all at this level. Sir, this neutron star wreckage is sold for one strand of 6th-level floating land origin. The price is obviously a bit expensive. But Song Qi did not hesitate and bought the neutron star wreckage directly. Because at this moment, deep in his brows, the miniature Tianxu Sangqiong was trembling violently, which was the neutron star core armor that had evolved to golden quality, expressing its desire. Chapter 584, the 36 river systems in the central area of Xianqin. He undoubtedly bought this neutron star debris. But Song Qi was not in a hurry to let the neutron star core armor devour it. After evolving to the golden holy domain quality, this was the first time he encountered new neutron star debris. Now the neutron star core armor has once again shown a strong desire to devour, which means that the neutron star core armor itself still has the potential to evolve to the black ultimate quality, which is undoubtedly great news. But Song-Chi also understood that the second evolution of neutron star core armor required 10 pieces of neutron star debris, and the second evolution would require even more. So after taking this piece of debris, he asked directly, "Are there more neutron star debris in the business building?" "Yes." "How many do you need?" "Sir?" Facing the answer from the maid beside him, Song-Chi raised his eyebrows. From the sound of her voice, it seemed that there was more than one. "I'll take as many as you can." Half an hour later, when Song-Chi walked out of Jinwang Commercial Building, again, he was in a very good mood, because from this Jinwang Commercial Building alone, he got 3 neutron star debris. Just as he was about to go to another large store, he stopped. "Intelligent brain, how long has it been since you arrived at Xianqin Longting City?" As his mind conveyed the meaning of the inquiry in the Xinhua Zuqiao, soon the reply from the Qiongtian intelligent brain came from the miniature Tianxu Sangqiong. 4 hours 12 minutes and 27 seconds. It's been more than 4 hours, which means I can stay in the city for more than 10 hours at most. Thinking of this, Song-Chi stopped. He gave up the idea of searching every shop slowly. Xianqin Longting City, the size of the city is here. Even if you don't waste any time and explore the shops at the fastest speed, how many shops can you visit in less than a day? A few dozen at most. But there are more than tens of thousands of shops in this city? Considering this, Song-Chi thought of another way. He stood still, connected the seed of fire with his mind, and after connecting to the local area network of Xianqin Longting City, he spent a high price to pin a post on the forum of the fire network, buying neutron star debris, antimatter source, time fragments, 7th level star plant tree heart, and other resources at a high price, only today. Under this eye-catching title is the detailed purchase price carefully listed by Song-Chi. 3 strands of neutron star debris. 1 6th level floating land source. 10 strands of antimatter source. 1 6th level floating land source. 3 strands of time fragments. 1 6th level floating land source. 10 strands of chaos energy. 1 7th level floating land source. In short, the value he offered is at least 3 times the market price in Xianqin Longting City. As for whether it will work, there is no need to worry about this. Although many people in this city have good backgrounds, don't forget that there are a large number of Xianqin clan members living among them. Tian Zhuying's family is indeed very powerful. But this does not mean that all of its hundreds of billions of clan members can enjoy this bonus. Of course, there are also those who are poor and struggling. More than 10 hours later, when Song Wujiang and Song Yin arrived at the city gate one after another, they saw the crowded crowd on the right side of the city gate. Xiaoqi? Here. Hearing the call of the ancestor, Song-Chi officially ended the acquisition. After finally squeezing out of the crowd, the 3 of them summoned warships one after another and soared into the sky. In the main control room of Tianxu Sangqiong, while controlling the warship to sail at full speed, Song-Chi was also distractedly counting the harvest of the past 10 hours. Xianqin Longting City, it is worthy of being the gathering place of the elites of the entire Xianqin divine dynasty. Various rare resources that are difficult to find in other floating lands can basically be found here. But in just over 10 hours, he successfully received 21 neutron star debris, nearly 10 antimatter sources, and hundreds of time fragments. Unfortunately, the 7th level starry sky plant heart that could help the silver apple mother tree to advance to the 7th level, and the chaotic energy that could repair the dragon whale palace were not seen. However, Song-Chi knew that it was not that there was no such thing in Xianqin Dragon Court City, but that his previous offer was not attractive enough to attract people to sell it. The 7th level starry sky plant heart is a sacred object for prolonging life, and it is said that 1 heart is enough to prolong life for 1,000 years. The chaotic energy can permanently improve the comprehension of living things, and is a super strategic resource. Because of this, it is very difficult to purchase these 2 things simply with the origin of the floating land. It may be possible to trade with the 6th level time realm fruit, but unfortunately, Song-Chi has already traded one of the 6th level time realm fruit, and the one in the family was also used to exchange for the Dark Star Black Turtle armor. Although the 6th level time realm tree in the cultivation secret realm has borne fruit again, it will take some time for it to fully mature. Moreover, even if he happened to have one at this moment, he would probably not really take it out to trade. In the final analysis, the attraction of resources like time realm fruit is still too great. Especially Time Realm fruit, of level 6 and above. Even with the current strength of the Song family, it is enough to protect the exposed level 6 Time Realm tree. But there is a prerequisite, which is that it must be in the Tianpan River system in their home field. What is this place now? There are many captains with powerful backgrounds. If people really have different ideas, accidents may happen on their way back. The return plan chosen by the 3 people is to go to the long-distance Stargate transmission base station above, Xianqin continent, first. The waiting time required is a bit long, it takes 3 months. This is still for the sake of the Dinghai Longxiang Star Destroyer, otherwise, Xinhua warships of the level of dreadnoughts will probably have to wait for a year or 2. As for why they don't return directly through the Xutian market? In this, Xianqin continent, Tian Zhuingsher's monitoring is everywhere. If you really dare to disappear like this, I'm afraid it won't be long before you will be highly concerned by the imperial officials. 3 months later, the 3 warships successfully left the Xianqin continent and entered the Handan River system, one of the 36 central river systems surrounding the Xianqin continent. As one of the 36 central river systems of Xianqin, the Handan River system was developed earlier than the Dongjiang River system. However, the capital of the Handan River system, the Handan continent, is not far behind the Dongjiang floating land, and is also ranked at the peak of the 8th level, and has not entered the 9th level of floating land. It's not that the management ability of the Xinhua Royal Court of the Handan River system is not as good as that of the Eastern Frontier floating land, but the hurdle between the 8th level floating land and the 9th level floating land is like a natural moat, and it is too difficult to cross it. After knowing that the Handan continent below is also an 8th level peak floating land and has not entered the 9th level floating land, Song Yen in the flame-boiling sea suddenly asked a question. Ancestor, in addition to the Xianqin continent, are there other 9th level life-type floating lands in the Divine Dynasty? Song Wujiang obviously had some understanding of this question, and he replied quickly, of course. For example, the Langya continent in the Langya River system is a 9th level floating continent. Although it cannot be compared with the Xianqin continent, its diameter is also close to 2 million light-years. On this floating continent alone, the 2 top giant families of the Xianqin Divine Dynasty, the Ming family and the Wang family, have emerged. In addition, the Divine Dynasty also has a 9th level floating life continent. In total, there are 3 9th level floating continents in the Divine Dynasty. After learning some information from the ancestor, the 3 did not stay in this Handan floating land for long. Half a month later, the 3 warships jumped more than 300,000 light-years in total, and then returned to the Jinpan River system through the Xutian market in a hidden asteroid belt. Yes, it is the Jinpan River system. More specifically, the Chigu continent of the Jinpan River system. This is a space anchor point that Song Qi had set up in advance, in order to ensure that he could return within 2 years. Ancestor, this is a subcomponent of the projection component on my ship. After finishing the work on Lua's side, you can directly activate this subcomponent. Then your grandson will come to pick you up. And take this market projection order. Before the ancestor was about to go to Chigu continent, Song Qi took out a Projection Emperor Stone, which is a subcomponent of Suhai Projection Emperor Tomb, which can enable him to project on time even if it is millions of light-years away. Of course, part of the reason is that they are worried about accidents here. After all, they need to face the secret targeting of many immortal forces in Tianqi Kingdom. If they are really calculated by special means, the ancestor can also use this to summon the projection of Tianqi Sangqiong to assist in the battle. With the current combat power of Tianqi Sangqiong, it is no problem to at least hold back a Star Destroyer, not to mention defeating it head-on. As for the market projection order, it is purely for precaution. I believe that the ancestor will never use it rashly unless it is in a very critical situation. In addition to Song Qi, Song Yin also took out a special component. The component is called 1,000 Machines and 10,000 Escapes Talisman. It is a silver component with a unique characteristic. It has only one ability, which is to randomly escape 10,000 light-years in a direction after activation. It can ignore space blockades, battleship restraints, forbidden magic fields, and other restrictive means. It is a top-quality life-saving component. Of course, before heading to Chigu continent, Song Wujiang also gave 15 Master True Spirits to Song Qi and the other 2, which he had taken from the 50 Master True Spirits he had received from Xianqin, Xinhua zooting. In response, the two who were in urgent need of this thing did not refuse. Watching the Dinghai Longxiang slowly sailing towards the 6th level peak Chigu continent at the end of the distance, Song Qi and the other two once again disappeared in the asteroid belt through the market. Dragon Ridge continent. Qinghua Manor. Flame boiling sea, the dreadnought slowly took off. After sending his elder brother Song Yin away, Song Qi turned around and entered the Zhutian market. Freestall area. With the light flowing between his eyebrows, Tianqiu Sangqiong was summoned. Rushing onto the warship, the 21 pieces of neutron star debris were taken out immediately. Then, there were flashes of golden light again and again. A few hours later, the 21 pieces of neutron star debris were completely swallowed up and fused. And now looking at the properties of its components again, it is indeed a little different from before. Neutron star core armor LV80 quality, gold, 21/30. Do you need 30 copies? It's within the acceptable range. Seeing the last word 21/30 in the quality column, Song Qi breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that 50 copies, or even 100 copies, would be difficult to collect for a long time in the future. At present, there are only 9 copies missing. If luck is good, it shouldn't take long for Neutron Star Core Armor to evolve again. After that, he integrated those antimatter sources into the Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine component. After fusing and swallowing these antimatter sources, the evolution progress of the Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine has reached 30%, which is close to 1/3. In addition, Song Qi spent some titanium crystals and a 7th level Master Spirit to strengthen the Soul Devouring Altar component from LV60 to LV70. As for the 8th level, he thought about it and stopped strengthening it. In fact, although there is a certain difference in the speed of accumulating soul-devouring stages between the 7th level and 8th level soul-devouring altar, it is not too big. If he had a surplus of Master True Spirits, he might not care about this. But it is obviously not the case now. At present, he only has more than 10 7th level Master True Spirits, which are only enough to strengthen one component to the 8th level. He has already chosen this component, Eye of Heaven, as the eye of a Xinhua warship. The importance of the air patrol radar is self-evident. Soon, the Eye of Heaven component was enhanced to level 80. Eye of Heaven LV80 quality, gold. Features, Eye of the Soul feature 2, detection priority plus 7000 feature 3, spiritual detection. Feature 4, full view 3D God's perspective feature 5, Eye of Heaven. Consumption, 1800/s, psionic points, detection range, 180 light-years accuracy, 6000, full view 3D God's perspective. Consume 300,000 psionic points. The patrol radar temporarily enters the 3D God's perspective interface, and can view the full range of changes in the situation in the designated area in real time, duration 50 minutes. Cooling time 6 hours. Eye of Heaven. Consume 500,000 psionic points, under the influence of space blockade, magic shielding, supermagnetic interference, etc. Cross-stellar detection of designated areas. The current maximum detectable distance is 10,000 light-years, duration 24 hours, cooling time 240 hours. Eye of Heaven. Consume 500,000 psionic points, under the influence of space blockade, magic shielding, supermagnetic interference, etc. Cross-stellar detection of designated areas. The current maximum detectable distance is 10,000 light-years, duration 24 hours, cooling time 240 hours. As this component is enhanced to level 8, its normal detection distance has reached nearly 200 light-years. If the transition star map collector is included, this feature can collect star maps within tens of thousands of light-years at a time. In addition, the maximum effective distance of the remote peeping feature of Eye of Heaven has skyrocketed to 10,000 light-years. If you really want to do something secretly in the future, this feature will definitely ensure that it is foolproof. After strengthening the two parts, the Master's True Spirit is not to be mentioned. There are still a lot of titanium crystals purchased at a high price from Xianxin Longting City before. In addition, there is no shortage of 7th level floating land origin, although only one strand of the 7th level floating land origin can be synthesized every month. There are at least hundreds of strands in the past few decades. With the above accumulation, there are nearly 200 strands at present. The key is the 8th level floating land origin, which is rarer than the 7th level floating land origin. After putting away the Tianqiu Sangqiong, Song Qi turned around and headed towards the market. He was in a hurry to get on the road before and the new market transaction had not been opened. Now there is plenty of time, and it is just right to conduct market transactions. Chapter 585 Market Trading reopens, and, see King ring, buzz buzz buzz. After the violent space fluctuations, a large number of white light spots shot up into the sky and were thrown into the unknown star sea. Soon, a large number of vortex portals appeared at the entrance of the market. Now that the market level has reached LV62, the number of space gates that can be thrown has reached a new high. Taking advantage of the fact that the market has just opened, there is no star sea alien race entering yet. Song-Chi turned his mind to the strange item exchange shop below. At present, the number of rare items in the rare item exchange shop has already exceeded 100,000, of which white and blue rare items account for the majority. But there are also more than 10,000 purple rare items, 2,000 orange rare items, hundreds of red rare items, and even more than 50 silver legendary rare items. Looking at this dazzling array of colors, a sense of pride arises in his heart. This is the capital he has accumulated over the past 400 years. If he can sell all these rare items, it will undoubtedly be a huge fortune. Of course, the most eye-catching items are the rare items in the most prominent positions of the shops. There are not only golden holy items, but also black items of the highest quality. Black, light and shadow tomb, gold, starlight compass, fire glass armor, red wheel flame, star spirit jade, pregnant sky stone. Just these few items can make all the star sea aliens who enter the market crazy. Time flows, and several hours have passed in the blink of an eye. After a few hours of buffering, the number of star sea aliens in the market has already exceeded 100,000. Originally, Song-Chi was looking forward to these alien races from the star sea that entered the market for the first time. After all, in the previous few hours, he saw several alien races from the star sea with good talents. Among them were the ancient dwarves and the golden ogres. These two biological groups were both famous races in the broken star sea. The ancient dwarves had unimaginable forging talents. According to legend, they had a forging secret method that could stably create specific star sea artifacts. They were one of the main races that produced high-level artifacts in the broken star sea. As for the golden ogres, they are a variant of the ogres. It is said that there were ogres who were lucky enough to devour the flesh and blood of high-level golden giants. And through this fusion, they refined some of the golden giants' strong blood. So the golden ogres were born. Ogres themselves have the characteristics of fearless fighting, coupled with the extraordinary physique of the golden giants. The combination of the two gave birth to the golden ogres, an impressive advanced civilization. However, the dramatic thing is that the surprise for him was not the two newly appeared high-level alien races, but the old customers of the market for hundreds of years. Seeing Dagon walking into the strange object exchange shop quickly, Song-Chi was a little surprised. This deep-sea Naga from the North Sea King's court, although he had been promoted to the 4th level, had not taken many other actions in the past few hundred years. But this time, he saw something different from his solemn expression. Without thinking too much, Dagon entered the strange object exchange shop and said earnestly, "The great lord of the market, your loyal follower, the deep-sea Naga Dagon begs for your protection." Hearing this, Song-Chi quickly gave a reply. "What's the matter?" "It's like this. The North Sea Naga." Dagon explained the matter as quickly as possible, letting Song-Chi know the general situation. It turned out that the North Sea Naga tribe behind it was forced by several other Naga royal courts to go to war with the deep-sea Blackline whale tribe. Regarding this matter, he had heard Dagon talk about it, but that was hundreds of years ago. At that time, Dagon said that their Naga tribe was going to go to war with the deep-sea Blackline whale tribe, but he didn't know that hundreds of years had passed, and it was not until now that it was officially started. Then Dagon explained it again, and Song-Chi finally understood it completely. The reason why the Blackline whale clan had been quiet for hundreds of years was because their whale king was trying to reach the level of Sea Emperor. The reason why the two sides officially started fighting this time was because the whale king of the Blackline whale clan successfully promoted to the 7th level Sea Emperor. Because of this, the deep-sea Naga, which was originally only slightly at a disadvantage, is now in an extremely difficult situation. In the meetings of several major royal courts not long ago, the other major royal courts decided to let their oldest 6th level Naga try to reach the 7th level with all their strength. But this requires time to buffer. So naturally, the weakest North Sea royal court was pushed out to face the attack of the deep-sea Blackline whale clan. According to Dagon, The other major royal courts were preparing to let the North Sea Royal Court use its own lives to buy time for them. After understanding this, Song Chi pondered for a while, and then replied again, "As an old man in the market, you should know the trading rules." Seeing the words of the law on the projection screen in the middle of the shop, Dagon struggled for a moment, and finally took out a storage capsule. When the storage capsule was opened, Song Chi saw a flash of golden light from it. Soon, he saw the full picture of this golden object. Rare item, Sea King Ring. Quality, gold. Transformable, Sea King Ring. Note, a marine treasure born in the deep sea. It contains infinite deep sea power. Sea King Ring LD0 quality, gold features, water source affinity feature 2. When in a water environment, the speed of loading warships is increased by 140% feature 3, water resistance plus 1000 feature 4, deep sea blessing feature 5, guardian of the Sea King's true spirit consumption, 200/S, psionic points, effect, loaded warships can travel freely in a water environment. No need for charging and buffering. Upgrade requires 200 strands of floating land origin, 0 level, 20,000 psionic points. Note, this component consumes 5 slots, water source affinity, load the warship to obtain the water source affinity aura, and gain a 20% increase in combat power in the water environment. Deep Sea Blessing, consume 100,000 psionic points, bless 2 designated friendly units, and gain a 20% increase in combat power in the water environment, duration 6 hours, cooling time is constant at 720 hours. Sea Emperor Master True Spirit Guardian, consume 100,000 psionic points, summon the 8th level Sea Emperor Master True Spirit to protect himself. All designated friendly units within the range of the Sea Emperor Master True Spirit can enjoy 80% of the protection effect, duration 30 minutes, cooling time 5 years. This is the typical water attribute True Spirit Guardian component, and it is not suitable for me. However, this does not affect the value of this component. The True Spirit Guardian component is a kind of life-saving component, and it is also a group-based one. Although the number of warships that can be protected is not too many, its value is obvious. So after thinking for a moment, he agreed, yes. Soon a market projection order with golden light appeared in front of Dagon. When he took it, a new line of law text appeared on the projection screen in front of him. From today, you can keep this market projection order for 500 years. In these 500 years, you have 5 chances to summon the projection of the original body. After that, Song Chi waved his hand and easily took this Sea King Ring into his hand. He had some ideas about how to deal with this component. First of all, there was no need to think about the family. There were very few people in his family who knew the law of water flow, and none of them were above the 4th level. Song Chi was going to wait until the market transaction was over, and then send the properties of this component to the Yaguang Xingling group chat. It seemed that there was someone who knew the law of water flow among the members in the tower. Of course, even if no one wants it in the end, he can exchange it to the Star Tower Mall. Anyway, the mall will not discount it. He can use the Star Tower Mall points he exchanged to exchange for other golden parts. If I remember correctly, there are still many golden parts in the Star Tower Mall. As time passed, this market transaction soon came to an end. What made Song Chi satisfied was that in the end, the ancient dwarfs and the golden ogre each exchanged a market walking order. Although they didn't bring out any big surprises this time, Song Chi could see that the forces behind both were quite impressive, and they should be able to surprise him in the future. After the market transaction ended, Song Chi counted the profits and immediately returned to Longji Continent. Yaguang Xingling Group Chat. Number 32. Jingjia, Golden True Spirit Guardian Component, Poseidon Ring, with Component Attribute Diagram. Number 32. Jingjia, is there anyone who needs this kind of component? If so, we can exchange it. His 2 consecutive messages made the group chat, which had been quiet for a while, lively again. Number 16. Lansong, I just don't know if I have anything that Jingjia likes. Number 32. Jingjia, it's okay, just take it out. Even if I don't have it, I will exchange it for the Star Tower Mall later, Brother Lansong. You can use the mall points to exchange it. Number 16. Lansong, okay. After that, Lansong and Song Chi logged into the Star Tower one after another. When they met at the Star Tower, Lansong took out a lot of items. These included the 8th level Floating Land Origin, the Golden Energy Shield, the 7th level Master Spirit, etc. Lan Song became a member of the Star Tower hundreds of years earlier than Song Qi. He is now more than 1,000 years old, and is also a fearless captain. Moreover, since he can become a member of the Yaoguang Star Tower, it proves that his combat power is definitely very advanced among the captains of the same level. In addition to the possible background, the value of the things he took out is not low. Not to mention the 8th level floating land origin and the 7th level master spirit that Song Qi urgently needs. His eyes mainly stayed on a special golden component he took out. This component is called Mirror Image Split Shadow. Mirror Image Split Shadow LV0 Quality, Gold Features, Mirror Image Split Shadow. Chapter 586 Gold, Mirror Image. This component is extremely special. Not only does it have a special mirroring ability, it can also rebound external damage. The key is that it is quite consistent with the great law of light that it controls. Mirror Image LV0 Quality, Gold. Features, Mirror Image Feature 2. The quality of mirrored components can be improved by 1 level. Feature 3. Light Resistance plus 1000. Feature 4. The mirror light inside the loaded warship is rich. The efficiency is increased by 140% when perceiving the law of light. Feature 5. Mirror Refraction. Consumption, 100/s, psionic points. Effect. The loaded warship can autonomously adjust the light and shadow effects of the hull and energy shield according to the environment, greatly reducing the presence of the warship. No need for charging and buffering. Upgrade requirements. 100 wisps of floating land origin, 0 order, 10,000 psionic points, 1 mirror stone note. This component needs to occupy 5 slots. Mirror image splitting. Consumes 300,000 psionic points, using the loading battleship as a template. Replicates a physical mirror battleship. The mirror battleship contains all black, gold +1, and lower quality shipborne components of the loading battleship. Within 1,000 light years of the loading battleship, the captain can remotely control the mirror battleship in real time. If the captain does not actively cancel or the mirror battleship is not destroyed, the mirror battleship can continue to exist. After cancellation or the mirror battleship is destroyed, it will take 10 years of buffering to be activated again. Mirror Refraction. The loading battleship will be equipped with a refraction aura. When attacked by external energy attributes, it will reflect 10% of the attack power back to the attacker. After reading the detailed properties of the component, Song Qi made a decision quickly. Brother Lan Song, let's take this mirror image. The reason why he made the decision so quickly was that, in addition to the fact that this component itself was indeed quite suitable for him, Song Qi also thought of another use for its mirror image feature. The full-scale war between the two river communities that was about to start was unimaginably dangerous. In this case, in order to ensure his own safety, he would most likely follow the large force, and would not go out alone to take risks. However, although this can ensure one's own safety, it will inevitably lose many opportunities for secret looting or picking up leaks. However, if this component can be loaded, it can be completely replaced by mirror splitting in the future. This can not only ensure one's own safety, but also allow secret exploration and picking up leaks, which is perfect. Moreover, this mirror splitting can mirror almost all the components on the Tianxu Sanqiong. Only the time chessboard is not included in the mirror. In this way, the combat power of the mirror battleship is also sufficient to ensure that there is a high probability that there will be considerable benefits in secret operations. Both of them were very satisfied with this transaction. Although this mirror image split component is of top quality, it is far less compatible with Lan Song, who follows the law of water, than the Sea King ring. The same is true for Song Qi. However, after getting this mirror image split component, Song Qi still has a problem. He now has only 4 copies of the 7th level Master True Spirit, which is not enough to strengthen the mirror image split to the 8th level, which will make it unable to mirror the components strengthened to the 8th level. Jutian Market, God's Kingdom Player Trading Space. Exiting the Yaoguang Star Tower, Song Qi immediately entered the Golden Treasure Trading Space, where the quota of 5 million players was completely full. On the player task handover light screen in the middle of the trading space, under the gaze of thousands of God's Kingdom players, the light screen on the side, where the tasks were released, began to change. Soon, a new task replaced the original War Material Acquisition task. Of course, this does not mean that the War Material Acquisition task was cancelled by Song Qi, but it was pushed to the second item on the task panel, and its top position was occupied by the newly released task. Look! The Lord of the Market has issued a new task. Dominant True Spirit Acquisition task. For every 10 7th level dominant true spirits you hand in, you can choose any silver legendary item from the item exchange shop, and for every 200 7th level dominant true spirits you hand in, you can choose a golden holy item. It's worthy of being a task issued by the Lord of the Market. You get silver, gold, and other quality items at once. What is a dominant true spirit? You can think of it as the essence left behind by the 7th level star sea creatures after their death. 7th level overlord? Can such a great existence also die? For a while, the entire Divine Kingdom player trading space started discussing this matter. Song-Chi ignored it. He did not stay in the trading space for long. The Overlord True Spirit is something that ordinary Star Sea aliens cannot have. It mainly depends on the Night Elf tribe, the Wizard civilization, the 5th level half-ratman of the Divine Realm continent, including the newly joined Golden Ogres, the Ancient Dwarves, and other parties. It should be difficult to reach a deal in a short period of time. Before leaving, Song-Chi did not forget to take away the war materials he had accumulated during this period. There were millions of players in the Kingdom of God. Even if only 1 in 100,000 alien races came to hand in war materials every day, the amount of war materials accumulated in 2 years was extremely astonishing. Song-Chi estimated that if all the war materials he had acquired this time were sold at the current market price, he could earn at least millions of strands of 4th and 5th level floating land origins, which was a huge profit. Shutian Market, on the 3rd floor of the inn, in a walking room. Please rest assured, Master, I will sell this war material as quickly as possible. Taking several storage capsules from Song-Chi, Wang Zhen's eyes were full of joy. Today's war materials are the most profitable things. Song-Chi can give him large amounts of materials to sell again and again. This is his trust in him and his respect for him. Remember, if you can avoid taking the floating land origin, don't take it. Prioritize exchanging for those special shipborne parts, high-level rare items that cannot be converted into shipborne parts, high-level mineral resources, star-sea spiritual objects, and other items. Understood? Please rest assured, Master. As he spoke, Wang Zhen also handed over a storage capsule. After opening it, he saw that there were various kinds of star-sea treasures worth more than 4 digits. The most valuable one was a silver treasure that could not be converted into shipboard parts. Song-Chi was not surprised by this. Wang Zhen was now working on Yaoan floating land, the capital of the Tianpan River system, and there was a huge number of Xinhua captains. After Wang Zhen left, Song-Chi called Panning up again. Like Wang Zhen, Panning had been helping him purchase all kinds of war materials for a long time, but she was in charge of the Silver Plate continent. Taking the storage capsule handed over by Panning, Song-Chi saw 20,000 titanium crystals in it. Titanium crystals? Where did they come from? Panning explained with a smile. It turned out that a declining 4th level family in the Silver Plate Kingdom used it to offset a batch of war resources. Yes, this silver energy shield. Song-Chi obviously valued Panning more. Of course, it was not because of any other reason, but because Pan Ying's future potential was far higher than Wang Zhen. He is only over 900 years old now, and it is almost certain that he will ascend to the rank of fearless captain in the future. In comparison, although Wang Zhen is more than 100 years younger than Pan Ying, he is still hovering at the 4th level, and is still a long way from becoming the ultimate Julu captain. Time passed, and 5 years passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Song-Chi stood in the main control room of Tianxu Sanqiong, and as his mind turned, a component on the side began to flash golden light continuously. Soon, the mirror image component was strengthened all the way to level 80. Not long ago, he successfully purchased 10 dominant true spirits from the player trading space of the Kingdom of God. As for the player who handed it over, it was the 5th level Night Elf. After getting these 10 dominant true spirits, he immediately strengthened the mirror image. After strengthening to the 8th level, the properties of this component changed a lot. First of all, the mirror image feature. Its controllable range has increased from the initial 1,000 light-years to 1 million light-years, which made Song-Chi very satisfied. After this, as long as the warships mirrored are no more than 1 million light-years away from the main body of the Tianxu Sanqiong, he can freely control them in real time. Secondly, the mirror refraction feature has also been greatly improved. Mirror refraction. The warship equipped will be equipped with a refraction aura. When attacked by external energy attributes, 50% of the attack power will be reflected back to the attacker. In other words, in the future, when all external energy attacks hit the Tianxu Sanqiong, The attacking unit itself will receive half of the damage. This is undoubtedly an excellent feature. After strengthening the mirror image component, Song Chi then spent all his time on comprehending the 3 laws. After knowing that there would be a bonus for promotion to a Star Destroyer after the law comprehension exceeded 90%, he paid special attention to it. In addition, with the new blessing of mirror image, in more than 10 years, Song Chi successfully raised his own comprehension of the law of light to 81%, and even the law of time has exceeded 60%. As for the law of space, it has now barely reached 75%. On this day, Song Chi, who was still in the Jutian market, suddenly received a telepathic message that the family was calling him. When he arrived at the family ancestral hall, more than 400 people had gathered in the hall. This was the result of the family's strict investigation some time ago. After the family's atmosphere returned to a virtuous cycle, a large number of clan members regained their ambition. Under this strong trend, the clan has added dozens of 4th-level clan members in the past 10 years. Now, the number of captains in the family has officially exceeded 400. Song Chi waited for nearly half an hour after arriving, and all the 4th-level and above clan members were present. Yes, all of them are here. They are not projections, but real people. Now we have reached the critical point of war. Under the comprehensive call of the 4 empires of Xinhua, more than 70% of the Xinhua captains in the Xinhua Human River community need to participate in the war, and the number of active Xinhua captains on the floating land outside has been greatly reduced. Based on this, many large clans are the same, either directly closing the shops, or calling back all the high-level clansmen, and letting the 2nd and 3rd-level clansmen take charge of the most basic operation of the shops. The Song family chose the 2nd method. When all the people arrived, the head of the family, Song Xuansong, who was at the head of the hall, officially spoke. According to the detailed statistics of the Internal Affairs Hall, there are now 432 members of the family at the 4th level and above, more than 7,000 3rd-level cruiser captains, and more than 100,000 2nd-level frigate captains. This time, everyone was called here, mainly to discuss the first expedition team in a month. How many members should be sent? Soon, the discussion continued. Although the Xianxin Divine Dynasty has clearly stipulated that all families, clans, consortiums, and giant companies under its jurisdiction must send at least 70% of their clansmen, Xinhua captains, to participate in the war. Otherwise they will be treated as cowards. For this order, all forces will not violate it. But this does not mean that 70% of the clansmen must be pulled into the battlefield at once, dividing them into multiple batches, each time taking turns to replace the clansmen who retreated from the front line. This is obviously the most appropriate way. After a discussion, most of the more than 400 people were divided into 3 opinions. 1. Divide into 2 groups. The first group will recruit 80% of all the tribesmen who participated in the war, and the remaining 20% will be used to replace the tribesmen who died in the war, were promoted, or retired. 2. Divide into 3 groups. The first group will recruit half of the tribesmen who participated in the war, and the rest will be divided equally, rotating every 100 years and replenishing once. 3. Also divide into 2 groups. But the first group only needs to recruit 65% of the tribesmen who participated in the war, to ensure that there are enough soldiers for replacement and support in the future. The 3 methods were debated for quite a while, and finally Song Xuan spoke up and gave a clear choice. Let's prepare for the 3rd method. Then, he explained in detail. Everyone knows the advantages of the first method. If 80% of the participating clan members are mobilized at one time, the size of the family fleet can be directly increased to tens of millions of warships. Under this scale, the family can gain the right to speak in the joint fleet to the greatest extent and strive for more benefits for the family. But I have received news from my ancestors. The Chigu Luo family in the Jinpan River system has returned to the Immortal Clan. Later, our 2 families will form an all-round alliance. By then, the number of warships in our joint action will exceed 20 million. This will be a force that cannot be ignored. There is no need to worry about the right to speak. 1 month later, outside the Dragon Ridge continent, more than 8 million starships were divided into multiple teams and gathered neatly in the starry sky outside the Dragon Ridge continent. These are the first fleets of the Song family. Of course, there are only a little over 1 million Xinhua warships, and the other 7 million are the most common conventional starships. On the side of the Song family fleet, there is another fleet with an equally impressive number. This fleet has about 6 million people, and they come from many other ordinary forces and clans in the kingdom that are attached to the Song family. Among them is the Philip family of the Golden Lion Star region, which has always been on good terms with the Song family. The Philip family had been married to the Song family in the early years. Because of this, it was the first to reap the dividends of the Dragon-rich Song family's rapid development over the past few hundred years. For example, after the Yaoan Great Development War ended, the Song family took the initiative to let the Philip family occupy nearly 10,000 light-years of star fields. Now, hundreds of years have passed, and the Philip family has produced 2 battleship captains, and nearly 34th level Zulu captains. Even so, the Philip family not only did not have any disloyalty, but stood more firmly on the side of the Song family. Among the 6 million warships that came to rely on, the Philip family alone occupied 1/3, up to 2 million. In addition to the Song family, the kingdom has more fleets that rely on the Morning Star family, and it is said that they have already exceeded 10 million. Chapter 587. The Civilization War begins. After all, they are nominally the Morning Star royal family, and their appeal is naturally stronger than that of the Song family. In addition to the tens of millions of fleets attached to them, the number of starships on the Morning Star family side is said to be close to 25 million, far exceeding the 15 million on the Song family side. In response to this, the top leaders of the Song family were unmoved. After having Chigu Luo clan as an all-round strategic ally, the top leaders of the Song family were not worried about these things at all. At the forefront of the fleet, more than 300 Zulu-class and above warships gathered, under the gaze of many 4th-level clansmen of the family. Song Wujiang, who had just returned not long ago, said in the communication group chat, "Don't worry, the captain of the Luo clan Star Destroyer has successfully broken through the 7th level of guidance through the Instant God Fruit, enough to exert the full combat power of a Star Destroyer. As for the specific location of the 2 sides' rendezvous, we have decided on the Chipan River system, opposite the Great Wall of Civilization. They have a way to directly teleport a large force to that Chipan River system. All personnel, listen up. Target the kingdom's far North Star region. Set off. Under the influence of the 7th level psionic energy, even if the distribution range of 15 million warships is large, the order for the fleet to officially set off still clearly resounds in the ears of every combatant." The next second, the starry sky was boiling. Countless engines were activated, and they followed the teleportation stargate that the Song family had already set up, heading all the way to the far North Star region of the Morning Star Kingdom. The collective action of more than 10 million warships, the key is that more than 80% of them are ordinary starships, so the speed of travel is naturally not that fast. When the 15 million warships under the Song family arrived at the kingdom's northernmost star field, it was already 2 years later. The Great Wall of Civilization, the wall section within the territory of the Morning Star Kingdom. When the Song family's warships flew up the Great Wall, the Morning Star family was obviously one step faster, and had already gathered here. Compared to the number of less than 400 on the Song family side, the number of Zulu-class and above warships gathered around the Morning Star family was obviously more than 600. In addition, there is a third team, which has the least number of battleships above the Zulu class, only about 200, and no Star Destroyers. Is that a team formed by the Golden Horn Lu family, the Dusk family, the Eagle family, the Golden Dragon Zhao family, etc.? They didn't turn to the Morning Star family? This is a bit unexpected. In the joint communication group chat of the Song family and Philip and other affiliated forces, someone expressed doubts. What's unexpected? It's nothing more than not wanting to be controlled by others. Unfortunately, this kind of people is the stupidest. Without a Star Destroyer, they are destined to have no say. What's the point of the alliance now? On the contrary, when the war starts, whether they are willing or not, they will definitely be the ones rushing to the front line of the battlefield. The person who spoke was a captain of the Zulu family of the Bai family. This family, which was once the 10th direct line of the Song family, is now developing well. At least the number of captains of the Zulu family has increased from a single 100s of years ago to 5 now. What he said is actually not without reason. But many people do not think that those families really can't think of this. Let's not talk about the Dusk family, the Eagle family, etc. The Golden Horn Lu family is a 6th level family with a heritage of more than 6,000 years, and the number of family members is nearly 1 billion. Is it true that no one can see this problem? No, it is impossible. The family has been passed down for more than 6,000 years. and the family is still passed down in an orderly manner. How can such a family be simple? The reason why the Liu family did this must be that they have their own ideas. And the most likely reason is that they want to take the glimmer of opportunity. Not only the Liu family, the Dusk family, the Eagle family, and even the Golden Dragon Zhao family, which had just entered the 6th level clan, all wanted to take this opportunity to try their luck, to go one step further, to gain more benefits in this civilization war, so that one day in the future, they could take that crucial step like Song Wujiang and Rosetta Morningstar. In comparison, the forces attached to the 2 immortal clans, although they would not be sent to the first batch of cannon fodder, could only get the benefits that the 2 immortal clans leaked from their fingers, which could make them full. But they could forget about eating too much. While the 3 groups were discussing, a warship emerged from the Morningstar family team in the middle. Morningstar Zongheng, seeing that the other party was coming towards his team, Song Wujiang followed closely to meet them. As the 2 star destroyers gradually approached, Ding Hai Longxiang soon received a communication request. After the connection, Rosetta Morningstar's projection appeared. Song Wujiang, the danger of this civilization war is far beyond imagination. How about we join forces? Although our 2 families did not get along well in the past, this is a super war that is enough to overturn our heritage. Only by putting aside the past grudges and working together can we achieve a win-win situation. After saying this, Rosetta quietly waited for Song Wujiang's reply, although there was no emotion on his face. Song Wujiang, who had double pupils, could catch the hidden smile from his eyes. It was a smile without any worries. A smile that was sure that the Song family would never refuse. And a smile that was sure that the Song family would be defeated. After all, judging from the current strength of both parties, once they unite, the Morningstar family will definitely gain more say. And this say will naturally lead to more benefits in the future. In response, Song Wujiang had a cold expression and refused without any hesitation. No. Our Song family already has an alliance partner. You should look for someone else. As he said this, the Ding Hai Longxiang was about to turn around. And as expected, seeing this scene, Rosetta's slightly raised voice sounded again. Song Wujiang, do you really want to sacrifice the fate of the entire Song family for those few minor conflicts before? The 3 families of the Yaoan Kingdom have already joined forces. They will not unite with us. Where can your Song family find allies? The Ding Hai Longxiang did not stop turning. Song Wujiang only replied with 4 words in the end. No comment. Watching Song Wujiang control the Ding Hai Longxiang and slowly sail back to the Song family team, Rosetta Morningstar's eyes flashed a hint of coldness, but then turned into an indelible eagerness and worry. Damn it. If I had known that the civilization war was about to start, I would never have joined the fun when the Dragon Ridge continent was promoted. Since then, I have basically been on the opposite side of the Song family. What is this young man Song Wujiang thinking? Even if the relationship between the 2 families is strained, how can we take it lightly at this time? For a moment, many thoughts flashed through the mind of the king of the Morningstar Kingdom. As a captain of Xinhua who has lived for more than 8,000 years, he has never been so anxious. But it is different now. This is a huge war between 2 river communities. Even if he has been promoted to Star Destroyer Captain, it is difficult for him to control his own life. Without a trustworthy Star Destroyer Captain to rely on, it will be extremely dangerous for Morningstar to follow up. Of course, the most important thing is that he is currently only a silver seed of fire. Under this limitation, the components loaded in Morningstar can only be strengthened to the 7th level at most. For a fire warship, this is the main factor that has the lowest combat power among warships of the same level. No, I still have to ask the 3 families in Yaoan Kingdom. 2 months later, the fleets of Yaoan Kingdom also gathered at the civilized Great Wall. After that, as another kingdom in the same river system, Yaoan Kingdom received the same mission as Morningstar Kingdom, which was to attack the Chipan River system opposite the civilized Great Wall. Compared with a fleet of 50 million people on the side of Morningstar Principality, Yaoan Kingdom, which has been established for more than 10,000 years, has a much deeper foundation. The number of fleets they assembled was close to 200 million. The number of Xinhua warships alone was 30 million. However, even so, the fleets of the 2 kingdoms still did not dare to move towards the opposite side. Behind the space wormhole on the opposite side was an entire river system. Even though the Chipan River system was much smaller than the Tianpan River system, with a diameter of only 1 million light-years. It was stationed with an army of 8-armed snake demons. The 8-armed snake demons were the real sons of the star C, and were ranked 5th in the gene spectrum of the star C species. Their strength was much stronger than the previous Jieshin clan. Moreover, there are still many remnants of the Jieshin clan in the Chipan River system, which is also a force that cannot be underestimated. In this stalemate, the inspectors from the Xianqin Divine Dynasty finally arrived and solved the problem. As a full-scale war involving 2 river system communities, the Xianqin Divine Dynasty would naturally not allow its subordinate kingdoms to advance recklessly. For basically every river system under its jurisdiction, the Divine Dynasty would send 1 or 2 Star Destroyer captains as coordinating inspectors. These inspectors have the obligation to cooperate with the forces of various river systems to fight together, and also have the right to monitor the plans and speed of the various forces. They are considered to be alternative central commissioners. On the Tianpan River system, the Divine Dynasty sent 2 Star Destroyer captains, 4 Dreadnought captains, and 8 battleship captains. They are divided into 2 parts. One is responsible for the Yaoan Kingdom, and the other is responsible for the Morning Star Kingdom. Your Majesty Rosetta, Your Excellency King Dinghai, received the order issued by the Divine Dynasty Ancestor Court. After 7 days, all forces under the Divine Dynasty will be divided into 30 routes and jointly attack the 8-armed Snake Demon River System group on the opposite side. In addition to our Xianqin Dynasty, Xinxia, Qiyu, and the Holy Hall will also take action at the same time. In the Magnetic Wave Communication Group chat, in addition to Rosetta Morningstar and Song Wujiang, there is a third person. This person is called Wang Li, a member of the Langia Wang family of the Xianqin Dynasty, and also an inspector sent by the Xianqin Xinhua Zuding this time. Like Song Wujiang and the others, this person is also a Star Destroyer captain. After listening to him, Song Wujiang and Rosetta Morningstar responded immediately. Of course, since it is the order of the Divine Dynasty, in 7 days, all fleets of our Morning Star Kingdom will go all out to advance to the Chipan River system as quickly as possible. Faced with the 2 people's impeccable responses, the King Inspector glanced at their faces, and finally said lightly, "I hope so." Chapter 588 High Energy Particle Storm. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On this day, above the Tianpan River System Civilization Great Wall, tens of millions of warships broke away from the light curtain of the law blessing of the Civilization Great Wall, and rushed straight to the entrance of the space wormhole at the end of the front vision. Across the space wormhole corridor is the Chipan River System under the jurisdiction of the 8-armed Snake Demon, which means that, as long as they successfully pass through this corridor, the battle line can be successfully pushed to the territory of the Chipan River System. However, it is obviously not easy to achieve this goal. For example, now, 10 large serpentine motherships, dozens of small serpentine motherships, and more than 100 million ordinary serpentine warships are stationed outside the entrance of the space wormhole. Looking at their posture, they obviously want to stop the Tianpan River System's expeditionary fleet here, and try not to let the war spread to the Chipan River System. Because both sides know this, the fleets of the 2 countries in the Tianpan River System directly sent out hundreds of millions of warships, eliminating the need for any testing, and vowed to defeat the defense line of the 8-armed Snake Demon in one fell swoop. Among them, the 3 families of Yaoan Kingdom each dispatched 27 million warships, a total of 80 million warships. The Morning Star Kingdom dispatched 30 million warships. The Morning Star family dispatched 11 million warships. The Jinjiulu family and other joint teams dispatched 12 million warships. The Song family dispatched 7 million warships. In the Song family team, the 5 million affiliated fleet surrounded the 2 million warships dispatched by the Song family in the center, and a total of 7 million warships followed closely behind the flagship of the 3-eyed royal family, and swept towards the defense line of the 8-armed Snake Demon army in front of them. Compared with the Song family battleship team, the other 2 teams in the kingdom were obviously weaker in momentum. Even though they had far more battleships, they only had 1 dominant flagship, which was enough to wipe out everything. On the Morning Star family side, the 2 ferocious high-level mobile war stars were at the forefront. After entering the Immortal family, the development speed of the Morning Star family in the past few hundred years was also amazing. 2 dreadnought captains were added one after another, and there were more battleships and chasers. However, in this situation of facing a large defense line, the role of the 6th level dreadnought was obviously not as good as the 6th level high-level mobile war star. Tens of millions of warships under the command of the Morning Star family. All closely followed the two mobile war stars and slowly moved forward. The Kingdom fleet was naturally the Golden Horn Lu family and other joint fleets at the forefront. More than 12 million warships were lined up, and under the firepower coverage of hundreds of millions of Sky Serpent warships, they moved forward with difficulty. Originally, the Golden Horn Lu family and several other families were unwilling to go out in full force. After all, the casualty rate during the advancement of the front line was the highest. But no matter how unwilling they were, under the strong demands of the two-star destroyer Captain Song Wujiang and Rosetta Morning Star, there was no room for negotiation. Fortunately, these families were not without preparation. 3 advanced mobile war stars with strong 6th-level defense capabilities are like 3 solid space defense fortresses. 12 million warships rely on them to advance, and the casualties are acceptable for the time being. Aisha Ayuan, what do you think? The human race in the Tianpan River system is ready to break through our defense line at all costs. In the Tianpan River system, we do not have any advantage. Fight or retreat. Inside the 8-armed snake demon, several large serpent motherships. Several tall and majestic 8-armed snake demon masters were discussing through the warship communication. Facing the 8-armed snake demon, who was obviously at the peak of the 7th level, another 8-armed snake demon master said, "We must retreat. Our home ground is in the Chipan River system. But we must not retreat so easily. Otherwise, anyone can think that we have arrangements at the other end of the wormhole." As the order for the entire army to attack came from the 10 large serpent motherships of the 8-armed snake demon, suddenly, more serpent warships were deployed from dozens of serpent motherships. In a short period of time, the number of ordinary Sky Serpent warships has exceeded 200 million. And the key point is that these more than 200 million Sky Serpent warships did not sit still and wait for death. They were fearless and formed a huge network of interstellar Sky Serpent warships, heading all the way to meet the hundreds of millions of Tianpan fleets, as if they were going to encircle and wipe out the first fleets of the 2 countries in the Tianpan system. Boom! The super alloy armor layer on the outer layer of the Advanced Mobile War Star continued to explode. At the beginning, the Advanced Mobile War Star could still withstand it. But as time went on, more and more Sky Serpent warships focused their fire on it. Even the Advanced Mobile War Star with the 6th level extreme defense could no longer withstand it. Crack! Boom! After a shocking explosion, an Advanced Mobile War Star of the Jinjiolu family and other joint fleets that rushed to the front was completely blown up. Although before it exploded, the large number of warships behind it had already noticed it and avoided it in advance, and did not cause much damage to the warships. But don't forget that the Mobile War Star is not a Xinhua warship, it is a technological creation. Every Mobile War Star with an astonishing size wants to exert its combat power. There must be enough operators inside. This high-level Mobile War Star came from the Eagle family. The explosion just now also meant the death of hundreds of thousands of Eagle family members. Even if these hundreds of thousands of Eagle family members were all ordinary members, who had not awakened the seeds of the flame, it was definitely a big loss. Moreover, the 3 high-level Mobile War Stars could barely cover the fleet's 12 million warships before, and now one was missing. So naturally millions of them were exposed to the endless fleet of Sky Serpent warships in front. Boom, boom, boom! The roar of artillery fire became more and more intense. In a short period of time, hundreds of thousands of warships of the Jinjiolu family and other joint fleets were severely damaged, and then they were completely sunk by the concentrated fire of the main guns of the next round of Tianxi warships. No, all captains listened to the order, activate the warship defense characteristics. For a while, many warships in the fleet had a glittering outer layer, but this was only a minority after all. Among the millions of warships, Xinhua warships only accounted for a minority, and ordinary starships were the majority. Compared to the chaotic vanguard fleet of the Morning Star Kingdom, the performance of the Yaohan Kingdom was much better. However, there were occasional chaos. The forces that wanted to take a chance in this civilization war were not only the Golden Horn Lu family of the Morning Star Kingdom, but also many people from the Yaohan Kingdom. The Song family fleet on the right side of the Morning Star Kingdom, because there was a 3-eyed royal family flagship leading the way. The Song family fleet was obviously more cared for by the 8-armed snake demon fleet. There were more than 200 million Sky Serpent warships rushing in, but the ones rushing towards the Song family fleet alone, more than 30 million. More than 4 times the number of the Song family fleet. Looking at the overwhelming Sky Serpent warships. In the high-level communication group chat of the Song family fleet, Captain Julu said in panic, Do we need to call for support? The number of the other side far exceeds ours. The one who spoke was the ancestor of a fourth-level family affiliated with the Song family. Compared with the Song family, when had he ever seen such a big scene? In response, Song Xingru's voice soon came from the Song family fleet in the middle of the battleship group. Why are you panicking? They are just ordinary Sky Serpent battleships. It doesn't matter how many there are. After the angry rebuke, Song Xingru turned her eyes to Song Xuan in the communication group chat. Seeing Song Xuan nod, she shouted again, "Attention all Song family members, release the Hellfire Mecha." As the voice rang in the ears of all Song family members, 20,000 frigates in the Song family battleship group opened their hatches one after another. The next second, a large number of mini-mechas rushed out of these frigates. After rushing out of the warships, the size of these mini-mechas began to expand rapidly. Finally, more than 20,000 Hellfire mechas, with a height of more than 100 meters, and fourth-level firepower appeared in front of the Song family's joint fleet. The Song family prepared 100 years in advance and produced batches of Hellfire mechas. The 8 million fleets of the family this time carried more than 50,000 Hellfire mechas. At present, these 20,000 are less than half of them. Under the full-strength shooting of the fourth-order destructive nuclear ray gun in the hands of the Hellfire mech, hundreds of thousands of Sky Serpent warships were destroyed every second. But even so, it was still difficult to stop the Sky Serpent warships from approaching. 30 million. This number was too shocking. Seeing this, Song Qi and the Tianxu Sanqiong made a decision. He greeted Song Xuan and Song Xingru, and his eyes looked straight at the overwhelming Sky Serpent warship army in front of him. The first batch of Song family members who went to the battle this time, led by him, Song Xuan and Song Xingru. The old ancestor and Song Yin are currently in the rear, and Song Shishing stayed in Longji continent. So after obtaining the consent of Song Xuan and the others, he immediately began to act. Escape orb activate. The orange flash escape component was activated, and the Tianxu Sanqiong suddenly disappeared in the battleship group. When it reappeared, it was already in the center of the dense Tianxi battleship group in front, and he flashed the Tianxu Sanqiong into the enemy's large force. Compared to the suspicion of other captains in the fleet, Song Qi in the main control room of Tianxu Sanqiong was particularly calm. He only muttered to himself, since Neutron Star Core Armor was upgraded to the Golden Holy Domain quality, this new feature has not been used many times. This time, let's try its power. Muttering, before the millions of Tianxi warships around turned their guns to Tianxu Sanqiong, Song Qi took the lead in reacting. Neutron Star Core Armor, Neutron Star Fission. Activated. As the 160,000-meter-long Tianxu Sanqiong suddenly transformed into a micro-neutron star, the temperature of more than tens of millions of degrees suddenly swept wildly in all directions. In just a few seconds, more than 10,000 Tianxi warships completely melted under this extremely high temperature. Looking at the interior of the micro-neutron star, Song Qi glanced at the soul-devouring altar component with his peripheral vision. Current soul-devouring progress, 12% of the first stage. Such a high-profile risk-taking was naturally not for fun, but for this soul-devouring altar component. In order to make this component devour enough souls, what could be more suitable than this large-scale war? However, this is just an appetizer. Song Qi's real method is not the neutron star fission feature that is mainly for self-protection. The reason for activating this feature is just to ensure that the Tianxu Sanqiong can last longer under the concentrated fire of a large number of Tianxi warships in the future. Then, his mind changed again. It is still the neutron star core armor component, but this time it is no longer neutron star fission, but the fifth feature newly derived from this component after it was promoted to the golden holy domain quality. High-energy particle storm, activate. Woo woo woo. A large amount of high-energy particle flow gushed out from the outer layer of armor of the Tianxu Sanqiong ship. In just a moment, it formed a high-energy particle storm field with a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers, with the Tianxu Sanqiong ship itself as the center. In the first second of the emergence of this high-energy particle storm field, more than 5 digits of Tianxi warships were instantly submerged by the fiery high-energy particle flow. In the third second, the number of Tianxi warships detonated exceeded 100,000. This situation has been going on. As time goes by, for every second that passes, more than 6 digits of serpentine warships will be submerged by the violent high-energy particles. After 10 seconds, the number of serpentine warships that have been detonated has reached 1 million. But after that, Song-Chi did not stay any longer. He activated the Angel Wing escape feature of Angel Kingship Wings, and left the Serpentine warship group and returned to the Song family fleet. It was not that he was unwilling to continue, but after 10 seconds of rampage, the Serpentine warships within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers had been detonated by more than 80%. If he continued, there would not be much gain. On the contrary, tens of millions of Sky Serpent warships outside the high-energy particle storm area have already reacted. If they do not take this opportunity to break away, once they are attacked by millions or even tens of millions of Sky Serpent warships, even with the current configuration of the Tianxu Sangqiong, they will be in great danger. Chi Zhu is so powerful. Fuck. Can he be so handsome? Witnessing the miraculous operation of the Tianxu Sangqiong, many captains in the fleet were stunned. However, Song-Chi did not pay attention to the various discussions in the communication group chat. He looked at the soul-devouring altar component again. Current soul-devouring progress, 78% of the first stage. Seeing this progress, he already had a rough idea in his mind. Although the more souls are needed to accumulate progress, but according to this progress, he can basically be sure that, as long as there are no major accidents in this civilization war, the soul-devouring altar parts are fully sufficient to accumulate all 4 stages. Before he could think about it further, the Sky Serpent warships in front of him, which still numbered more than 20 million, were about to collide with the 7 million warships of the Song family team. At this last moment, in the Aquila Dreadnought on one side, Song Xiuan seized the opportunity to activate the Dark Star Black Turtle Armor component. With the activation of this silver strategic level component, more than 40,000 Xinhua warships on the Song family were linked at the first time, and the energy shield value and hull armor protection value of the warships were immediately increased by more than 40%. The original full effect was 50%, but Aquila was just a dreadnought, and could not bring the effectiveness of the component to the extreme. In addition to the Song family, those affiliated forces also took thousands of places. After all, they were all willing to attach themselves to us, and we couldn't let people down. Chapter 589 8-Armed Snake Prison. The moment the link and binding were completed, the Sky Serpent warships, which were several times larger than their own fleet, had already rushed into the Song family team, and a fierce melee began. Looking at the Morning Star family, the first batch of 11 million fleets also got into a melee with the 20 million Sky Serpent warships. Of course, compared to the two families, the Golden Horn Lu family, the Twilight family, and other joint fleets, which were originally at the forefront of the team, had already been in a bitter battle a quarter of an hour ago, and at this moment, the total casualties of the fleet were nearly 1 million, and the casualty rate was far higher than that of the Song and Morning Star families. If they were only engaged in a battle with the Sky Serpent fleet, there would naturally be no such large number of casualties. The advantage of ordinary Sky Serpent warships actually lies in their Sky Serpent main guns, with special petrification control capabilities. The rest of their performance is only slightly better than the ordinary nuclear starships of the Xinhua human civilization. Compared with the Xinhua warships of the same level, they are incomparable. The reason why the casualty rate is high is that these Sky Serpent warships often carry one or even multiple 8-armed snake demons of the same level. After the two sides officially clashed, these Sky Serpent warships would open their hatches whenever they had the chance, and release the 8-armed snake demon inside the warship. In this way, the Xinhua human team would naturally have to bear greater pressure. The 8-armed snake demon's physical talent is already amazing, and under such a large-scale confrontation, the lethality is even more terrifying. Song family fleet, somewhere on the battlefield. The two Zhulu ships are struggling against 5 4th-level 8-armed snake demons. Each one, help me delay for 5 seconds, I want to charge the main gun. The warship wrapped in the silver shield activated a certain part, and a shining white light began to condense at its bow. Hearing this, the Zhulu ship on the side of the warship responded immediately. Kakaka. A sharp metal friction sound came from the bow, and in a blink of an eye, the original red quality super main gun was replaced by an alloy ram that flashed with cold light. The engine roared, pushing the warship to swiftly crash into the 4th-level 8-armed snake demon flying in front. Bang! The warship collided with the hard body of the 8-armed snake demon. As expected, the 4th-level 8-armed snake demon was knocked away. Compared to the 8-armed snake demon, Song Yichuan's ship, Dragon Ridge Stream, suffered much less damage. In addition to the fact that its hull armor was a piece of red hull armor that had been strengthened to the 6th level, the 43% armor protection value bonus given by Dark Star Black Turtle armor was also an important reason. However, Song Yichuan did not relax his vigilance. After repelling a 4th level 8-armed snake demon, he also quickly activated a component called Water Snake Whip on Dragon Ridge Stream. Water Snake Whip, Water Snake Binding, activate. In the back, another 4th order 8-armed snake demon that wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to approach the Hanhai Minglong was soon entangled by a lol water snake that appeared out of thin air. In this way, Dragon Ridge Stream tried its best to protect Song Yiming's Hanhai Minglong. At a certain moment, the white light at the bow of the Hanhai Minglong condensed to the extreme. The extreme gray-white beam pierced through, and the strange thing was that, when this gray-white beam was first activated, it was clearly only one beam, but when it rushed out of the muzzle of the super main gun, it inexplicably turned into 2 beams. After a moment, 2 gray-white beams of destructive power accurately hit 2 different 4th level 8-armed snake demons at the same time. And they were the most seriously injured 4th level 8-armed snake demons in the previous battle. Finally, the 2 4th level 8-armed snake demons were killed one after another. Seeing that there were only 3 8-armed snake demons left, Song Yichuan in the Dragon Ridge Stream on one side was delighted. Brother, your silver, deep space destruction cannon has been strengthened again? The double destruction strike actually killed 2 4th level 8-armed snake demons in seconds. In the group chat of magnetic wave communication, Song Yiming's answer also sounded quickly. Well, it has been strengthened to level 69, but this cannot be entirely attributed to the deep space destroyer cannon. The serious injuries we caused before are also the key. As they chatted, the two of them turned their eyes to the remaining 3 4th level 8-armed snake demons in front of them. 2 against 3, with the combat power of their 2 ships, it is enough to deal with it. Just as they were about to continue to face the 3 4th level 8-armed snake demons, an indescribable pressure suddenly descended on their ship. Please note, under the pressure of high-level creatures' energy, the current battleship energy shield has 68% remaining shield value. Please repair it as soon as possible. The reminder sound of the ship's semi-automatic intelligent brain sounded. While the 2 brothers were shocked, they reacted quickly. Their mutual reminder sounded in the magnetic wave communication channel one after another. A 6th level 8-armed snake demon is targeting us. Be careful. Quick, activate the ship's armor protection characteristics. Just as the 2 thought, a 6th level 8-armed snake demon with a body size of more than 100,000 meters rushed into their battlefield, and its 8 arms with muscular knots waved wildly, and attacked the 2 Zulu ships directly. Clang clang. The strange weapons wielded in the 8 arms chopped at the hull. Even though the 2 Zulu ships had already activated the protective characteristics of the hull armor, and had special protection, the damage caused by the continuous slashing was still terrifying. Warning, the hull armor was damaged by 34%. Please repair it in time. Warning, the hull armor was damaged by 50%. The hull was damaged by 18%. Please repair it in time. Warning, the hull armor was damaged by 69%. The hull was damaged by 38%. Please repair it as soon as possible. The 6th level 8-armed snake demon, its own physique is extremely amazing, and each of its 8 arms holds a special strange weapon. The destructive power can be imagined. Brother, what should we do? There are too many 8-armed snake demons. The original ancestors can't handle them at all. We have to find a way ourselves. Just when the situation was urgent, a strange dreadnought wrapped in a dark energy shield suddenly emerged from the void. This dreadnought with an excellent captain did not reveal its name. Judging from its appearance, it had never appeared in the fleet before. However, under the watchful eyes of Song Yiming and Song Yichuan, it showed extremely strong combat power. Just a second ago, a super main gun at the bow of the ship was just charging. And the next second, a terrifying annihilation beam was already shooting out. With just one encounter, the 6th level 8-armed snake demon that they thought was difficult to deal with was killed. After completing this attack, the black dreadnought did not stop at all, and quickly rushed to the next battlefield that needed support. Brother, who is this? I haven't seen him. Maybe he is the ancestor of our family, who is hiding in secret. In another part of the battlefield, Tianqiu Sanqiong was facing the siege of 4 6th level 8-armed snake demons on its own. In the battleship control room, Song Qi remained calm and composed. He easily dealt with the attacks of 4 level 6 8-armed snake demons, and even used part of his mind to remotely control the mirror battleship created by mirror image splitting. That's right. The dark battleship that just saved Song Yiming and Song Yichuan was the mirror battleship of the Tianqiu Sanqiong. Originally, he only wanted to secretly protect the potential descendants of the clan, But he didn't expect that after killing the level 6 8-armed snake demon, the main body of the Tianqiu Sanqiong got an unexpected surprise. When the 6-footer 8-armed snake demon was killed, the soul-devouring progress on the soul-devouring altar component also changed. This means that killing enemy units on the mirror battleship can also allow the soul-devouring altar to devour souls. In this way, the accumulation speed of the soul-devouring altar will undoubtedly be further improved. It seems that they realized that their attacks did not pose much threat to the Tianqiu Sanqiong. And at this time, the 4 6-footer 8-armed snake demons activated their inherited magical powers at the same time. 2 of them had a gray ray shot out from their vertical pupils. It was the petrification ray of the 8-armed snake demon clan. The 2 petrification rays hit the Tianqiu Sanqiong at an extremely fast speed. If it were any other ordinary dreadnought, it would have been trapped in place for a few seconds. But the Tianqiu Sanqiong was different. The blood battle monument parts that were strengthened to the 8th level gave the warship a powerful control-free ability. Therefore, before the powerful attacks from the other 2 6th level 8-armed snake demons landed, the Tianqiu Sanqiong had already taken the lead in responding. The streamlined hull of the warship suddenly changed, and it quickly turned into a mythical mecha giant with a height of 160,000 meters. The right arm of the mecha giant tightly grasped the meteoric spear that was shining with eternal dark light. On the tip of the meteoric spear, the light of Guishu condensed by the great space log gathered at one point. Swish! The mecha giant's mechanical arm suddenly stretched out, and the meteoric spear fiercely pierced into the vertical pupil of one of the 6th level 8-armed snake demons. Roar! 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 The sharp pain made the 8-armed snake demon roar to the sky. But the light of Guishu that burst out in its eye sockets with all its strength crushed its entire head, completely ending its life. This was not the end. After killing the first level 6 8-armed snake demon, Song Qi quickly locked his target on the second 8-armed snake demon. The mecha giant raised his left arm, and a dark muzzle quickly appeared in the palm of his hand. Under the blessing of the Zen Seal inner speed feature, the blood spear of astonishing length gathered in 1 second. The second level 6 8-armed snake demon wanted to dodge, but 2 special chains shot out from the void imprisoned it tightly. In the end, under the judgment of the blood spear, the second level 6 8-armed snake demon was also killed. In just a few seconds, 2 level 6 8-armed snake demons were killed one after another. This sudden change shocked the other 2 level 6 8-armed snake demons. They did not hold back and activated their strongest inherited magical powers at the same time. 8-armed snake prison. As one of the strongest inherited magical powers of the 8-armed snake demon clan, the 8-armed snake prison is a special field-type magical power. Just like the law force field that only the Star Destroyer captain can control in the human civilization of Xinhua. Within this 8-armed snake prison, the 8-armed snake demon itself has a comprehensive amplification. And as for the enemy, it is naturally suppressed. Just like now, after realizing that he was trapped in a double domain, Song Qi immediately activated the 2 engines of the Tianqiu Sanqiong. He wanted to use the powerful thrust to escape from the 8-armed snake prison as soon as possible. But in this 8-armed snake prison, no matter how strong the thrust of the warship is, the giant mecha transformed by the Tianqiu Sanqiong can't move fast at all. I don't believe it. Inside the mecha, Song Qi once again activated the escape orb part, trying to directly escape from the 2 layers of the 8-armed snake prison. However, his heart soon sank. Escape orb, the remaining number of flash escapes had been successfully triggered, but the Tianqiu Sanqiong did not successfully flash out and remained in the same place. Is this, even the space is blocked? Before he could think about it, a huge force had already acted on the Tianqiu Sanqiong from top to bottom. It was one of the 2 6th level 8-armed snake demons, which was covered by a huge 8-armed snake demon phantom. The snake demon phantom slapped out its arms, and directly slapped the mythical mecha giant transformed by the Tianqiu Sanqiong out hundreds of thousands of meters. Warning, the warship is under strong attack, and the hull armor is damaged by 14%. Please pay attention to repair it in time. This attack directly damaged the hull armor of the warship by 14%. Although it doesn't sound like much, don't forget that the hull armor installed on the Tianqiu Sanqiong is the Neutron Star Core armor, strengthened to the 8th level. Before this, the ordinary attack of this 8-armed snake demon could not even break the Neutron Star Core armor. After the attack, the 8-armed snake demon behind him also attacked immediately. Song Qi reacted quickly, but under the heavy restrictions of the 8-armed snake prison, he could not dodge effectively. Boom! The mecha giant was knocked away again. and the damage to the ship's armor increased again. It was clearly an attack with the 8-armed snake demon's true spirit shadow, which should be considered an energy attack. Why can't it ignore the double-layer energy shield of the warship and directly act on the ship's armor? Song Chi remained calm, thinking about how to deal with it. He had learned about the 8-armed snake prison magical power in Yugwang Star Tower. As one of the strongest magical powers of the 8-armed snake demon clan, each 8-armed snake demon who controls this magical power, the characteristics of the 8-armed snake prison condensed by it are different. Among them, there are many characteristics such as no-fly, deceleration, withering, true injury, shield breaking, etc. The characteristics of the snake prison condensed by these two 6th-level 8-armed snake demons. Song Chi has already confirmed that there are two characteristics of no-fly and deceleration. Now it seems that there is also a shield breaking. Mind racing at this time. He seemed to think of something. It seems that this is the only way. The next second, a large amount of time power surged out from the hull of the Tianqiu Sanqiong. In an instant, in the two layers of the 8-armed snake prison domain, another layer of time domain appeared. According to the records of Yugwang Star Tower, the most direct way to break the 8-armed snake prison magical power is to disintegrate it from the inside, with a stronger domain power. What Song Chi activated at this moment was the Pajuo Time Realm feature of the Pajuo Zen Seal, strengthened to the 8th level Golden Time domain. In his opinion, this should be enough to crush two layers of the 8-armed snake prison. However, he was obviously overthinking it. As one of the strongest inherited magical powers of the 8-armed snake demon clan, the 8-armed snake prison was created by a 9th level 8-armed snake demon, and its upper limit exceeded the Pajuo Time Realm. Although the one who is currently displaying his magical power is only a level 6 8-armed snake demon, but don't forget that the Tianqiu Sanqiong is currently under the cover of a double 8-armed snake prison, which is enough to make up for the difference in the level of the 8-armed snake demon. So the final result is that the Pajuo Time Realm has not been able to break through the double 8-armed snake prison. On the contrary, under the all-round amplification of the 8-armed snake prison, the time-slowing effect of the Pajuo Time Realm itself has been weakened by more than half.